Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the AG7. I am your host, CCP Jotun, and this is the stream 2. Welcome to EVE Tournaments, twitch.tv/EVE Tournaments, that is. I'm here, of course, joined by my lovely, some say very attractive co-hosts Kevin Grumman and Keith Stone. Kevin, how are you today, my friend?
I'm doing excellent. I had a good breakfast. I took a good shower. I'm ready to talk for the next several hours. I'm so excited.
Hell yeah. And Keith, of course, doing me a favor, balancing out the fact that I'm wearing a bathrobe by putting on a jacket. Keith, a pleasure to have you, of course, and so glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. I was told I had to take a shower. No sweaty nerds on the desk today, Jotun. So put some cologne on, put the jacket on, and we're ready to go for some explosions today.
Put the cologne on for a match where there's no one in the room, but I appreciate the grind. We're already over at bands. Let's go ahead and talk about this upcoming match. We're going to get started quick. We have Highly Regarded versus Rusty Hyenas. Both these teams competing through and getting in to this tournament. Rusty Hyenas getting in at the very last second. They were the last one in the last bracket yesterday, so they managed to get in. Going in, I think they were 2 or 3-1 in their bracket, which was very impressive. We have Highly Regarded Rusty Hyenas. Keith, anything weird you see in here?
Not really. I see a Hugin and Rapier band from Rusty Hyenas, which then we've seen the strength of gun spam in the first weekend and into this weekend as well, doing really well. And that tells me, hey, let's try to get some strong application support off the field and help us. So we don't want to see that. So that's what I'm seeing there. Nothing too wild out of the ordinary, though, the rest of the bands.
Yeah. Now, Kevin, 2 battleships at the very end coming out as the final 2 picks. Of course, both these teams get a final pick at the very end for their bands, those being Rusty Hyenas pulling the APOC Navy and Highly Regarded pulling the Armageddon. Is there anything that speaks to you about a battleship ban at the very last second?
Especially at the end of yesterday, we were seeing a lot of double Navy APOC compositions that were running, a lot of them. And so I think that both sides saying we don't want to be facing off against these heavy battleship comps, whether that's NAPOC or heavy new Armageddons.
Cool. All right. Well, we're going to send it over to the arena rather. We have this first match between Highly Regarded Rusty Hyenas with Rose Alaria Mahara and Corvus Onzo.
Good time frame, everybody. It is Rose, and I'm here with Corvus. We are getting ready for our first match of the day. Corvus, what do you see from these 2 teams?
Hello there, Rose, and hello, everybody. Here from the Highly Regarded team, we have Guardian, Dracovac, Ashimu, Double Blackbird, Carries, and Draga, very ECM heavy. Rusty Hyenas bringing an Astarte, Prophecy Navy, Harbinger, Augra, Exec Navy, Mauler, and an Omen here. Very gun spamming from the Rusty Hyenas.
I'm really curious to see how Highly Regarded deals with having all of this control on the field. Their attack bar is not very high. Looks like they're going to have to really put in some work. Can they break something with an attack?
Well, it looks like jams are going out from the Double Blackbirds. They're doing their job. Jamming out the Augra for Logi and the Astarte being very good at projecting that railgun DPS at range. But it looks like both teams are just chasing each other at the moment, looking like Rusty Hyenas making some range here, but we look like the Drauga of Praetorius is burning in to try and get initial tackle here, and a jump drive here from Rusty Hyenas to the other side of the arena ended up behind the Highly Regarded team.
Highly Regarded, they have 2 Blackbirds. Those jams are going to be super helpful against the Augur or Logi, making sure that other team is going to have a hard time getting reps. Now, the Blackbird of Yantai is taking some damage, but we also see the carries taking some damage. First blood? I'm going to say the carries. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it might just be the RNG nature of the ECM here. It hasn't quite landed on some of these DPS ships here, but the Exec Navy of Dane Midir is going down slowly into armor here. He has the Drekivac on him at the moment. He is desperately trying to get around here, but it looks like the carries is just about holding the Guardian of the highly regarded team, doing a very good job of keeping that carries alive here, keeping those ECMs on field.
Absolutely. We have Nosses on spread through quite a few things. We've got Damps on that Navy Executor. He is going into hull of Dane Madeir. It looks like he might be going. We'll see. It looks like he's going down though.
Yep, the Navy exec goes down for Danemir. The carry's just holding on there, dipping into a low structure here, but that's Guardian of Costas absolutely chatting the job of Logi here and keeping that guy alive so he can keep those jabs up on that DPS. And Rusty Hyenas are really struggling to apply DPS to anything under those dual Blackbird jams.
Yeah, right now the Augur is taking damage. They're trying to trade it for a Blackbird, though. That would be a very good trade, getting some of that Ewar off field, getting rid of some of that control, so that maybe Rusty Hyenas can get breakthrough.
And the Blackbird of Soldario goes down. He goes down. There's a huge loss there for the highly regarded team, with the team not having much DPS.
Rusty Hyenas loses their Logi! Oh no!
So here it's going to be a bit more of a DPS race here. Highly regarded bringing a control comp, which was very reliant on that ECM RNG there. The Blackbird unfortunately getting caught out and getting killed. It looks like Yentai in the other Blackbird is currently under fire, but is still being repped by that Guardian. So if highly regarded can focus some DPS here, try and get that Dracovac to spool up on some of these DPS ships of Rusty Hyenas, they do stand a chance of winning and getting some points back here.
Absolutely. Now, that Omen is being a tanky chicken. We will see if Hyenas can claw this back. I don't know. We will have to... Goodness.
That Harbinger is webbed at the moment. It is hard tackled by the Draugr, and it has the Draugr literally orbiting at around 500 meters, getting under its guns. So that Draugr is just going to sit there and just pile DPS into that Harbinger. The Draugr is a very good DPS bow, despite it being just a command desi here. And a second Blackbird.
The carries does have a bunch of rep drones on it, so it does look like highly regarded is utilizing rep drones, which is absolutely fantastic given their Logi is not in optimal rep range of their carries right now.
We're seeing big damage going on to the Dracovac of the Basilisk here. And that second Blackbird goes down. That is going to be a key loss there for highly regarded as well. They are very reliant on that ECM jammers to maintain and keep off that DPS of Rusty Hyenas. And now that most of that is gone now, it's just the carries remaining that is in low structure. So now we're going to see a lot of DPS coming from the Astarte, the Prophecy Navy, and the Harbinger going to descend literally onto the Guardian of Costas and see if he's going to be able to be kept alive. He does have Logi drones with him, but he is going to struggle here. He's going to have to pull some range here. He's very close to the melee here.
It does look like it is a little too late, though, as the Harbinger of Rusty Hyenas does go down. I don't know. Do they have enough control to bring this back? They have the DPS. That is true. We still have the Ashimu. We still have a carries. And that Guardian's still in half armor right now. So there is the potential. I'm really excited to see how this one finishes out, as that Omen is clawing back some shield for the Hyenas. I don't know if they can... We'll see what they can break.
Yep, Costas in the Guardian doing a fantastic job here. He has Logi drones with him. He has the ability to... He has got more Logi drones now descending onto Costas as well to try and keep that Guardian alive. The carries of Zyrak is still alive as well somehow, still in low hole, being repped by that Guardian here. And the Astarte looks like it's starting to go down for the Astarte here. He's dropping to low armor, and he'll be going down very shortly. He is hard tackled, scrammed, webbed, and neutered and lost here. So,
and the time of the match is ended. Highly regarded. 83 over the 44 of Rusty Hyenas. We will send it back to the desk and let them analyze this.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
A crap. 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 Mega crap.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me, CCP Jotun, your host, here with Keith and Kevin. Gentlemen, an exciting match to start the day. Highly regarded, bringing an armor control comp versus Rusty Hyenas with gun spam. We saw a lot of gun spam yesterday, and gun spam has been historically very strong. Kevin, talk me through what happened here. Why was the gun spam team, which had objectively significantly more DPS available to them, not able to pull out the win during this match?
So, well, I think that it really comes down to that double Blackbird setup. The way that jams work these days, and they have for many years now, is that if you get a successful jam on a target ship, that ship can only lock back the ship that is jamming it. This means that if your buddy in the other Blackbird is currently dying because he just succeeded on a bunch of jams, or because they want to kill him already, he can get him off grid. Then and you in your neighboring Blackbird can jam off a bunch of the DPS, force it to shoot you instead, and save your buddy. That's why we usually will see double jam ships instead of one at a time, so that they can take advantage of that swapping between them. It's an incredibly high communication requirement, because you need to be telling your buddy which jams you got so you don't jam the same thing twice, and you don't let them shoot both of you if they want. And you try to tie down the enemy fleet as much as possible to drag them through the mud on how long they need to fight for. And especially with this comp, with the Drekavac on grid, give that Drekavac all the time in the world to spool up and destroy stuff.
Yeah. Now, Keith, let's talk for a moment about just sort of the Logi play from the Guardian of Costas on the highly regarded team. So armor control, obviously, a little light on DPS, is super heavy on E-War. You need to keep the E-War up as long as possible. The Guardian is able to keep the carries up almost nearly through the entire, I'm pretty sure through the entire flight, right? Maybe the carries went down at the very end. I may have missed that, but they at the very beginning, it was keeping him up while Rusty Hyenas was feeding their exec navy. How critical is that Guardian play in this comp specifically?
It's huge, man. And one of the things as a Logi pilot in a tournament setting, you've got to manage rep bots with a heavy armor comp like that. And they had quite a few rep bots with the Yashimu and Drek on field. And you got to move rep bots, because if you saw, like as Kevin said, when things are getting jammed, you're going to shoot something. So you're going to shoot Logi. So that Logi had to juggle a lot there to keep his control comp going. And one of the mistakes, Rusty Hyenas made is your Logi is getting jammed. You need to deal with the other team's Logi. And they had a Guardian, you had an Augur. They were really late in trying to deal with it, never dealt with that Guardian, were able to outlast that Rusty Hyena, or the highly regarded, they were able to outlast Rusty Hyenas there, because Logi just never did a good job, or never was dealt with early, and the Guardian was just out-repped and kept his team up longer. So good job on the Logi there.
And it's just so funny too. You talk about the differences in these two comps, and how much skill expression there is in an E-War heavy comp. I think it's obviously really well played by the highly regarded team, a storied team with a bunch of storied members in there. Just a lot of stories going on that team. Let's go ahead and move over to the next match and talk about Clown College versus Kick Zoot. Clown College versus Kick Zoot. We have bands on screen now. Clown College. Let's walk through this. Some interesting things in here. A lot of E-War getting called out. Kevin, this is maybe the first time we've seen an Orthrus ban, at least in the matches I've watched so far. Why in the world do you ban the Orthrus?
So we've seen quite a few of these, usually accompanied by Hugin Rapier, but ultra heavy missile and long range kite comps. And the Orthrus is a frequent backbone of those comps because fitted with Rapid Light, it's the only ship left that keeps a Rapid Light range bonus. And so it's one of the best ships at hazing off small tackle, convincing it either to turn back or turn to dust. And so if you want to get in on them, you got to ban out the Orthrus so they can't do that to you.
Yeah, it's looking at this again is really interesting because again we see both of the same battleship bans we saw during the last match, the APOC Navy and the Armageddon. Keith, looking at these two, and we talked a little bit before the match about how we've been seeing a lot of these double battleship comps specifically. The APOC Navy has been very popular. What is it about these heavy armor battleships that make them so powerful in this format?
They can sit there and project across the field too. Especially like you look at the APOC Navy, they don't have to move. And you really don't want to move, right? With tracking and that kind of thing. So they can sit there and they're just a big target that allows them to project across the whole arena, put down close to 1,000 DPS, and they're really hard to deal with. Like, especially in a 7-man comp, you don't have a lot of answers to say, what do I go all in on this battleship? It's going to be a brick and they're going to bring Logi, that kind of thing. Or do I try to take out its backline and ignore it while it just dismantles my team? So it makes a lot of sense that teams don't want to have to deal with it. That's a ban strategy. I don't want to have to deal with a really strong ship, like a battleship, that kind of thing. In Clown College, it looks like their bans with Amalis, Carry, Celestis really don't want to see damp. So I would venture to say they're probably going to bring some kind of projection gun comp there.
Yeah. I don't disagree, and I think it's really interesting too. We talked the other day, yesterday in another match, about banning the Zarmaz specifically, because banning the Zarm is sort of one of those best in slot armor ships or armor logi ships for battleship heavy comps, because how much buffer you have gives you extra time for that rep to spool. Banning 2 of the Apex armor battleships and the Apex armor battleship logi, very interesting. Don't want to see armor at all. We're going to go over back to the arena with Rose and Corvus for this match between Clown College and Kick Zoot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvus, and I'm joined by the lovely Rose Alari Imahara in this match against Clown College versus Kick Zoot. Looks to be a gun spam all around comps here, with Clown College bringing the Astarte, Prophecy Navy, the Harbinger Navy, Zealot, Omen Navy issue, and Dual Inquisitors. Rose, what is Kick Zoot bringing today?
I see something I'm excited. I see Kick Zoot bringing the Tholos and the Outrider, as well as the Scythe Fleet issue, a Macarial, a Sinaball, and a Hurricane Fleet issue. I am so happy that we're seeing a Tholos. Let's see if he can screen and maybe get some dots off.
And as the match starts here, we have Kick Zoot burning directly into the Clown College line here, attempting to close the range here and get some of that high DPS ammo in. As we look at the Tholos, instantly taking DPS here, instantly evaporated. Goodbye, see you later to Zale.
My heart. Oh no, not the Tholos. Oh well, it's all right. They have also lost their Hurricane Fleet issue very quickly. That is not usually something we see pop this quick. Oh,
that is boundary. A big chunk of DPS. Big chunk of DPS here.
Boundary. What? A boundary, apparently. That's what Chad is saying. The Hurricane Fleet issue potentially boundaried, as we see the Scythe Fleet issue now taking damage. He is very low armor. The Harbinger Navy, that would be a decent trade.
It would, but I don't think the Hurricane Fleet boundarying was part of Plan A for Kick Zoot here, as the Scythe Fleet issue absolutely gets decimated here at close range. It's going to be a trade for the Scythe Fleet issue versus the Harbinger Navy, but I don't think Kick Zoot are going to be very worried. They do have a Macarial, that will output a lot of DPS with its autocannons here.
Absolutely. And now Clown College doing honestly what they probably should have done very early, but they get rid of the Scythe, taking out that Logi, leaving the Signable, Macarial, and Outrider. Outrider giving boosts. That Signable, like, it's got a little bit of control on it, but
I'm looking at the
I don't
Macarial
know
right
if that'll
now.
be
It
enough to save
is
him.
literally the Macarial trying to insert itself into the Astarte here, trying to apply as much DPS to that command ship as possible. The Astarte is grappled, webbed, scrammed. He is not going anywhere, and it looks like he's dropping through armor now. So it's going to be a loss of the Astarte for Clown College here, and another DPS ship disappearing from field here. Meanwhile, Kicksuit here with the Outrider just going into hole here. So it will be the Macarial Toast Brot going for a 1v6 here. 1v6, possibly a 1v5. 1v5 now once that starter goes down. Let's see if he can do anything here, but I don't think he will be able to. It is a shield tanked Macarial. So it looks like it's going to go the way of Dodo. We do see some local reps going off, but there is a lot of DPS on Clown College here.
Absolutely. That now the Astarte is a tanky potato. However, 1v5 at this point, that is something that I don't even think the best pilots could pull off. As we see the Macarial trying to rep. He is in armor, though. I don't see him applying too much. He is going to the ONI.
Yeah, he's going to try and apply on the Osprey Navy here, but sorry, the Omen Navy here, but I don't think he's going to get very far, especially with tracking issues, and also the Clown College team having dual Logi frigates there as well. So he's just basically playing for pride right now, going down swinging, of course, as expected.
Well, a valiant effort from the Macarial pilot of Toast. Hopefully we'll see a very tasty explosion here in a moment as we throw it back to the desk.
I'm gonna die.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in hole, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
again. Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel ISP.
And polarized guns or what?
Welcome back to the desk. It's me, 60B Jotun, your friend, here with Kevin and Keith. And I throw, if there ever was one, during that last match. Hate to be a little rough about it, but it's tough when you're a significant chunk of your DPS yeets itself off into the abyss, the void, if you will, within the first couple seconds of the match. Keith, let's talk a little bit about the boundary. So what is the boundary and why should you not cross it?
Well, when you cross the boundary, it is 125 kilometers from the middle. Correct me if I'm wrong. And once you cross that, it's insta, you're gone. And we saw the Hurricane fleet disappear, and we saw why you shouldn't cross the boundary. And a lot of times teams try to hit those MJD beacons, which are about 100 kilometers apart, reposition on the field. And it looks like he may have made a mistake hitting that. And we saw the Zoot team taking down damage even without the Hurricane fleet. So like you saw how strong the Macarial was, even by itself, they still took things down with double Inquisitor left on the other team. So I think they had a real chance if that Hurricane fleet had stayed in that fight.
Yeah, it is so interesting because this really was sort of a gun spam versus a shield rush with that Macarial. The Macarial, of course, we saw the longevity of the Macarial. The Macarial was able to stick around for a long time. Kevin, when you lose the Hurricane, like the Hurricane fleet that early, does that leave your Scythe now more exposed? And because they went on to the Scythe shortly thereafter, was able to basically volley through the scythe with all that gun spam damage. Does that cause a huge vulnerability just by losing that? I mean, obviously it causes the vulnerability because you're not down a bunch of damage, but just by not having the chip on grid, does the focus then shift to maybe they feel it more a little more able to more freely go after the Logi right afterwards?
I think that, especially in that case where they've just taken out the Scythe fleet issue, they've already taken out the Tholos, the Hurricane fleet is dead, and that most of the targets left on grid are fairly tanky. So they're thinking, okay, we're not. They're probably were as stunned as me at that point. Like, well, we don't know where the Hurricane fleet went, but I guess we'll go for the Scythe. And in that case, you want to get rid of the Scythe before you move on to the more tanky ships. Like Cinnaball can usually be fairly tanky. Not Maelstrom, the Macarial. Oh, we saw how tanky it was even without that Logi on grid with it. And I'm honestly I would not be surprised at all if they thought we're not sure where that Hurricane fleet went. It'll probably swing back in another time, and we're like, okay, we'll kill Logi while we got the second to do it.
It was so funny because we were watching it and I saw it disappear. I mean, obviously you see the health bar just vanish on the overlay, and for a moment I thought it had been volleyed, which was the most I could not understand how they could have summoned up enough damage to volley a fleet hurricane in one go. And then looked over at chat and saw people talking about the boundary. So not an ideal situation for the team from Kickzoot. However, good news for them. This is not the end. We are now in a double elimination bracket. I don't know if we have the bracket we can pull up on the screen. Yes, we do. Take a look at this. So on the left here, of course, is the winner's bracket. Right is the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket gets filled out the more losers we have. And over time, everybody's a loser in one way or another. So don't take it the wrong way. But you can see here, obviously, we just had highly regarded Resahinas on our side went forward. So highly regarded will now face 2 by 16th next. And then Clown College getting the dub will go up against No Numbers in the next round. The next one after this is going to be Dracarys versus Aggressively Mid-Tier. And as this now fills out, all these teams from the first round will go to the second round. The losers from the second round will then drop down and face the losers from the first round, and so on and so on and so on. And that's how this works. So if you're not
we
sure,
got Punishing Gray next in 3am Epiphany. Jotun.
That's right. I'm sorry. I was looking one more ahead. So yes, 3am.
No,
you're absolutely right. No, you're on the right point. So let's for a moment then now let's talk about this next match. So we do have 3am Epiphany, which bad idea, bad time to have epiphanies. If we're being honest, in my experience, a terrible time to have epiphanies. Versus Punishing Grey Raven. Punishing Grey Raven, one of my favorite teams from the last AT. We've talked about this a lot. They had a lot of success, especially during the feeder tournament. And now some interesting things in here. The Golem, the Widow, and the Raven all banned. Keith, let's talk about these shield battleships, especially the Golem and the Widow, both getting banned out by separate teams, but both banned in the same match. First of all, why in the world would you want to bring a Widow or a Golem? And two, why would you want to ban it out?
Yeah, so the Golem, interesting ban from Epiphany, and it's kind of a ban that kind of comes from a 3am Epiphany, I feel like. Golem is a strong, shield ship there,
Well said.
and it definitely has some strengths there with a Golem without Bastion still getting a rep bonus on its shields there, that kind of thing. So it can be a strong battleship there. I haven't seen Marauders be super successful though in comps, so maybe Epiphany in practice, whatever it may be, I've seen something else. The Widow, though, has been a staple of control comps. Now, with some of the buffs and stuff and changes to Black Ops battleships, I don't know if they're as strong as they used to be, but definitely you can see, hey, I don't want to see this battleship with a central control. You throw cruises on it, it just sits back there and just whittles down the other team as you get some good jams off and that kind of thing. So I can understand the Widow. The Golem is an interesting choice, but hey, 3am Epiphanies could be good, and they solve something else they don't like with the Golem, so they don't want to face it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Kevin, let's talk then about 3am Epiphanies, other bands. Obviously, Rapier, Hugin, and Loki, getting rid of a bunch of webs there. This is sort of obviously indicative of a lot of different things. Well, the biggest one being that they don't want to, you either want to be able to kite or you don't want to see kite, one of the two. What do you think is more likely in this scenario when you just try and remove as many of the best webbing ships in the game straight out the gate?
So I'm pairing that in my brain with they banned all the long webs and these very strong long range battleships at the same time. So that makes me lean towards more they want to be the kiter. They don't want to get caught at range by the Hugin or whatever. Because if they didn't care about running right up on top of them, they're not going to ban Golem and Raven because guess what? Cruisers don't do that much damage in comparison to an AC Rush or whatever else you want to get right on top of them. They do a substantial amount of damage for a ship that shoots over 100 kilometers, but they do like a quarter the damage of a ship that shoots 3 kilometers.
Let's talk also while you're here, Kevin. Which I say while you're here, you're going to be here for a while. We're going to be in this thing for the long run today, friends. The Tholos getting banned a couple times, and we saw during the Alliance tournament last year, the Cenotaph was getting banned with frequency. The Tholos, the Cenotaph's weird little brother. Do we feel like the Tholos is as oppressive as it should be to warrant getting banned out as frequently as it has?
So we saw Tholos in that last match, and we saw that it was the first primary. We kind of glossed over it with the whole Hurricane Fleet issue incident. But we saw the Tholos get primary down and die fairly quickly. This is because the Tholos rushed in with everything else right off the bat. If you fly the Tholos in a specific way, you fly it very cautiously. Off the bat, you're not going to burn right in with the rest of the fleet. You're going to maybe hang back, group up on an MJD beacon, bounce around, come in later. The Tholos is very, very good at suddenly appearing right next to all of your ships, getting 2 or 3 damage over time, him off on them, and then running away again for another minute or two, waiting for those dots to run out of energy. Wait for the enemy to forget that the Tholos just obliterated half of all of their EHP in the fleet, and then come back and do it again. But if the Tholos rushes in.
It's so oppressive too, right? When you have single Logi pilots who have to deal now with juggling all these pods going off simultaneously. It has to be a huge bear on those Logi pilots.
Yeah, 100%. You see Logi's already stressed, and you're already having to manage a lot as Logi. I think Logi is probably one of the highest skill positions on the field. So not fun to have to deal with. If it survives, it's definitely oppressive.
Absolutely true. We're going to send this one down to the arena. We've got 3 a.m. Epiphany versus Punishing Gray Ravens. I'll send it over to Corvus and Rose for this next match of Anger Games Day 4.
Welcome back. As the Muterator gets me, it's Rose and Corvus, and things here. What do you see, Corvus?
We are seeing a dual battleship sub from 3 a.m. Epiphany here. Rapid heavies all the way. Armageddon Navy, Typhoon Fleet issue, dual Deacons, Magus, Pontifex, and Purifier.
Absolutely.
Looking like
and we have a Confessor on. This might be the first Confessor that I've seen, at least on Arena 2, as that Purifier of Rossetti is taking damage. He is in armor, but they are going after that Deacon. That is a really smart play. Go after that Logi.
It's looking like the Vedmachina is pulling into that 3 a.m. Epiphany squad there, trying to get in range for its Disintegrate here, trying to start spawning up on it. It looks like target paint's going out onto the Armageddon Navy as well. But that Vedmach's in trouble now. He's in trouble. He's been tackled by one of the Maguses of 3 a.m. Epiphany here.
He is taking severe damage as I don't know how. Wow. The double Logi though, they are putting in work. They are making sure that Magus is staying alive to keep that Vedmach down, as that Vedmach is in low armor at this point.
I'm not sure if those Deacons are going to be able to help him here. The Deacons are under pressure from the Nurgle of Desti here, so those Deacons are quite far away from the Vedmach here, and probably not able to really apply good reps to where the.
Well, I don't know if they'd want to apply heals to the Vedmach, because the Vedmach is on Punishing Grave Raven. the Deacons are on 3 a.m. Epiphany, so it might not benefit them to do so. But it
You are
does look
correct.
like
You are
they're
correct,
going
my
after...
overused.
It's okay. It does look like the Hyperion is using its local repper. It does look like the Nurgle is taking a little bit of damage, a little bit of split target calling, as we see both Deacons on 3 a.m. Epiphany taking a little bit of damage here. Dehidi might be in a little bit of trouble. He's in half armor.
He's being pressured by the Nurgle here of Destiny. However, the Nurgle of Destiny is under fire here. The Harbinger of Seth is there to back him up, though. I'm not sure if this Deacon's going to be able to last under this much DPS from that Harbinger here.
Oh, goodness. As it looks like the Deacon of Dehidi is... Oh, he's so close to going down. But it looks like that Geddon Navy... Ooh, it's going to be a race to see who goes first. But 3M Epiphany needs to make a trade here if they want to stay in this game. It does look like they're trying to after the Harbinger. The Harbinger for the Armageddon Navy could be a decent trade.
And Dehidi and the Deacon goes down. They are going to be severely limited on reps here. The Armageddon Navy is going to die, but we'll see if they trade a Harbinger for the Armageddon Navy here. That's Harbinger getting absolutely slapped around by the Rapid Heavies from the Typhoon fleet at the moment.
Absolutely. It is a chunky space chicken, but that chunky space chicken looks like he's about to get barbecued. As the Purifier of Resid is going ahead and taking some armor damage. We still got that Deacon. He is going down as well. It does look like there is some split damage calling here, as the Oneros of Eridon is... Wow, that armor is going quick.
Yeah, the Adeos is in trouble. He has been tackled by the Magus here, and he is getting, Magus, which is sort of solo tackling him here, allowing the DPS on the battleships to land. However, I don't think he's going to last very long here. We do have the Confessor from the Punishing Grey Ravens team trying to screen off that Magus, but it looks like it might be too little too late here as the Typhoon fleet issue approaches at some speed to apply damage to that Oneris here. So that Oneris possibly going down very shortly.
He does have a chance, though. It does look like remaining for 3 a.m. is the Pontifex and the Typhoon fleet issue. However, I should eat some words. The Oneros does go down. It's still... It could be very close. Now, they just gotta get 3 a.m. They have a really high control bar at this point with Nos going out, but at this point with Pontifex going down, I don't have much faith in any 3 a.m. Epiphanies.
We'll see what the Typhoon can do here. He is now attacking the Nurgle. The Typhoon fleet issue is a very good armor boat. It does have the ability to fit dual newts in its highs as well. So possibly pulling back some points here if the Typhoon fleet issue can kill off the Nurgle, the Confessor, and the Draga, but it's a very tall order to do in under 2 minutes here.
Plus, seeing how he can apply it, given his weapons, the target painter would really help him out, but he doesn't have it! So we're just going to have to see if anybody gets in his range and is able to be applied to, as, the Nurgle does go down.
Typhoon fleet issue is now tackled by the Hyperion. Now, the Hyperion being blaster fit, it looks like, though, this Typhoon is probably not going to be long for this world. I don't think he's going to be able to kill the Dragon and the Confessor in time just due to application issues. And the Hyperion is just going to be on top of him, just absolutely taking chunks out of that Typhoon with blasters here and the drone damage as well.
Absolutely. And that Hyperion is gaining some shield back. The Dragger is also gaining a little bit of shield back. At this point, I think it's over for that Typhoon fleet issue. It is just how long they prolong his suffering at this point.
Yeah, that's correct. Typhoon has just switched some tackle and some newts onto the Hyperion, trying to pull some range here to mitigate a lot of that blaster DPS here. Blasters, obviously very short range weapons. The further you can pull away from them, the least amount of damage it will do. But as the Typhoon goes down, it looks like it's all over for 3 a.m. Epiphany. Punishing Grey Ravens, very good game, and we're going to go back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm CCBO and joined again by Keith and Kevin, and an exciting match between 3 a.m. Epiphany and Punishing Gray Ravens. Punishing Gray Ravens pulling out the dub on that one, bringing a Hyperion armor. It's an interesting sort of like an armor rush versus a dual battleship Navy Geddon Fleet Typhoon setup. We're going to start with what I think was one of the most interesting plays of the early part of that game. Kevin, talk me through so Punishing Graven had a Nurgle and a Draugr both, and instead of staying on a single primary, the Nurgle and Draugr pull off and go after the Deacons and are able to knock the 2 Deacons out in short order. What does that do? Obviously, first of all, why would you pull off potential damage from your primary, and what does that do for their team in the long run of that match?
So, you got 2 different kinds of DPS in this kind of composition. You got the medium/large guns of the Hyperion and Harbinger Navy that are not great application, but big DPS damage number. They're very good at just punching into something big. You see those go right on top of the Armageddon Navy issue. But you also have these teensy guns that are not very high raw DPS, but are very good at application. And the enemy, he has 2 Deacons that have a very small actual EHP pool, but all of their tank comes from mitigation and being able to dodge most of the shots because they're teensy little frigates on a 10 and afterburner. Very hard to hit. So if you put you say, well, that DPS isn't like going to be a game changer on a Navy Armageddon getting repped by 2 Deacons, but that will be a game changer on a Deacon that has a 10th the EHP, but is counting on 10 times the mitigation when it can't mitigate the small guns and it's getting double webbed, and the Nurgle's spooling, and the Confessor's hitting it, and they die eventually. They can't rep through it.
So they do feed the 2 Deacons pretty early on, they being 3M Epiphany, feed both of their Deacons. They then will go on to lose the Navy Geddon in just a few minutes after that. Keith, let's talk for a second, though, because there was another Logi trade a little bit later. The Punishing Grey Raven Oneros loses, gets tackled by the Magus. They group up on top of it. They're able to kill it, but there was some talk during the match about how that's not really that big of a deal because there's still Hyperion on grid. Why does the Hyperion offer so much value if your Logi goes down?
Yeah, that Hyperion could tank at least at that point in the match, could tank whatever was left on the field. And I think it was just a Typhoon Fleet, a Magus, and maybe another Command Desi. You're really not worried. Even if you lose, even if in the world you lost everything and it's just a Hyperion versus that Typhoon Fleet, you're going to solo that. The Hyperion is a fast battleship, and I think it's kind of underrated. And there are some weaknesses, like it's typically blaster fit. You're not going to you can't track some things. You have trouble with that kind of thing. So if it gets controlled well, it can't be the menace, but it is definitely a menace in this setup. It can tank anything, doesn't really need Logi to stay alive. And in a 7-man comp, how many of us have taken a solo hype out in the game and tanked 7 guys? Because that's what's happening here, especially when you have links up on the field and that kind of thing. So it's a menace. It gets a heavy nude as well. A lot of utility in Hyperion, and I said it on day one. The comps that are going to win, or the teams are going to find ships that can do multiple things really well. So,
yeah, it's just so interesting always when you see a Hyperion on grid, because I think a lot of people, of course, are understandably wary of the damage, but don't really quite understand how much damage a Hyperion can tank. It does have a tank bonus, so as long as it can continue to chew through capacitor, the Hyperion is mean against anything on that grid, and if you give it long enough, it will shred your top end like crazy. You don't want to shred your tops. That's a bad way to treat them. Let's go ahead and move on now to our next match. We have Dracarys versus Aggressive Mid-Tier. This is the one I was alluding to a moment ago, but I was wrong because that was the last match. Now this is this match. So interesting. We have the return of the Nightmare ban. Just before these matches started, Novatera Rin was shit talking in Twitch chat about excited to see more nightmares, but the only nightmares I feel like I've seen so far are nightmare bans. Kevin, why is the nightmare getting banned so frequently? What are people so scared of?
So I know we saw yesterday a double nightmare undermanned comp. And I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think that's the comp that people are afraid of, but comps like that where you have this battleship that you really can't tie down. That you stick your small your tackle ships on it to web it down, and it slaps a heavy dude on it, and then they drop the webs, and it gets to keep on running away. It's also at the same time really tanky. So it's a ship you can't tie down that can apply very well with its application bonus, and has decent range, and is fairly tanky. It's a good ship, even if it's very expensive. We haven't seen a lot of it. Maybe because it was pretty early in the tournament. People are taking out their serious comps now. They're getting real with it. Maybe they are more afraid now than they were before.
Keith, really interesting too, this ban of the Absolution from Dracarys. The Absolution, of course, kind of a staple in gun spam comps, but banning that alongside the Sleipnir, which is more of a shield rush ship, is the Absolution ban by itself really going to make that big of a difference in a gun spam matchup?
Yeah, I think this comes down to what are these teams seen in practice, right? So the Sleipnir Absolution could be strong ships in two different comps that Dracarys just doesn't want to see. The Zarm, their ban comps say, hey, I don't want to see this control, but I also want to kind of ban out some of the stronger ships that I've seen in Rush in the gun spam. An Absolution as your flagship, quote unquote, in a gun spam comp can be really hard to deal with, bringing links, bringing a lot of utility. And then, of course, the Zarm is just a strong ship. Dracarys bans say to me, this is stuff we don't want to see, not necessarily like we care about what kind of comp you see. We just don't want to see these in these comps. So,
yeah, definitely understand that. I mean, the Absolution is one of the strongest ships in the kind of a standard gun spam setup. Those lasers can project with beams like crazy, and it has a good damage type. EM thermal is very strong. It's a lot of things, and a lot of ships don't tank for that. So this match, we're going to have Dracarys versus aggressively mid-tier. Aggressively mid-tier, of course, is Rote Capel. So these are a bunch of old men, fathers, if you will. We're going to go down to the arena with Rose and Corvus for this next match, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvus. I'm joined by Rose, and we are commentating this match between Alabama Redacted and Test Alliance. Please ignore. Test Alliance, please ignore bringing everybody's favorite ship this tournament, the Vindicator, Falcon, Arazu, Magus, Pontifex, Talia, and Deacon. Rose, what has Alabama bought today?
I don't know if either of these teams are on grid because I don't see Alabama Redacted best. That'll be okay. But it does look like Dracarys has brought has brought the Nurgle, the Rodiva, the Wolf, the Ashimu, the Eos, the Apocalypse, and the Vexer. I am very confused, but they have landed very close to each other. We do have a Vindy on grid, though. I am really curious to see how this manages to handle as they've landed very close to each other. But as the match starts, they're on their way with the Apocalypse going ahead, getting some medium drones, armor drones out.
And we're looking at that control section of the aggressively mid-tier team making their presence felt. Jams going out on the APOC, the Ashimu, the Vexer, Nurgle, and Wolf. And we have the Arazu also applying some damps to the Ashimu and also the APOC now as well. And it looks like both teams are just trying to size each other up here, applying a lot of E-War, trying to get into a position to apply some DPS here.
Or even to apply their E-Wars. Dracarys has not applied any of their control so far to aggressively mid-tier. It looks like those jams and damps are landing. Now, personally, I think jamming and damping that Ashimu is a really smart play here. You've got NOS, NASs, you've got a web bonus to that. That is a very good first call from Rote Capel. As it does look like their Falcon is going ahead and hitting armor, but it does look like he is getting some reps from their Thalia or Deacon.
Yes, aggressively mid-tier, fully into the ECM here. So that Falcon, traditionally a Caldari ship, traditionally shield tanked. However, aggressive mid-tier have elected to armor tank it and make full use of those mid slots for all that ECM damage here. The Nurgle of Endless is under pressure here with some drones on top of him, but I don't think he's got much to worry about the Nurgle being extremely tanky for an assault frigate. And it looks like a bit of a stalemate here in terms of DPS. The EOS and the Ashimu being jammed here. That Ashimu is going to have a really bad game here, I believe. It's just going to be constantly jammed. It's not going to be able to apply its webs here. And that Vindicator is going to struggle to apply damage as we look at both teams kind of just flying in formation around each other this time.
At this point, nobody's breaking. The Nurgle is actually regaining shield, whereas the Falcon of Rote Capel he's just kind of there. I don't see gains. I don't see losses. At this point, though, yeah, that Ashimu is going to have a really bad time. The Arazu for Rote Capel is really putting in the work with those damps. Fantastic job making sure that, hey, that Vindy, he can potentially get in there and do some work, but right now they're just kind of waving they're waving at each other from across the street. There's not too much damage going out at all.
Both teams are kind of very, very cautious of each other. I think the Vindicator not going into the middle here and not trying to apply any DPS here. It looks like the aggressive mid-tier control comp is just stopping Dracarys applying any damage whatsoever. The Apocalypse now is both ECM'd and damped at the same time, which means if I would imagine that the damps are probably going to be some sort of scan resolution script. So that APOC is getting jammed. And then as soon as those jams turn off, he is going to take forever and a day to lock anything up on grid here. Erica and the EOS looks like they might be making a move here, burning into the aggressively mid-tier comp here. We'll see how that EOS works. He's possibly going for initial tackle as we look at... Oh, here we go. It's starting. Dracarys burning, running across the field here to get tackle on something on the aggressively mid-tier side. They're going for it. They're done playing around. They are burning straight into the aggressively mid-tier fleet here, trying to get some sort of DPS on something here.
Yeah, at this point, it is the man poking with stick meme of, hey, do something, let's go. As it does look
we're
like
now looking at the
trying to
Arazu.
go after the Arazu, yeah.
The Arazu is dropping. The Arazu, though, does have bonuses to damps and scram range as well. So they've got to be very careful here because we've seen previously that Arazu, with its T2 resistance profile, can tank quite a bit. As we see the Wolf of Kazakh taking damage here and getting scrammed here.
Absolutely. Now, that Wolf being able to provide very quick, screen and tackle, trying to keep, potentially as a way to keep things off of their other ships for Dracarys. I don't know. It does look like he is catching reps, though. That Nurgle is going back and taking some damage. He did never recover full shield. As the Falcon for Rote Capel it does look like he's also catching reps and taking damage. I'm not seeing either side other than the Wolf. The Wolf is currently taking damage.
The Vindicator from aggressive mid-tier attempting to DPS this Wolf here, but it's and the Wolf disintegrates here under DPS from the Vindicator. The Vindicator now moving on to its next target. It's no longer webbed, no longer scrammed here, so he's going to be able to make some waves here and start burning towards his individual targets to start chewing away at the Dracarys team.
Absolutely. Now that first blood has been drawn, and rather killed, it does look like the Nurgle is in a little bit of armor, but they do have the Rediva. He can easily go ahead and wrap them up once he gets spooled. I think for aggressive for Dracarys, they really need to get that Arazu off field. That is absolutely detrimental to them right now.
Yeah, aggressive mid-tier, playing it very patiently. And they're now literally going one by one up the comp here. The Vindicator no longer held down or prevented from moving at all, as we watched the Nurgle just disintegrate as well. And aggressively mid-tier basically just calling their shots one after another. This Vindicator has been burning in a straight line for the last 10 seconds as it goes for the Rodiva now of Shadow first. Not going to last long. Once that Vindicator gets his web onto it with that web bonus, he is just going to stop in mid. But it looks like the EOS comes to the rescue here, getting a web on the Vindicator, slowing it down a little bit, but I think it's going to be too late. I think it's going to be the Rodiva dying here, which is we go into 150% reverse tie-dye.
That reverse tie-dye can help them. Now, keep in mind, losing that Logi, I am glad that that'll speed this up a little bit, as we see the Deacon of Rote Capel going ahead and taking some damage, as well as the Ishimu from Dracaris. The Ishimu, they're just going up the list at this point. Rote this was a very patient match, of all things. But let's go ahead. This Ishimu looks like he's about to pop. He can't rep himself. As at this point, Rote Capel just needs to clean up the field.
Yep, very patient, very deliberate strategy from aggressively mid-tier or Rote Capel. They are waited until they use their ECM. They use the ECM and the E-Ward to make sure that they couldn't get struck from distance, and then waited until the Dracaris team were pretty much all together in one big blob before just descending on the herd like a pack of lions and just absolutely demolishing ships one by one here. Going old school. This is the primary, everybody on this primary. This is the secondary, and just absolutely demolishing this Dracaris team now at close range with that Vindicator.
Absolutely fantastic flying from aggressively mid-tier or Rote Capel, and absolutely fantastic target calling. They did whoever is target calling made sure to take into account, hey, we can see things landing. You can tell that the team is obviously communicating incredibly well to be able to surgically dismantle Dracaris at this point.
Yep, the EOS now getting that full brunt of that Vindicator as we go into 300% reverse tie-dye here. So that EOS is going to be going down very shortly. Props to that EOS pilot, though. They were doing their best, the EOS of Erica, once they identified that the Vindicator was just going to be burning from ship to ship to get DPS on, came in with the life-saving web, but it wasn't enough, too little too late, and he will go down and explode here as we finish up the match.
Well, I will just say thank you to Rote Capel for the wonderful chat spam that we have seen, and thank you just for all of the wonderfulness. We'll go ahead and send it back to the desk.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the f? Bullshit.
Rainbow includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously wanted to know if you need a prop mod?
I have fucking 6 mates!
Welcome back to the desk. It's me, CCB Oten, joined again by Kevin and Keith, and an exciting matchup between Rote Capel, or aggressively mid-tier, as their alter ego would like you to believe, versus Dracaris. Rote Capel bringing an armor control comp. We saw an armor control comp just a little bit ago. That was a little bit different. Highly regarded, brought the armor control comp. Now, Rote Capel with a different variant of it, a more top-end focused version of armor control with Vindy, Arazu, and Falcon versus Dracaris's single APOC plus EOS Vexor drone hybrid situation. Keith, let's talk first about what I think is maybe the most damning part of this, which is you're running up against a control comp with jams and damps, and you have a primary single damage point, which is the T1 APOC, and of course your Vexor and EOS, I guess, as well. How bad is that for that APOC pilot?
It's a bad day because he has to go in and he has to get on top of something, and they had no way. As you saw, Rote Capel aggressively mid-tier banned out the Hugin Rapier, and that comp didn't have a way to go out and like grab anything either. And with damps and jams on the field, well, you're not going to grab anything either. You have to get on top of it. And that rote comp is set up to control you, to stop you from doing that very thing that you need to do. So not a good day. And Rote had 1 point to start out. I think they had the 1 point advantage, so they could just sit back and take their time and be like, you have to come into us. And do you want to brawl a Vindy? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. We don't have a ton of time. We're going to go straight into the bans for this next one. We have the next match being Alabama Redacted versus Test Alliance. Please ignore. And we're going to get bans up here shortly. Okay, well, let's just talk through the bans. So we have Test Alliance, Please Ignore, banning the Curse, Arbitrator, Scorpion, Orthrus, and Vindicator. And Alabama Redacted banning Deacon, Nighthawk, Get a Navy, Gila, and Tholos. Kevin, again, an Orthrus ban and a Scorpion ban in there as well. The Scorpion, obviously one of the shield battleships, but a little bit different than normal. Why do you ban the Scorpion out of all these others?
So Scorpion is the T1 version of the Widow. It's got your extremely strong battleship level jams. It's very strong at breaking up a rush and saying, half of you don't shoot what you want to shoot, you shoot me instead. And it's very good at doing that at the same time as being very tanky. Problem is that it kicks out almost no DPS.
Yeah, no joke. And then over on the other side, Alabama Redacted banning a Nighthawk, which I always think is interesting. Nighthawk, sort of that apex tier shield rush ship, especially if you have a shield like a ham rush. Keith, the Nighthawk I always think is kind of a fascinating ban. Do you feel like the Nighthawk is sort of best in slot for that rush comp specifically?
I don't. I think in the 7v7 comp, it's 2 point heavy to use Nighthawks like the Absolution in the last match. I don't. It is very strong in rush comps. Don't get me wrong. The Gila as well. That's synergized fairly well. You'll see Nighthawks and Gila in a shield rush, and that's maybe not what Alabama Redacted wants to see. But we've seen other rush comps do really well. And with gun spam, it really kind of counters, like especially with the lasers and stuff we've seen. It kind of counters the Nighthawk. So interesting ban there. Again, that comes back to, hey, this is something strong we've seen in practice we don't want to see. And I'll keep saying that all day.
No doubt. We're going to go down to the arena with Rose and Corvus for this match between Alabama Redacted and Test Alliance. Please ignore.
And we are back in the arena with Rose and Corvus, and I don't know. I'm being told that this is a test v test match potentially. Which test? Who test? Who now? What do we see on grid, Corvus?
We're seeing quite a disparity between DPS here. We've got Test Alliance bringing, Please Ignore, bringing a gun spam comp, Slepner, Kisriel, Loki, Dual Scalpel, Sweeple, Moa, and Alabama Redacted bring in an Armageddon, Typhoon, Augra, Celestis, Magus, Pontifex, and Bellicose as the match starts. I'm not sure if this gun comp is going to survive rushing in here, because those rapid heavies are going to absolutely decimate with the application that they have against this gun comp here.
On top of that, Alabama Redacted does have a larger control bar than Test does, and that you can see that they're going ahead and applying that with the target painter and the webs, as well as a nuke on the Kisriel. They do not want that on grid.
Yep, Test Alliance, Please Ignore, going straight for that Augra there. That's absolutely surrounded by armor maintenance bots at the moment. They're trying to get this Augra off, trying to eliminate this this DPS here, as the Kisriel is absolutely getting chonked by the DPS on this Armageddon Typhoon here. But it looks like the Augra is not going to last very long. The Test Alliance, Please Ignore, very well played from them. They deliberately saw what the threat was here, and they knew they had to take that Augra out, and they have rushed through the Alabama line just to get straight at that Augra using the superior speed that they have.
I will say bringing a double scalpel is super, super handy here, as we see Alabama Redacted losing their Logi. And at this point, it may come down to Logi, as we see that Kisriel is holding. He is under a lot of pressure, but both of those scalpels are doing a fantastic job and keeping him alive, though they are receiving damps from the Celestis. It does look like he is taking damage, but it also looks like the Pontifex is taking damage. Potentially split target calling here?
Potentially, but I don't think they really need it. They haven't. Alabama does not have any reps on field at the moment. Usually, split target calls to try and trick the Logi into repping one ship when you're actually attacking another. These scalpels here, they are damped, but I don't think the damps are going to have much effectiveness here because they are pretty much on zero with each other and also within good amount of range of the rest of their comp as well. So they're just going to hold here. They're just going to afterburner around. They're going into sig tank most of the damage here as we look at the Bellicose now dropping now. That's going to be absolutely catastrophic for the Alabama Redacted team, as the Armageddon and Typhoon are not going to be able to apply their DPS, especially to the smaller ships in the Test Alliance comp here.
Yep. So we do see the attack bar of Alabama Redacted absolutely dropping here, and I don't see anything coming out of that. I do see that there's a lot of control. They're trying to take out one of those scalpels. Now, neuting one of those scalpels, nossing one of those scalpels, absolutely a fantastic idea, forcing them to use more cap chargers. That does put a lot of pressure on Logi. They do have 2 Logi, though, as we do see the Armageddon going ahead and taking chunks of damage here as he is going ahead and going into armor.
Yeah, the difficulty here is they are trying to neut out frigate Logi with a battleship size neutralizers, which cycle quite slowly and allow ample time for those scalpels to hit that cap booster. And of course, we are now seeing the Armageddon of Alabama dropping through armor. And next on the list will be the Typhoon. And it looks like it's going to be a lost game here for Alabama.
Absolutely. I don't know how much of a chance Alabama actually stood. But you know what? They can just go down the street, go get some Buc-ee's after this. As it does look like that Armageddon is dying. Now all that's left to take out is the Typhoon.
Yep, Typhoon is tackled. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to be able to apply any of his DPS here. And the scalpels, all the new pressure is now off the scalpels as well now. So they're just going to sit pretty and just make sure that this is going to be a complete wipe here for Alabama. Interesting enough, the slow speed of those battleships at the beginning, you remember the Test Alliance literally burned straight past the battleships there. And the battleships were not able to lock them and apply any kind of tackle. They did get a neut off, I did see, at the beginning of the game, but it wasn't enough to slow down this Test Alliance. Please ignore, team. As the Typhoon goes down, finally, it's going to be a win for Test Alliance. Please ignore. And we are back to the studio.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they
Just
get
the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze
If we-
out of your ass. Like,
Oh no!
Guys, what the f***?
hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. Alright, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm CCB Yoten once again with Kevin and Keith. And we had an exciting matchup with a little bit of an interesting twist near the beginning. Alabama Redacted versus Test Alliance. Please ignore. Test says, who needs Keep Stars? Who needs Sov? We can still take matches in the Anger Games. And pulls out a dub in this match. Interesting. Minmatar Gun Rush versus a dual battleship rapid heavy setup from Alabama Redacted. Let's start with Hugh, Kevin. Let's talk about the situation that Alabama Redacted found themselves in early on, because while their augurer was getting gunned down mercilessly in the street by those rabid dinosaurs, they could not clip through a single Kizriel. Why is this a problem?
So, when we're talking about these rapid heavy fit battleships, the rapid heavies, just like rapid lights, have a solid clip size. They throw that clip size out there over a few seconds. They get all that DPS front loaded all at once, and then they have a very long reload time. So in a PvP kind of situation, You need to actually kill the thing you're shooting with that clip, or they will have time to get repaired up, and by the time you get to your next clip, they'll be full health. You didn't get anything done. So this makes target selection at the start of the match extremely important. When you have all of your tackle, all your screen, all your application, and ready to go, you are very good at killing things for that first clip. If you don't kill the first thing you clip into, you're basically dead in the water. The entire enemy fleet is still doing all of its DPS, and you aren't doing any for the foreseeable future. If they had gone for something like the tackle, if they had gone for the scalpels while they still had a bellicose up, stuff like that, where they could have, instead of trading their augur for nothing, they could have traded the augur for the enemy's logi, and they don't get it. Then when they try to clip into the next thing, they actually kill it instead of it just living.
Yeah. Now, Keith, we mentioned during first of all, shout out to all the Bucky's appreciators, Bucky's knowers in chat. I see that you out there, Khaleesi. I see you. Rose, of course, a well-known Bucky's appreciator, as am I. Anybody who has lived anywhere in the American Southeast knows Bucky's is a place for quality food. And also gasoline, I suppose, if you need fuel. That's petrol for the Brits, if you're watching, and everybody else in the civilized world. That being said, Keith, let's talk for a moment about the Celestis versus the Scalpels, because the Alabama Redacted brings the Celestis with bonus to damps. But what are you damping then with your Celestis if you're running up against this sort of a gun rush comp, especially a gun rush comp with Frigate Logi?
It's honestly, it's kind of useless. I mean, in that circumstance, you're going up a comp that wants to be at you at 0 anyway, and the Scalpels also are going to be, or maybe not at 0. A lot of times they sit out at like 20, with their opt will be between 25 and 20, but they don't care. Their lock range, their frigates, they're already going to have a pretty quick lock speed, so you're not going to be able to switch targets very quickly on them. And then also they're going to orbit whatever the heck they're repping anyway pretty closely. So the comp doesn't care about the damps. The damps were probably a non-issue for the other team, maybe except initially when they go in on the burn-in. Then after that, they get on top of whatever target they want and they take them out. So again, the Celestis just wasn't able to do much for that team. And then we also saw just the inability to sync up their rapid heavy barrages to take targets out, and their damage just becomes null and void when you can't kill something while the Logi's still up.
We mentioned too, and during the last match about, I think maybe Kevin, you mentioned this as well, about how when you have a Bellicose still on grid, the Bellicose with bonus target painters, you have the option to go after a lot of the low end of the other team. But going after the Kizriel early on, instead of something like a Scalpel maybe, or a Svipple, if the Svipple's in play, or hell, even the Moa. The Moa, a cruiser with bonus target paints on top of it, could take a ton of damage from both these ships. Not doing that. Do you feel like the Kizriel is worth that much respect? Like, do you feel like the Kizriel is that dangerous?
No, I mean...
Oh, sorry, Keith, go for it.
Yeah, Keith, go ahead.
Oh yeah. No. Sorry. Like, I don't think, I mean, maybe their logic there is like the Kezriel is a lot of damage. It's a pocket battleship, quote unquote. I think it's in the tooltips for the game, but like, I don't think the Kezriel is the target that you're going to go for. You're not going to take it out. It's also the tankiest. Rapid heavy comps, typically because of clips, want to start bottom up, take out the support wing, and then go to the bigger stuff, or because you're not going to clip a like a battle cruiser, battleship size tank.
Indeed. All right, we're going to go ahead and look to our next match. We have a Rookie Crookie versus Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team. The worst name in the tournament, but also one of my favorites. We have some bans on screen right now. Curious. Vindicator getting a ban from Kadari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team. Kevin, the Vindicator ban is curious. We don't often see the Vindy get banned outright. The Vindy is obviously strong in a lot of different comps, a lot of armor rush comps, because of how fast it can get, and also because of how powerful those webs are. Do you feel like the Vindicator has played well enough over the last couple of weeks to warrant a ban slot?
I honestly don't think so. The Vindicator, we've seen it be the core element of a lot of control comps, especially. And the problem with banning the Vindicator to try to get rid of those ultra control comps, like we saw earlier with the Arazu and Falcon kind of control comps, is that the Vindicator is just a good battleship for it. It's not the only battleship for it. You can slot a lot of pirate battleships in there, and they'll do the same job of being a bunch of DPS, really thick, and be able to do the same jobs of just being the main DPS of the entire composition. And so if you want to get rid of those control comps, you gotta ban out more of the control ships. And we do see a lot of those control bans, but I don't think this is the way to do it.
I agree. Now, folks, just so you're watching, if you're just so you're in the know, just so you know what's going on, so some programming notes. We are having a little bit of technical issues on our back end right now. You may see the stream go down temporarily for a very brief period of time while we sort some things out in the next few minutes. If that happens, stick around. We're not going anywhere. The matches will continue to play on. We'll give you updates as they come in. We have about a minute left before we go down to the arena. Let's talk very, very quickly about control. And now we've seen some control comps come up here. Keith, do you feel like control is starting to assert itself? We've seen so much gun spam over the last couple of weeks and certainly over the last couple of days, but now we've seen 2 control comps get dubs. Do we feel like the control is having a bit of a renaissance?
Yeah, I think control, it's something we see in the later stages of tournaments. It takes a little more finesse and practice to fly well, but when it flies well, it really dominates. And we saw aggressively mid-tier sit back and just slowly dismantle the other teams. And as we get in further into this, where the better teams are still around, they're going to start breaking out their control comps, and it can counter the gun spam if done properly with damps and jams and that kind of thing, and force teams to just really have to just not call targets and actually have to fly well. So
fascinating. I'm looking at the arena right now. We've got about a minute before we go down there. I'm going to tell you, chat, there's a ship on this grid. I don't know if I've ever seen on a tournament, or at least certainly have not seen on a tournament grid in a long time. If you're in the chat right now, tell me what you think that ship is, and I'll tell you all in turn how wrong you are, because this one is a bit of a doozy.
It was there last week.
Was it there last week? Listen, I didn't. Was it on the second stage last week?
That's true. Listen, that's true.
I don't watch. I don't watch matches. Okay, they bring me in.
Assuming we're talking about the same ship.
We just talked about it, right?
It is for sure. We're talking about the same ship. Hey, interesting. Hey, very curious. Control. What an idea. Maybe we'll see control. Maybe we won't. Maybe we're just making stuff up. I know I am. We're gonna go down to the arena once again with Rose, Alari, Imahara, Corvus, Anzo for this match between our friends in Rookie Crookie and Caldari Intramural Space Law's complicated debate team. Live now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corvus. I'm joined by Rose, and here for this matchup between Rookie Crookie and Caldari Intramural Space Law's complicated debate club. Rookie Crookie bringing a surprise here. Barbaroga with a very, very big control comp here. We're looking at a Guardian, Lachesis, Magus Confessor, and Dual Crucifiers. Rose, what is Caldari Intramural Space Law is complicated debate team bringing?
Well, the Caldari team, I'm going to shorten it just a little bit, is bringing the Absolution, the Rook. I don't know if that's the ship, but I think it's the Barbaroga. The Rodiva, the Zealot, the Sentinel, and double Draugrs. Now, they left 1 point standing. The double Draugr does have the point increase. Rookie Crookie used all their points. So, as they go ahead and they have started moving. Let's see where this ball of light armor drones goes.
Looks like the debate team has a small section of ships flying directly into the line here. The Rook, the Zealot, and the Draugr burning straight at this Barbaroga here. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the Barbaroga first. The E-War component of Rookie Crookie is keeping its range here. The Crucifiers, the Lachesis, keeping the range here, applying all of that control to the debate team here. There's a lot of tracking disruptors going down on the Draugrs. There are damps going on the Rook here, trying to stop that ECM RNG here as well. So it looks like this Barbaroga is going to get isolated here in the middle, and it is trying to hit stuff. It is at the moment trying to attack a Sentinel of Randa X at the moment.
It looks like he is trying. I do not know how well he's going to be able to spool up on something so small as the Sentinel, given the longer you spool, the more that damage goes up. We will see what happens, though, as it does look like the zealot of the the Caldari intramural space law is complicated. I will say that once, but it does look like that zealot is trying to hold him, trying to make sure that, or is being held. As we can see, that zealot is taking a whole lot of control from the team of Rookie Crookie.
It looks like the Confessor of Cossack is tackled by the Draugr of Drayden here, taking some DPS here. That Draugr is just going to keep spawning up on that Confessor. As you can see here, he's dropping through shields here. He doesn't have much to worry about. He is an armor-tanked ship. We'll see if the Guardian can actually get some reps on there. It looks like he is applying some reps as well. And it looks like a jam has gone off on the Barbaroga as well. So that DPS is basically going to be stopped here, as we see that the debate team is going to start applying DPS here into the Barbaroga. I'm not sure how long that's going to last here in terms of being able to rep and having a Guardian on the field here.
Yep, keeping in mind that Barbaroga is already in a little bit of armor. Rookie Crookie needs to make sure here is that they keep an eye on that. If that Barbaroga goes down, that is a lot of damage going off the field for them. As the Sentinel of Randorex goes down, we see that the Draugr of Ovitalo is already also taking some damage. Getting those Draugrs and that Rook, getting some of that control off grid would be super, super helpful right now for Rookie Crookie.
Yeah, the Rook here is in trouble. He is pretty much on zero with his Barbaroga, and he is webbed down. He does have a load of he is getting reps from the Rodiva here, which does have a good amount of range to be able to rep stuff from, but it does take some time to spool up on, which is probably why we saw that Sentinel. At the end of the day, I think that was a conscious decision from the debate team, knowing that they wouldn't be able to apply the reps there, rather than try and spool up on something small like a Sentinel. They'll just spool up on the Rook instead, which will be a lot more ECM, a lot more control for the debate team here.
Now, is it just me? Or is that Rodiva of Caldari Intramural Space Law is complicated? Is he far away from his team? He looks like he's by that Barbaroga. I think he's wandered a little far there.
He is, I'd say probably about 20 or 30.
Which camera feed you are? Your feed 6, right?
Turning away from the Barbaroga here. He is keeping that Rook alive here. That Rook is on zero with the Barbaroga. The Barbaroga deploying smart bombs here to get rid of some of those Logi drones that is currently sitting on the Rook here.
That is a really smart move. If you can clear some of those Logi drones, you take away some of their reps, which puts more pressure on their Rodiva to perform, to be spooled up. It looks like he's currently spooled on the Rook, though, as the Draugr of avoided. Oh goodness!
Ovitalo.
Yeah, Ovitalo. Wow, my brain stuttered there for a moment as he is taking damage. Looks like he stalled a little bit, but it does look between the Draugr and the Rook. I would say getting rid of that Rook is the smarter play here. Getting rid of some of that E-Ward, getting rid of those gems. As the Confessor of Cossack is going back, he's taking more damage.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple of sort of mini fights happening here on grid. So you have Ovitalo and the Draugr being chased down by the Confessor of Cossack. He also has the Cheesus of Fern with him as well. But next to them, we have the Guardian of Loser 18G getting pounded on by the Draugr of Drayden and also the Zealot of Chris Pronger. However, the Guardian is an Amar ship. It does have quite high resistance levels to EM, and it's only going to be getting that thermal damage off of those two ships there. So if he's able to keep himself alive, he is surrounded by a load of armor and maintenance bots right here as well. So he is going to be alive for quite a while here. And I think the only hope for the debate team to be able to actually get into this match here is to kill some of these smaller ships like the Crucifiers off in order to actually make a difference here. As the Rook finally goes down of Radikos, team captain. So now the Barbaroga has very much a free reign to engage what it wants here, and it is burning into the melee here. So the Guardian possibly going to be losing here, but it looks like he is shooting at the Rodiva of Tank Blessed. We'll see how long he lasts here as he shuts off his DPS. So maybe the Rodiva has managed to pull range here and managed to pull away, as the Rodiva does burn towards the micro jump unit here. I'm not sure what the plan is here.
It does look like Rookie Kruki has done a fantastic job of using what control they brought and maximizing that usage. It does look like the Draugr of Italo is really going to be struggling. He's damped. He's got target disruptors, Nost. He's going to be really struggling. It does look like he is going to go down. Potentially, that Rodiva could still. Did the Rodiva just boundary?
The Rodiva has not boundaried. I don't think he is still in the game, still being seen on the overview here. So I do believe he is still in the game. It looks like
he's out of the arena. It looks like he's.
Ended.
Oh, it does look like the match is ended.
Oh yeah, he has actually. Yeah, the Rodiva has boundaried at 250 kilometers here. So yeah, a bit of a mismanagement there from the debate club here. The Rodiva boundarying itself, and that is an instant loss of ship there. So Kadari Intramural Space Lords complicated debate team now without Logi.
Welcome back, folks. A bit of weird technical fuckery, but hey, it's day 4 and we're gaming. I'm back here in the studio. It's me, CCB Oten, joined again by Kevin and Keith. We're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that last match. We do need to go into the next one here shortly. But another great example of armor control with a single DPS battleship, in this case, the Barbaroga, taking a dub versus another sort of armor gun comp. Keith, very quickly, what is it about these armor control comps that make them so dominant versus the gun comps they've run into?
They can't apply. And I said this on day one, and I said the teams that they're going to have to find ways in a 7-man comp to apply damage. They have to have some kind of support ship, whether it's paints, webs, whatever it may be, to help them apply damage. Well, when you bring a strong control comp with like a double crucifier, you lose that ability now to apply your damage. It negates any support you may have had, and you directly apply that E-War onto those gunboats, and they can't get their damage on anything. They have to then try to burn in, hope that they have really strong webs, and the target's just moving at 0 to be able to track them. So that's really the issue here, is when you have that kind of control that we saw in this match, you just can't get your damage on anything.
No doubt. Next match is going to be Sotu de la Sol versus Project Potato. I don't know if we're going to have bans up, but we will discuss them. Sotu de la Sol banning out the Curse, Oneros, Guardian, Pilgrim, Loki, and Project Potato banning the Hugin, Sleipnir, Prophecy Navy, APOC Navy, and Scimitar. Kevin, this is, I think, the first time today we've certainly seen the Pilgrim banned out, and followed up by, oh, sorry, I lied. The very first match had both these two, the Curse and the Pilgrim, getting rid of all the newts entirely, all the bonus cruiser newts. Why do people ban the Curse and the Pilgrim, Kevin?
Newts are really scary. They're very, very scary. You know what else is scary? TDs, as we saw in that last match. Very scary.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think one thing that I want to mention is that the Hugin is banned, but the Rapier is not banned. So if someone really, really wants to bring their kitey garbage, they can make it happen still.
They absolutely can make it happen. It is interesting. Project Potato then bans, of course, Hugin, Sleipnir, and the Scimitar. The Sleipnir and Scimitar, of course, really great for sort of one of those rush comps. Sometimes you'll see Scimitar great for kite comps as well. Sort of best in slot shield logic for shield kite. But then again, the APOC Navy getting banned out again. I think the Prophecy Navy is kind of an interesting one, Keith, because the Prophecy Navy we see sometimes get used in gun spam comps, but it's not what I would consider an apex gun spam pick. Do you feel like it's worth spending a ban slot on what I could have like a B tier gun spam battlecruiser?
Yeah, no, not at all. I personally would not spend a ban slot on the Prof Navy. Maybe in the Baden, we've seen the Macarial be pretty strong. Like those seem like a better use for that ban for what you're trying to do. It's hard for me. I'm going to say from my position, my experience, 100%. And I'll say this all day to give teams a little bit of credit. You know, maybe the Prof Navy in a comp in a setting in practice, they've seen it and it's been really strong, and they just don't want to see it. But I think there's better ways to ban out what they're probably trying to get rid of than spending it on a Prof Navy.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be going down to the arena here shortly. We've had a bit of a switch up today. You would have been hearing from Wingnut Cross. You're not hearing from Wingnut Cross because Wingnut Cross is running the show now, baby. Stepping in, helping us fix our technical issues. Instead, you're going to hear from Rose, Alaria Mahara, and our own, the man, the myth, the legend, Mystical Might, in this match between Sotu de la Sol and Project Potato.
I am caffeinated and ready to go. Both teams are on field. What are you seeing here?
Well, we've got a slight Florida man. It looks like it might be a kiting variant. They've already got their drones out, flying across the arena, flying into the Chateau de la Sol team. It will be interesting to see what they actually try to go for. But with these two Qatar Navy hook bills, I assume that they'll be trying to kite for a little bit.
I am really excited seeing this Florida Man team, as we have dubbed the use of Gila Alligator and Mamba. We see a little bit of variation here. They brought the Stork. As it does look like they are going for the Augurer of Sutu de la Sol, which I would say that's a really smart play here.
Yeah, I think considering the fact that they don't actually have to be next to the Augurer to get their damage onto it, it makes sense to send those drones across the arena, start putting pressure on. There is a significant amount of rep bots around that Augurer though, so it is going to take a while to die.
I will just say the Augurer looks like a Red Bull can. Hats off to whoever made that skin. But as we see that Augurer going into about 50% armor, it does look like DJ Mui of Project Potato is taking a little bit of damage. However, that Basilisk, that could be a really, really nice trade for both Logi. But damage is pretty spread out right now.
Yeah, that Bazzi is managing to pull away. It looked like the Vexor of Siad was going to be able to get onto Oleg Shaman in the Basilisk, but just missing the tackle there. The Bazzi now pulling away, overheating its prop mod to make sure that it's pulling range, but medium gun spam is very effective at long distance, so there are very few areas of the arena where he can hide, and obviously he goes down as he just cannot outrun that damage.
Absolutely. However, it does look like the Yiskashin of Sutu de la Sol, it looks like they're going to do a Logi trade. That is a very, very smart play to see, as both Logi are now completely off grid. We do see the Harbinger taking a little bit of damage as well.
What I would like to be seeing these alligators do is pulling away. From the looks of it, their weapon systems are heavy missile, so they should have significant range, which means that this alligator of Ivy burning into the battle cruiser team is probably making a mistake by my calculation here.
Absolutely. Especially if you have the ability to use the range on something like this, you absolutely need to be taking advantage of that. The Absolution, he is in about 75% armor, roughly. But that, as we've talked about before, that is a tanky space chicken. As the Gila of the Alligator Man comp of Project Potato goes down before the Absolution. No trade.
Yeah, Marquis did a really good job of prolonging their death there by burning around the arena, but the Mauler was able to kind of keep up, keeping damage into that Gila. And once you're out of shields, you don't really have much armor or hull to go by on these Garista ships. And, you know, we're seeing here IV now taking the brunt of the damage from the Chateau de la Sol team because they decided to sit at 0 instead of effectively using their range.
Absolutely. And we see a lot of medium armor bots out and on that Absolution of Jita. Trying to keep him up here as we see Ivy Kuznetsova in the Alligator going ahead and taking some damage. Once they are through that shield, they're going to lose some DPS here.
Yeah, I think it's just a mistake with the piloting, really. I think this Florida Man team should have had a better chance at winning this match. It's still a really tough match for them to win, since they are going into a fairly laser-heavy team with significant range on those medium guns, so it's kind of hard to dodge the damage coming out. But some poor piloting errors have definitely clinched the win for Chateau de la Sol here, because, you know, feeding an alligator for no reason, kind of rough. The Bazzi also not being screened for is kind of rough as well. Just not an effective use, I think, of those cutter enemy hook bills.
At this point, it looks like Project Potato is going to be boiled, mashed, stuck in a stew, as it looks like that Stork is taking damage once he's gone. They lose their boosts, which then makes that alligator incredibly squishy.
The alligator, I think, still has its own shield link. I don't know if it has more than one. I did see just a single shield effect coming out of Zik in the alligator, but, you know, I don't think there's anything that they can do at this point. So maybe an Edge of Glory kind of boundary attempt may be the call here.
I mean, I don't know if we'll see a record, but I think it looks like he is going to a micro jump. It does look like he is attempting and moving towards that boundary. He is still taking damage. Will he make it to that point? However,
At the moment, I mean, they've swapped their drones onto the Vexor, and they're still doing some pretty good damage. For some reason, the Chateau de la Sol team haven't swapped their rep bots over to the Vexor. The Absolution at this point is regenning shields, so keeping those rep bots on the Absolution is a waste. The Vexor is slowly dying. I don't think it's going to make any significant difference in the match, but it will be interesting to see whether the Alligator can claw back a couple kills. Oh, okay, jumping back to the same beacon it just left and missing. So now it has to burn a little bit if it wants to get back onto that beacon. It looks like it is now just burning away.
As the shields of the alligator go down, I think this is a very burnt potato. They might have overcooked here, or it might have been the mistakes that they made along the way, as we see that alligator going ahead and hitting low armor.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see these types of comps hit the arena grid. A lot of this does come down to the piloting, but tournaments like these are a very good kind of area for people to try out a tournament scene, get involved. It doesn't cost you much, and there's no real stakes unless you're really aiming for that joint custody on the ley lamps, as I saw one of the participants of the tournament call it. But you know, with that alligator going down, that is the match. Congratulations to Chateau de la Sol, and we will throw it back to the arena, maybe after some adverts.
Welcome back to the desk. It's me, CCB Jotun, joined again by Keith and Kevin. Me, Giant Head Jotun. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing extremely well. You can tell because you can see my pores. Isn't that something? I love it. This is so much fun for me. I'm glad I showered this morning. Been really awkward if I had not done that. Studio de la Sol, Chateau de la Sol versus Project Potato. An interesting matchup. The Project Potato team not being able to pull this one out with the Florida Man comp. Chateau de la Sol bringing gun spam, which we've of course seen to be very strong. I'm going to start with you, Kevin. Let's talk for a moment about the application of gun spam versus kite comps, right? Because one of the benefits of gun spam is you have a lot of range, and versus most kite comps that are actually properly kiting, you can, those kite comps tend to try and outrange the gun spam sort of core group of battle cruisers. But in this case, the Alligator Man comp is not exactly known for its speed. Is that a major determining factor in why they were able to get this dub?
I think it is that the gun spam has the benefit that missiles do not, that they can load short range ammunition and get a bunch of extra DPS. If they don't, if the enemy comp doesn't have long webs, it doesn't have damps or something like that to push off the long range DPS, and they lose the short range fight, there's not a lot of fights that they win, especially if they're going to trade a T2 Logi for a T1 Logi, and bring 2 frigates that don't save that T2 Logi, and then do not much else for the rest of the round. There's just not a lot you can do in that kind of situation. You brought a bunch of ships that didn't end up paying off very much.
Yeah. Let's talk, before we go over to bans, let's talk for a moment too, Keith, about so early on in the match, Project Potato was able to knock down Chateau de la Sol's Augurer, knocks out their Logi, then immediately swaps to the Absolution. Was that the right target call?
Yeah, no, I think their target call, they also had split DPS on that AUG. I think they would have taken that AUG down sooner, maybe been a little faster. They had an opportunity with the damage of the 2 alligators, but we saw only 2 drones on the Auger, or 4 drones on the Auger, which implies probably the 2 alligators were in the Auger, but the Gila drones, interesting, were on the Mauler. So they took too long to take down the Auger, and then they go to the tankiest ship that was on the field, which is the Absolution, and what they needed was some quick damage to come off the field to maybe hope save their Basilisk. And they went to the Absolution, which the Harbinger, the Vexor, any one of those, the Bellicose, all would have been better targets with T1 resist profiles, that kind of thing, to probably take down before the Abso.
Hell yeah. All right, let's go ahead and load to our next match. Our next one is between If All Else Fails and a Dishwasher University. Dishwasher University, of course, being the happy married union between Derpwater Hooligans and Eve Uni. I think we're going to have bans. If we don't have bans, I can tell you what the bans are. We've got bands. We're sending bands. I think I have bands. Let's go. We've got bands. Hell yeah. We're gaining, baby.
We're professionals here.
We are professional. Okay. So some cool bands in here, though. The first Bargus ban of the day for us. Let's talk about the Bargus ban. Kevin, the Bargus, of course, a lot of range, a lot of power, has been extremely strong in years past in the tournament format. Getting a first ban, when you want to ban out the Bargus, what are you trying to avoid?
You don't want to fight into a big, kitey, scary stuff. And that's a strange choice to ban the Barghest and leave through Rapier Hugin, because that's usually the way that the Barghest lives, is because the Rapier Hugin can screen for it forever. It can web half of the entire enemy composition, but without those webs, the Barghest kind of just gets walked up on, and depending on what you're looking at, if you're looking at a rush especially, they just kind of kill it. It just kind of dies a lot of the time. You need to really do a lot to try to keep a Barghest alive. So it's kind of a confusing ban for the initial, I think.
Yeah. Now, Keith, let's talk about these the Dishwasher University team banning out all of the Celestis, the Carries, and the Maulus, getting rid of all of those bonus damps as quickly as they could, leaving only the Arazu, I believe, left over afterwards. Yes, the Arazu afterwards. So banning out damps. I mean, obviously damps can be super oppressive in a lot of these E-War comps. What do you think they're trying to avoid with that one?
Yeah, they left up the Arazu and the Lachesis as well. So both of those two recons are still up. I think when you're banning the T1 damps and the carries in there, you're saying like, hey, these are cheap ships that you can throw into a comp. There's a little more flexibility in the comp. So the comp's a little bit stronger because we can use our points on the higher end. So they don't want to see damps, and I think they're telling their card. But at the same time, like there's still the Lachesis and Arazu's up. So we'll see if the other team decides to take it.
It's so interesting too. The Neros ban from Dishwater University. The Neros is one that you don't see banned very often. It's not often. It's not. It certainly is not the best. We did see one in the last match as well. Chateau del Sol also banned out in a Neros. But I think the Neros is kind of funny because in terms of T2 armor logi, it's not the strongest T2 armor logi. That is the Guardian. Guardian typically has, I think it just has more rep power, but it is faster a little bit more, and it has more mids. Do we feel like the Oneros is a better ban, or maybe they're just trying to avoid an armor or an armor kite situation?
And Oneros is better to handle ECM because it has that extra mid where it can put the ECM rig in there and then it dual prop it. So it's a little bit slots in a little bit better. I think it's a little stronger in a tournament setting versus the Guardian.
Very, very cool. You know what? We're going to go ahead and throw this one over just a little bit early because we do have the teams on the arena. This is going to be, if all else fails, versus Dishwater University with your casters, Mystical Might and me. We'll see you here in a few minutes.
Welcome to the arena. My name is Mystical Might, and I am joined by CCP Jotun, the lover of a good can of Heinz beans. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I knew exactly what this is going to fucking be. I knew exactly. This is why he wanted to throw over early, wasn't it? What a bastard! What an actual bastard! I'm CCPO.
We need yak time.
Beans are the enemy. Beans, you should not eat them. They're a fool's errand, and the British were bad for ever subjecting us to them. What do we have here? Let's talk for a second. A rattlesnake in God's Own 2026. A rattlesnake being flown by If All Else Fails. Why in the world are they going to bring a rattlesnake to this match, Mystical Might?
Well, it's looking very much like, and I'm just trying to zoom in on these weapon systems here, that they are going for a little bit of the old ham rush. Now, you are a massive fan of ham. Tell us about your experiences with ham, Yoden.
Ham has not. Listen, there have been a lot of hams in this world that have tried to kill me, and not one of them has been able to put me down yet. So I am not threatened by ham, even if it's a rattlesnake ham. I haven't tried rattlesnake ham. That might be kind of interesting. I bet it would be gamey. Links do pop. We have the match underway. Gun spam, of course, being brought by the biggest team. Pretty standard fare here. Prophecy Navy, Astart, Zealot, Phobos. Immediately scoping the Hound. Mystical Might. That Hound need to get up and move.
Really good start for the gun spam team here. The Basilisk now taking damage because the Bazzi has been somewhat left behind by the rest of its team. There isn't really much that the kiting team here can do to maintain any control over the grid, especially considering that there are so many DPS ships and there is well, they actually have a Jaganus people, but I don't know where they are right now. They've burned all the way back.
Yeah, they burned way far away. And smart, honestly, the Basilisk was the second primary and nearly got chunked into armor.
Wait, Yoden, pay attention to the Ogre HP real quick. Like right
I'm
about
seeing
now.
it. I'm watching it. I'm looking at it. I see missiles
the
landing.
rattlesnake drones have landed on the Augurer, so now we should see that armor yo-yo a little bit more.
I do like the armor yo-yo. Armor yo-yo is fun. They've gone on to the Jag as well. I don't know if the Jag is the best target here. The Basilisk was eating shit and is still kind of down in the. Well, never mind. That's the Bellicose, not the Basilisk. The Jag drops, and watch the Augurer. We are watching the Augurer. The Augurer is having a rough time, surrounded by a cloud of friendly light armor maintenance bots who are just doing their best to try and fight off against these Hornets. Are these the? Oh, they're the Berserkers. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They did drop his.
Now,
okay, very good.
One interesting thing to note about drones, especially in the tournament, but on TQ as well, is that sometimes they will just deaggress if you are not in your drone control range. And those Berserkers have decided that the Ogre is in fact not a tasty snack, and they are flying all the way back to the Rattlesnake.
Yeah, they're just you know what? They're going on a spirit quest, is what they're doing. They're just off. They're right there in the middle of the arena. They are the biggest chunk of damage for their team. And right now, all they're doing is burning after an Augurer, which is, funny enough, much faster than them. The Loki goes down. They might actually get on top of this Augur by the time that the Deepwater University or Dishwater University, sorry, manages to clear the rest of the other team. That is a rough deal. One of the roughest part of having a drone comp, especially if you're relying on rattlesnake drones. They're not fast.
I have to say, especially for those of you in Twitch chat, the situation does not look great from the arena right now. There is not really much that this rattlesnake team is going to be able to achieve. Those berserkers, even though they are some of the fastest heavy drones that you can get, considering that they are Mimitar based, they are not apparently fast enough to keep up with that augur without the Sweeple tackling it, and the Sweeple is slowly dying here.
Yeah, and the rattlesnake has been sitting at 0 in the center of the arena the entire match. Those drones have not swapped once. He could have before, like, I just don't understand this. At any point, you could take the drones off the auger and put them onto something else that was a little bit faster. He decided not to do that, and so as a result, they've been down damaged the entire time. I mean, there are so many things sitting in the middle of the arena. The Prophecy Navy was sitting there, the Astarte was sitting there, the Zealot was sitting there. Of course, all of those things are now kind of pulled off, but like, you are not chasing down the augur with those with the berserkers. It's just not going to happen. Now finally they're on top of him, but only because the augur stopped because it got tackled by the Swipple. Of course, then the Swipple is going to eat shit too. But look, see here, if you were able to tackle the augur earlier, look at the augur. Look at him, absolutely getting smoked by those drones. If you'd done this 2 minutes ago, perhaps, would have been in a better spot. Unfortunately, didn't do it 2 minutes ago, just did it now, and now they're down 3-6.
I think that there was an unfortunate hiccup where the rattlesnake drones recalled themselves as Deebs in the Loki got on top of the augur to web it down. And then by the time that the drones had turned around and started burning off the augur again, the Loki had died because the Basilisk, that has just died as well, was out of position and unable to provide any reps. So again, I think it's maybe some nerves when it comes to the piloting and positioning of these ships and the execution of these comps. I do think that things could have been done better. But I think this also just shows how strong gun spam generally is in the tournament, especially if you are able to snap that lower end at the very beginning.
Yeah, it is so strong still. I mean, we saw the Hound getting smoked straight out the gate, the Basilisk getting so much pressure early on, and it applies so quickly. You can really swap and put the full force of your entire team on anything within like 50 kilometers, like in a moment's notice. That puts so much pressure on your Logi, so much pressure on people to just be paying attention, just in general. Because especially if you're relying on armor or drone Logi as well, you just don't have the time to react.
Wait.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got some material to run past you real quick. I think you'll like it.
Okay. I'm down. Yes, let's hear it.
Biggest must have had their baked beans this morning because they're all gas, no brakes. How's that? You like that? Yep. Yoda, hey, is this on?
You know, you hurt me in so many ways. You choose.
No, I would never. I could never.
Choose to cause me such great discomfort, such a horrible pain. They're just so gross. They're so squishy and nasty. They're like little fucking. If you bite into one, it's like biting into a fucking like a little pimple. They're nasty.
All right, okay, well now the question has to be asked: why have you been biting into pimples, buddy? Also, for those of you watching, the Bellicose did die. There is no Logi on the biggest team, so when the drones get on top of something, they will eventually die to the chip damage. But I don't believe it's going to make much difference. The target painters from the Bellicose weren't exactly helping with the application on the rattlesnake.
It would be wild if the rattlesnake sold at this point, but I don't think it's going to happen. Listen, first of all, don't kink shame me. Second of all, I don't need to see. Listen, I don't need to know that a thing is terrible. I don't need to know exactly what a thing is to know that it's terrible. I've not ever been in a car crash. I can tell you that being in a car crash is probably not great. For the same reason, I can tell you that eating beans, biting into those fucking little like little bastards, is just so gross.
This is your reminder, Twitch chat, as this rattlesnake slowly dies, that if you are going to FanFest, you can bring a can of Heinz beans in your luggage and give it to Jotun, and he will eat it cold out of the can.
Yep, that's going to be the end of that one. Dishwater University takes the dub, knocks down the rattlesnake. We'll send it back to the desk with me, Keith, and Kevin right after this.
Yoten's muted, that's why. Welcome back to the desk. It's got
Fuck!
Kevin Grubbin.
I got it. Yes. Welcome back to the desk. Thank you. I was doing myself. I didn't need to mute. I don't know why I muted after the match. I didn't need to mute. I've been in the rhythm. Okay, hang on. We're back. Hello, it's me. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin was that guy. I'm me. CSP Yoten back at the desk. Kevin and Keith. A match between Gun Spam from Dishwater University and, if all else fails, bringing a really interesting drone-heavy, let's say drone-forward comp with a Rattlesnake, Loki, and Basilisk. An interesting one. Drone, like this is we have not seen this version of the drone comp yet. Kevin, let's start with you. Do you feel like the Rattlesnake is the best in slot for this sort of drone comp, or is there maybe a better option they could have pulled here?
Honestly, I think it's probably the best if you want to have missiles and a tanky ship. But honestly, if you want drones, why aren't you going for something like an EOS or Vexers or any of the other excellent drone ships that exist? And it seemed like they just really wanted to bring a Basilisk, so they needed it to be shield. So they're like, oh, how do we also actually apply 2 heavy drones that have no speed bonuses to anything ever that isn't a battleship? We'll bring like a Jag and a Loki and a bunch of... And then we're going to feed them one at a time into the ball of gun spam, and then the AUG will live forever, and then we'll lose. It'll be great.
Hell yeah. It's so interesting, Keith. Just talking about the Rattlesnake again for a moment, because I find the Rattlesnake kind of fascinating. It is so much damage, but it's so much damage in a very specific context. And as Mystical Might, noted bean fetishist, mentioned during the last match, it can be kind of problematic when your drones can't keep up with something, or when they just stop following a target in the middle of the match. Is there something that players can do to maybe mitigate that, or maybe, here's an idea, Keith, would it have been better if the Rattlesnake had just approached the target and kept in control range the whole time, as opposed to just sitting still?
It should be noted that he was sitting on top of a jump beacon, because there is one right at the middle of the arena, and he was literally sitting on top of my ship. So he could have at any point MJD'd into where he needed to be, kept his drones on top of it. They have probably a missile. They could have a utility high with newts. All are beneficial there. The answer for that team, they had a Loki to try to web, but as you saw, they got pushed off. The Basilisk got pushed all the way off by the guns, and they continued. They separated. The Jaguar went out after the Auger. They were like, they tunnel visioned on it, and they didn't have any Logi to support them, and they lost ships while under Logi, and they weren't able to do anything, and the drones couldn't keep up. So there's things they could have done. They could have put drone nav comps. You can get Berserkers up pretty quick, but you lose tank if you do that. And Rattlesnake just sitting there just was a curious decision.
Yeah, I don't know if I quite understand it. So much of there are instances where you want your ship to stop moving, especially if you're in battleship gunboats. You often hear people talking about out tracking themselves when a battleship is moving too quickly past a target and can't shoot it because its velocity is too high, and so the transversal goes kind of crazy. And it's better at that point just stop your ship, control space, shoot the thing you want to shoot so you can have the best possible transversal. Not important in the Rattlesnake by many different counts, because one, those heavy missiles don't care about how fast you are moving, and also the drones barely even know that you exist as a ship.
So I realized what was happening. There was so much talk of beans and ham. He was just enjoying some beans and ham in the middle of the match.
Oh,
God. He forgot to move his ship, man.
The ham is fine.
That's what happened.
Hit F1 and then went to go take another bite.
That's right. That's right. He was distracted by the beams. I blame you and Misty for your bean talk.
I am in hell.
Distracted the Rattlesnake pilot.
This is hell, and you are all Satan. We're going to go ahead to bans for the next match. Our next match is going to be 2x16th, or 2/16ths, whatever it is, 2x16th versus highly regarded. Fantastic, wonderful. Thank you, Wingnut, for that label. Spectacular. Wingnut, do you have the bands, by the way, real quick? Do we have those that we can swing to?
This is a professional stream here today.
I love it. Okay. This is very good. A lot of standard stuff here. The Lakeisha seeing a lot of E-War getting pulled out, Arbitrator, Curse Pilgrim, all of those being banned out by Highly Regarded. Highly Regarded wants nothing to do with any of that Eeyore. Lachesis in there as well. Kevin, I mean, we've seen, obviously, Highly Regarded is one of the better teams in this tournament so far. They have a lot of skill expression, is probably the term that they would like to use. Do these kind of comps, or do these kind of ships negatively impact comps that are more skill expressive?
So, I think the Curse and Pilgrim Band and being paired with Lachesis makes me think that it's like they're bringing something long range that they don't want to just like someone turns their brain off, put their damps on the DPS ship, and then they can take another bite of their beans. You know, they want to force actual activity or force the enemy into a more rush based composition that they can easily outcontrol and outplay.
You ever say something and you know immediately that it's going to be your legacy forever afterwards?
Yeah,
It's
you're
too
done,
late.
dude. You're cooked.
It's
Yeah,
too late.
I think I might be cooked. Fuck. They're just not good is the problem. I would never, like, people talk about even putting beans in chili. I would never make chili with beans. Chili con carne only. Meat, spices, vegetables, get some jalapenos in there. Just not fucking beans. They're so gross.
You know what they say? Beans are the magical fruit. And you know what else is the magical fruit? So
What
the
is
Curse
it,
and
Keith?
Pilgrim are the stronger of the TDs. So typically you ban those because you're going to bring a weaker TD comp. And I don't know. I might be foreshadowing by what I see on the field, Jotun.
You might be. You absolutely might be. With that being said, we're going to throw it down to known war criminal, Mystical Might, and my own beloved Rose Alari Imahara for this next match between Highly Regarded and 2x16ths. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the arena. I am Mystical Might, and I am joined by Rose for this match between 2/16ths and Highly Regarded. Highly Regarded have a Barghest Loki. It looks like it's going to be a chitin comp, especially as they do have these Crucifiers and the Celestis. Rose, what do 2/16ths have?
2/16 has brought the Zarmad, the Absolution, the Zealot, the Deimos, the Magus, the Mauler, and the Retribution. I am very curious, given that their high end is a Zarmazad, which is their Logi.
I'm thinking that this is probably actually going to go in favor of the chitin comp here. Basilisk and the Barghest is going to have a fairly decent time of applying damage, especially for anything that burns in, as there is a Loki on the grid to help kind of web targets off, to act as their screen, quote unquote. I'm sure the desk can explain what that is. Real quick question though, while this Magus is kind of just bouncing around and we watch the Barghest use up its clip, how do you feel about beans in chili?
Look, I don't like beans. They make my tummy hurt. And I much prefer a meat soup in the form of chili. So while I am not opposed to beans, I don't eat them because they tend not to make me feel so good. So, yeah,
You know what? That's reasonable.
That's my
We'll give you a
stand.
medical exemption on the beans. Yoden does not have any such excuse to not put beans in chili. The Zarm is now taking damage. We have the highly regarded team burning in to try and make sure that when these 2/16ths do try to MJD off of the beacon that they are currently on, they're able to tackle something down. It seems like the Zarm has panicked and is making a break for it by breaking left away from the highly regarded team while the rest of his team sits on the beacon. It looks like they're not going to be making that MJD play now. They are burning in and trying to get damage on that Loki, which has promptly turned around as its shield has started to drop.
Yeah, making sure to protect their Logi, which is back up to full or almost full armor at this point. That is a really smart play, especially when you're using you're using a spooling Logi versus the Augur. I think that was really smart. They went to protect their Logi, knowing that Logi can make a long-term impact. It looks like they're going for the Augur as well, so this could be a chance for them to kind of recover a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Augur paired with the Loki and the Barghest. Typically, we see those as shield ships, but bringing the Armorlogi does mean that they have plenty of mids to help with their application, which is important because they don't have any really bonus target painters on their teams. So a lot of those Barghest mids are probably going to be dedicated to those missile guidance computers and maybe a couple scrams just to help with the screening. But it doesn't seem to be helping all that much, as Costas does continue to drop in the Augur, and there are many, many medium gun boats burning right after him.
Well, going ahead, taking out that Logi, if it were me for 2/16, I would go after the Outrider. That's their boosts. Boosts can make a large difference. Having them versus not having them can be something, but we do see the Deimos of 2/16 taking some damage, but he is catching reps. As it looks like Highly Regarded is making sure to use a portion of their control bar, spreading out their E-War.
Yeah, those
Will
crucifiers
that
are
save
doing.
them, though?
Well, I think those crucifiers are doing a really good job of staying away from all the medium gun spam boats. They're going to have optimal range disruption on things like the Absolution and the Zealot, maybe even the Deimos, as rails have been nerfed a couple times in the past year. So their range isn't as good as it used to be. As you mentioned, it does seem like they are swapping damage to the Outrider to try and get rid of some of those links to make it a little bit easier to break through the rest.
At this point, the Augur, he is repping armor. He is getting armor reps.
Yeah, there's a lot of armor bots out.
If they would have committed, I don't know if they still could have broken him, but at this point, there's damage all over the place, but nobody's died yet.
It is very much a very skillful game. As it currently stands, if things remain the way that they are, if this Magus does not catch reps from the Zarm, then we will likely be going into overtime with a full comp on both sides, which I think might be a first. The Magus is, however, okay, you know what? He's fine. There we go. There it is.
Yeah, he's kind of fine. He is catching reps, but he is still damaged. He's at 30% structure, but he is catching armor reps. So that Zarmzad is really putting in the work to keep him alive. To try and at least have a little bit of screen, their boosts. As we see the Augur go down to about 50%-ish. He is taking damage. That's a trait that would almost be worth it in my mind. The Magus for the Augur, if they can get the Augur, of course. But we'll have to see as some hull is gone from the Augur.
Yeah, that Costas in the Augur will go down. He's currently burning kind of parallel to a number of the medium gun spam boats on the 2/16 side, so he's not pulling range. And there we go. We see him go down. The Magus did also die. What you may not have seen on the stream is the Basilisk in the Barghest burning towards the Magus to make sure that the intervals in between his missiles hitting were as small as possible. The Outrider now going down, or slowly going down, maybe going down. Now that there are no armor reps left on the field here.
Maybe. It does look like Pretorius in the Crucifier is taking some damage as well, getting some of that E-War off of the field. For 2/16 from the side of Highly Regarded, 2/16 could really use taking some of that E-War bar down. That would help them out quite a bit. Maybe allow them to do a little more damage, be a little more accurate with shots. But it does look like they're also going after the Outrider. I don't know. That's a very fair trade for a Magus, in my opinion.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't think that there's really much that the Highly Regarded team can do. They are down at Logiboat. They are taking constant chip damage from these drones onto their E-War frigates and their Outrider. So they will eventually fall. And most of the targets that they've picked so far on the 2/16 side have ADCs, which means that whenever something takes damage, they hit their little panic button, they get giga resists, and the Zarm has plenty of time to rep them back up to full. The Loki is dropping into structure and goes down, unable to pull range from the 2/16 side. I think we're just going to be watching 2/16 mop up the arena, basically.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's a meat grinder. We see the Crucifier of Highly Regarded.
Oh.
And the match is ended. So at this point, 2/16 have pulled off a win, and we'll go ahead and send it back to the desk and let them analyze it.
Welcome back to the fuck you, wingnut. Welcome back to the desk. I'm CCB Yoten, being oppressed on all sides right now by a bunch of bean zealots, and I'm here, of course, with Keith and Kevin, who are fine for the most part. And that last match, 2/16, taking a dub against highly regarded. Highly regarded gets knocked down to the lower bracket as a result. Gun Spam taking the dub over a really interesting armor control kite comp with a Bargist and a Loki, armor Bargist and armor Loki. Let's talk through this real fast, and then I want to go talk about the bracket for just a moment. So Keith, we'll start with you. Let's talk about the armor Bargist, because you don't usually see armor. You don't normally see Bargists in armor comps, but here it's flown as one as part of a kite comp. What utility does the Bargist have in that sort of armor setup?
I mean, it can run TDs, it can run damps, it can run anything. They're just unbonused in those mids. But I've also seen in other tournaments that we've seen an armor comp with a stronger high-end shield battleship still. So that could have been still a shield Bargist. It did not get shot much from what the looks of it. That's why I was in our chat on the side. I was like, somebody shoot it because I want to know if this is an armor barg or not, to see what's going on. I feel like you go armor with the damage you had on field with just one battleship and a Loki, you're going to have troubles. And as we saw, they had troubles breaking things. So yes, it can bring a lot of utility, but does that utility translate to you actually taking a ship off the field?
Yeah. Let's for a moment then, Kevin, talk about this the setup of the comp as a whole, because I asked whether or not this was a control comp, like we've seen a lot of the other armor control comps, because you do have a lot of mids in your Bargist. You get a lot of utility out of the Loki. Obviously, you have the Celestis in there as well, and then 2 Crucifiers. We don't usually see control comps in a kite setup. Why would you do that with this one instead of the more sort of like methodical plotting control comps you see from some of the other, like the Bob Rogue comp we saw earlier, or one of the Vindy comps?
The reason we might see it in this kind of kitey setup is that if you're using damps, especially in TDs, that they shine at range where you can force the enemy to not be able to shoot you back, whether that's by reducing their gun range via the TDs or reducing their lock range via the damps. But it makes it very hard for you to break through such substantial logi like the Zarmast, especially when all of your DPS is based on clips. Because once you start clipping into something, you're pretty hard committed to keep shooting it for the rest of the clip in hopes that you actually kill the thing. But the problem is that a Zarmast is very good at just slapping its spooling rep on it. If it doesn't die right away, you've already wasted a bunch of your clip, and the spooling rep is going to overtake your DPS very quickly. And that's why we saw them having such a massively hard time breaking anything against that team.
Hell yeah. Looking at the bracket real quick, just letting you know that coming out of the first round was We Form Volta, highly regarded, Deteriorated, Clown College, Spooky Action at a Distance, Punishing Grey Raven, Yabby's Baddies, love you guys, and Aggressively Mid-Tier. Now in the second round, the first match of the second round was this last one. 2x16 takes the dub, highly regarded drops to the lower bracket. They will see From Spark to Flame in their next match. And with that being said, let's go to the bans for this upcoming match between No Numbers and Clown College. Now, both of these teams, this is a second round match in the winners bracket. Both of these teams, Clown College played obviously earlier today to get here. No Numbers got here by virtue of group stage. No Numbers, the kind of combination group of paper numbers and no vacancies, banning an interesting set of ships. This is very similar, but we now see a Bargist as well as an Orthrus in here. Let's talk, Keith now about the Bargist. Again, we've seen so many battleships get banned, some of these armor battleships. Now the Bargist getting a call out. Obviously, they got this ban in well before this last match. Does the Bargist warrant that sort of attention?
We've seen the Bargist be really successful. And back when I was in ATs and I wrote Capel and flew with them, we flew Bargist really well. And one of the common strategies when you run a rapid heavy comp and you run like a heavy missile like that is you're going to go bottom up, right? So if you ban a Bargist, or like we see Clown ban Orthrus twice now today, they're probably worried about their lower end, right? So Clown card banned the Orthrus. They brought T1 Friglogy, and guess what? A Bargist and Orthrus eat up. T1 Friglogy. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these teams, or if not both, have either Friglogy or even T1 Friglogy where they're worried about their bottom end and they're trying to protect that either with a Bargist or Orthrus ban.
Kevin, I want to ask you a question because I have in the past taken the position that bans don't really matter and that teams typically don't have too much trouble adjusting. That's not always been the case, obviously, and it's a little bit of a meme. Do you feel like, when as a tournament participant, whenever you were in a tournament participant, is it better to ban things you don't want to see, or is it better to ban things that you don't want the other guys to, or in other words, is it better to ban something that is worse against your comp or something that you are strong against? I guess if that makes sense, or that is strong against you. I feel like I'm talking around myself here. You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
They matter, Jotun, if we can ban beans. If we ban beans, we'll be okay.
God damn it! I
think that usually when I'm going into bans personally, at least, I'm not thinking about what I don't like fighting against. I'm thinking what's the strongest composition against what I'm planning to bring, and that's what's on my mind. It has brought me the most success, at least. Now I am not the best player in the game, so other people might have better ideas as far as that goes. But I think that it's very interesting. I've just noticed this, that the Rapier is banned, but the Hugin is not banned, which is a very
odd choice
that has been made.
Yeah, it feels like if you're going to cover one, you got to cover the other, because really you're just saying, hey, we don't want you to fight this one specific version of this. And it doesn't really matter whether or not I can cloak or whether I can appear on D-Scan. Neither of those matter. Anyway, we're going to throw it back to the arena. We have No Numbers versus Clown College in this next match of the Anger Games. Oh, they're not here yet. You're right. I'm looking at the arena.
2 more minutes.
Did we? Oh, they're teleporting them over now. Okay, so fair enough. I try not to kill Wingnut, but I may have killed Wingnut. Listen, Wingnut. He, this is the middle of the day for him. He's not been up for several hours. It's not the middle of the night. Certainly, he needs to be kept on his toes a little bit. He needs to be kept in line. He gets a little screwy if he's not sort of situated. So we're just waiting now for some people to get over here. Oh, I see that my name has changed again. That's very exciting. Love that for me. Man, hosting is fun. I've not done this before, and it really is just listening to people panic. Is a lot of what this is. If you want to look behind the scenes of what the hosting thing is like, casting is kind of fun, because obviously you can just sort of sit there in the arena and yap, and commentating is fun, or analysis is fun too, because you really just think about the match and do whatever. But as a host, you have to listen to multiple producers and video people panicking in your ear for a couple hours, which I think is fun. That's good. That's
just
good
so
for
you
me.
guys know, behind the scenes, everybody's just talking about beans behind Jotun's back.
They won't stop talking about
what's
fucking
happening
beans
right now. There's nothing special.
I did this to myself. I honestly, I deserve this.
We have a side chat that's normally like, oh, what do we want to talk about? All that. It's just bean talk right now.
It's just beans. Nifty's talking about fucking beans.
There's brainstorming what to name Jotun next.
This is the anger beans. It sucks so bad. It's horrible. All right. Now the teams are in the arena. I am going to throw over to Rose and Misty for this match between No Numbers and Clown College. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, CCP has been. Rose, welcome back to the arena with me, Mystical Might. What do we have on grid here?
We have a lot. We see double Inquisitors, Pontifex Curse, Omen, Abaddon, and a Dominic's Navy issue on the side of Highly Regarded. Oh, it looks like the names haven't changed.
I believe this is No numbers versus Clown College. So this will be
So
no
it
numbers with the
looks
Domi
like that would
Navies and then
be
Clown here with the Astartes.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's see how
perfect.
the
Well,
match gets underway.
let's go ahead and see. We have potato versus potato.
It is fairly interesting to see that the Inquisitor is still dying against this medium gun spam team, even with the curse there. The curse only has so many meds, so it will be unable to effectively remove all incoming damage. So it will come down to how well Bed de Boers, all right, nice name, buddy, pilots that Inquisitor to keep transversal as low as possible to avoid any strong hits coming in from the guns.
Now you also have to keep in mind he is getting target painted, so while he's getting repped, his signature is getting blown up somewhere between 20 and 30%. So having a frigate be blown up that much does make it quite a bit bigger and easier to hit by such ships that normally wouldn't normally be able to hit them.
Yeah, it's important to note, though, that the Clown College team is playing this fairly safe at the moment. They're burning around the edges, trying to stay out of range of this Domi Navy issue and this Abaddon, which does make sense. But they're going to start running into issues. That Curse is getting newts now onto the Astarte. Those medium newts are going to pack quite the punch. They're going to be draining 360 gigajoules per cycle of the newt, if they are T2 fit, I believe.
That sounds about right. Now, it does look like No Numbers is effectively using their E-War here. As we see their Inquisitors both taking a little bit of damage, but their Curse is becoming a target. We see it in armor. Can he hold? Will they be able to catch him on reps? Trading that Curse for the Astarte might... It's not the smartest thing, but getting rid of some of that E-War is super, super important for Clown College.
Yeah, it's tricky for the curse to make sure that it can stay out of range of all of the incoming DPS. The Astarte is actually dying fairly quickly, which is surprising to me, considering that the Abaddon and the Dominic's Navy are so far back. What I would have actually liked to see is the Pontifex, perhaps, or the Omen going in and screening off a couple of these battle cruisers that have been sitting fairly far back, like the Harbinger Navy of Switch 4. To ensure that they cannot get their damage onto this curse. It doesn't seem to have mattered too much, though, as more power does go down.
Absolutely. That with one of the potatoes down, it does look like the Inquisitor of Clown College is going at one of them anyway, is going ahead and taking some damage. Going into the Prophecy Navy also taking damage. Damage looks to be a little spread as the curse looks to be repping itself or receiving reps from the Inquisitor, one of their Inquisitors. But so far, this is a fairly calm game. We see some drones moving.
Yeah. It's fairly relaxed, considering that there's so much damage being spread on the Clown College team. Nothing is changing drastically quickly. That Inquisitor of Wesleyan has managed to burn into their Inquisitor buddy and is getting some reps, but those two Inquisitors are very far away from that Prophecy Navy issue, which is currently taking damage, and it has two battleships burning towards it. So I expect the Prophecy Navy will fall, and it looks like they are going to allow this match to slip away from them very, very slowly.
Yeah, keeping in mind, armor reps land at the end of the cycle. There is a range where you can get 100% of reps versus 50% of reps. It looks like those Inquisitors have gotten out of that 100% range, and it looks like that PNI Prophecy Navy is going to go down as he hits Hull. I would say that's a poor judgment call by Clown College.
I think it is just a moment of panic, perhaps. I don't know whether they forgot that they wanted to ban the curse or whether they just didn't expect to see a curse. The curse is a fair number of points, and we haven't actually seen it all that much this tournament, even when it hasn't been banned. But I guess just being able to delete basically 2 or 3 ships on the Clown College team and tank the rest is really doing wonders here. That Harbinger Navy issue tackled now by the Dominic's Navy issue of Aethel. Kind of impressive, actually, how these two battleships have been piloting, forcing the Clown College team to split and leave some of their damage so far out of range of the curse that they couldn't actually effectively apply, allowing that curse to stay up.
That and the amount of control, the target calling on the side of no numbers has really been on point with utilizing all of the mids and all the control options that they have and hyper focusing them on one ship, as we just saw with the Harbinger Navy.
Yep, so at this moment in time, it does seem like No Numbers is just going to be cleaning up the grid, and I wanted to shout out Chasan in the Twitch chat for being the only No Numbers supporter visible in the Twitch chat, rooting for their team. I was going to say against all odds, but honestly, I mean, half the No Numbers team could have been AFK and I wouldn't have been able to tell this match. It really did come down to the piloting of about 4 or 5 pilots in this particular one.
No numbers showing that they deserve to be in here. They are going to stay in this tournament. They're fighting for it anyway, as we see them start to clean up the rest of Clown Car.
Apologies to Wingnut, who claims to now be a No Numbers fan now that they have won this match. Interesting.
Apparently he has
interesting.
decided to put you on a list. I wonder if that's a hit list, if he finds you on Tranquility.
No. It's a mailing list. He's buying some beans and sending them out. So Yoden's also on the list as well. Don't worry about it.
You know, that's actually really reasonable of him. There's a bunch of good types of beans. But as the match is over, we are going to go ahead and say, hey, congratulations, No Numbers, and send it back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. I'm CCP Yoten, joined again by Keith and Kevin. That match between No Numbers and Clown College, Hong Kong, as it were. The No Numbers team taking a convincing 200-0 dub with their dual battleship setup. Let's talk first, Kevin, about the Domi Navy. So I famously talked during the first day. I say famously, I was the only one who said that was famous, and it was me saying it. So do with that information what you will. Famously said that the Domi Navy is so powerful because it's got a thick ass, and the sound of its booty cheeks slapping can be heard across the arena. That was, in fact, the Blaster Domi Navy. What makes the Domi Navy so strong, Kevin Grumman?
Well, as you say, it is very tanky. It can take a lot of damage, and it can do a very similar thing that the Abaddon does frequently, where it just kind of wanders up into the middle of a fight. It sets itself up in the middle of everything. It gets in everybody's way, and it's impossible to get rid of, pretty much. It doesn't do a ton of extra damage, where the Abaddon could load Scorch and apply out to like 50, 60 kilometers. The Dominic's Navy cannot do that. But it does have drones that can do that, so it's kind of the same. And it is very good at, if it can actually get on top of anything, having a lot of blaster DPS and ripping something apart.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out, of course, to Bed DeBoz in Twitch chat, shouting out who calls himself the #1 Point T20 Philba hater. Unfortunately, I am the #1 Point T20 Philba hater, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Keith, let's talk for a moment about the issue that the Clown College team had at the very beginning of this match, killing a T1 frigate. Not being able to kill the Inquisitor straight at the gate. How bad is it for your gun spam team if you can't kill a T1 frigate?
Yeah, and I think that's more attributed to the fact that they couldn't kill it. It's more of they had a curse up. And if you saw, like we saw that they tried to kill the Inquisitor, realized they couldn't kill the Inquisitor with the curse up, and they tried to go kill the curse next. But we're really seeing as we get into these final matches here and later into the tournament, the skill base on the control comps and how dominant they are. We saw Clown College bring the same kind of gun spam comp, and they're like, hey, we're going to ride this out until it doesn't work. And they went up against a team who bring a control comp and did a good job executing there.
They absolutely did. Let's go ahead to our next match. We have the Hongshan Academy of what's this? Hongshan Academy of Sciences. Hongshan Academy of Sciences. That's Frat. Yes, versus Punishing Grey Raven. Let's get those bands up here on the screen. We have Hongshan Academy of Sciences bringing the Zarm, Hugin, Rapier, APOC Navy, and Orthrus. Punishing Grey Raven banning the Tholos, Sleipnir, Claymore, Nighthawk, and Vindy. And I'm pretty sure it's very similar to what they had earlier, swapping the Widow that they had in the first ban for the Vindicator. And again, Claymore, Nighthawk, both great in rush comps. Kevin, does this say to you that Punishing Grey Raven doesn't want to see a rush?
I think Punishing Grey Raven, if they want to see anything, it is not a rush. Because it's not just Claymore Nighthawk, it's also Sleipnir, and also Tholos, which are all of the really good, strong rush comp stuff. Tholos, I've already talked a bunch about Tholos being very, very good. And Claymore Nighthawk are the featured Hamra battle cruisers, and Sleipnir is the AC rush battle cruiser. So they don't want to rush.
They certainly do not want to rush. Keith, rather. On the other side of this thing, the Hugin and Rapier both getting banned this time. Good move there. The Orthrith, Zarm, APOC Navy. Anything stand out to you, or does this feel pretty standard?
It feels pretty standard. I mean, the Hugin Rapier Orthrus, again, it implies we'll probably see Hoshin bring a lower back end. So we'll probably see Frigology, T1 Frigology. That's what they're afraid of, I think, is that application that they see. And then the APOC Navy and Zarm have been really strong throughout the tournament. So,
no doubt. We've got about a minute left. Both of these teams, of course, are still in the in the top of the bracket. Neither one of them are at risk of elimination. Obviously, none of these teams are at risk of elimination yet. We're not in the losers bracket yet. We'll be getting there before too long. The winner of this match is going to go on to face the winner of Alpha on TQ, which I believe is Hydra, versus Spooky Action at a Distance. And I think we're going to see Spooky Action at a Distance here before too long on the other channel. So thank you all for watching. Of course, if you're on this channel, this is of course the better of the two channels. We're very low key. This is the hipster version of the tournament. This is the channel that was big before it got big, or you thought was cool before it got big. That's what we are. We've got about 10 seconds left. Any last minute prediction? Any last minute thoughts, gentlemen, about this match between these two teams?
I just like to point out that I was right. So.
You were right, actually. This is honestly, this is one I love looking at. We'll talk more about it afterwards about why this is. I love this setup specifically. So we have this next match. We have Mystical Might and Corvus for this match between Hongshan Academy of Sciences and Punishing Grey Raven. We'll be back in a few minutes to break this one down for you.
Welcome back to the arena for this match between Hongshan Academy of Sciences and Punishing Grey Raven. I am Mystical Might, and I'm joined by Corvus Onzo. How are you doing?
Hello there, old bean. Yes, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Happy to be back to see this great matchup between Hongshan and Punishing Grey Raven.
Now, out of these two teams, right, we've got two armor setups. We've got a Lashak as the heavy hitter on one side. We've got the Armageddon and Armageddon Navy issue on the other. Which comp are you favoring here?
Punishing Grey Raven have brought quite a lot of controls. I'm going to try and favor maybe that team. The Arazu bringing some damps and some long-range scrams. And also with the Blackbird with the ECM RNG. Let's let Jesus take the wheel on that comp, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that with the two battleships really only being the main source of damage on the Hongshan Academy side, the Blackbird and the Arazu can just dump all of its E-War into those two ships, and there is effectively no damage that will be coming out from there. It does seem like the Hongshan Academy team is pushing in. I think that's really their only play, especially with those damps on grid, and it does look like the Blackbird is the primary for now.
It looks like the Arazu of Punishing Grey Ravens has dropped sentry drones and then has realized, nope, I don't want to drop my sentry drones here, and is burning back towards them. And now he's burning away here, but I think it might be too late because the Armageddon of Sky just absolutely just straight in, just torpedoing into the comp here.
Yeah, it looks like the Arazu actually burned back towards his drones just as a reference point. On the line that the Armageddons may be using to burn in towards that Blackbird. We did see a scram come out temporarily on the Armageddon, but it looks like that scram has dropped as Seth moved too far out of range, and the Armageddons are now burning again into that Blackbird, which I expect will be going down in about a couple seconds.
Yeah, no way these Deacons are going to be able to rep the damage output from an Armageddon Navy and an Armageddon here. And the Blackbird first to go down, so a good portion of that control from the Punishing Grey Raven team will die here. The Arazu is also hard tackled as well, with grapplers, a web scram on top of it as well. It has not got away from the Pontifex here of Mr. PRG holding tackle on that.
Even though they have lost their Blackbird, it doesn't mean that the fight is developing badly for them. With the Lashak and the Vigilant and Draugr focusing on different targets, it does mean that those Deacons of Optimus and Mashang are struggling to keep everybody alive. Optimus has been webbed down by the Vigilant and is just taking a beating at the moment. Alongside that, Lashak and that Draugr shooting into it, I believe. And then next will likely be Mashang in the Deacon now that Optimus is down.
That's correct. So so Punishing Grey Ravens have exchanged a Blackbird for a Deacon, potentially bringing the game more to their side here, as we see the second Deacon on Hongshan now also tackled, also probably going to be taking some deeps here from that Lashak if he's able to track him, which I'm pretty sure he will be able to.
Yeah, he's still going to be tackled by the Draugr. The Draugr is going to be putting in a lot of work here. I actually think that the Armageddon and the Armageddon Navy issue should go for the Draugr first to remove links from that Lashak and that Arazu, and then they can go on to reload and then worry about breaking through the Lashak later on, since they do have a significant amount of newts coming out of those two ships. But it does seem like they're gonna try the Lashak. I don't think they've had a chance to reload, so we'll see whether the Lashak just pulls back to full armor again.
Yep, the Armageddon and the Armageddon Navy pretty much on zero here with the Lashak. Definitely going to be trying to remove some of that DPS off field that the Lashak can do. Remember, the disintegrators do a lot of damage, and they do track quite well for their apparent size here. And the gun has shut off on the Lashak here, so is he dry? No, he's not dry. He's now switched targets to the Armageddon of Sky that is right next to him.
Yeah, there's a lot of split damage coming out at the moment. The Arazu in about 80% armor. We have the Deacon in 80% armor of Eridon. The other Deacon for the Hongshan Academy of Sciences team just went down since that Draugr has been left to kind of run free on the field. Leaving that Draugr, I think, is a mistake, as the Draugr will now be chasing down the Lynx of the Pontifex and the Magus, and will also be able to contribute damage to that Armageddon if it so decides.
Yep, and the Confessor of Nyla is currently holding down the Arazu, but he is under pressure from the Draugr of Kit Kat here. I don't think that Confessor is going to be long for this world if he can't tank. And as the Draugr spools up, it's going to be more and more difficult to get a tank to tank that damage here. So possibly the Confessor going down next.
Yeah, it looks like the Confessor will likely be going down, but perhaps not before Eridon does in that Deacon. It will help kind of equalize the field a little bit. The Lashak is actually dying at this moment in time alongside the Deacon of Eridon. Difficult for them to split reps, especially since they are Logi frigates. Eridon does go down. It looks like the Lashak might die before the Armageddon does.
That would be a key thing on this one, because that would mean that the DPS for Punishing Grey Raven will disappear from field here, leaving Hongshan to really just clean up. They have light tackle in the form of the Confessor, which is going down, but they have the Pontifex and the Magus that can do that same job, be it not as effectively.
Now, what's funny, and I don't know if you can really see this clearly on the stream, but the Deacon is basically just an attachment to this Lashak at this point in time. It is like a little shrimp that's hanging on to a bigger fish. I don't know if that's what shrimp do, but just imagine that it is. We'll ask our resident Australian a little bit later. But yeah, he's just sitting on this Lashak, AFK, rapping. If he dies, he dies. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But as long as the Lashak is alive, they still have a chance.
That's correct, yeah. The Armageddon is about to die from Hongshan here. I don't know if that's going to affect the effectiveness of this Logi reps here from the Deacon, as there'll be less DPS onto that Lashak. But we're seeing a slight increase in armor for the Lashak. Can he hold on? I'm not sure.
No, that nuke pressure coming out and the Deacon going down probably does mean the Lashak is about to die now that the Armageddon has reloaded its heavy missile launchers.
Yep, the Navy Armageddon does also get a plethora of drones as well, enabling it to project also DPS for drones as well as the rapid heavy missile launchers.
Yeah, it's important to note the Pontifex and the Magus also have drones, and they've had their drones on this Draugr for a little bit, which is why it's already taken some armor damage. It looks like those drones will continue to do damage to the Draugr while the Armageddon Aviation cleans up the Arazu, but at this point in time, it does not seem like Punishing Grey Ravens is going to be able to pull this one back. 5
Agreed. Yeah,
seconds
no,
remaining.
there's not going to be any DPS available to the Punishing Grey Ravens. Good match from Hongshan. Good effort from Punishing Grey Raven.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to throw it back to the desk with CCP Jotun, if that is even his real name. Enjoy.
Oh no.
Welcome back to the studio. I'm CCP Jotun, and apparently all of our names have been changed. Yep, absolutely. That's exactly what I was expecting. Okay. I'm here with Keith and Kevin. Gentlemen, interesting. I've been glazing all day long. Sorry, hang on. Gotta grab the child. Child wants attention. Here's the child. Look at it. Look at it. Yes. See it. Child wants attention.
He's a cute bean, Jotun.
Oh my god, get out of here, cat. Anyway, I've been glazing all day long armor control comps, and this was an armor control comp. The Lashak alongside the Arazu, the Vigilant, the Blackbird, and then of course the two Deacons and the Draugr versus the Hongshan team with the dual rapid heavy Geddons, one Navy, one Standard. Double Deacon, and then Magus Pontifex Confessor. The Rapid Heavy team, or rather the Hongshan team with the Rapid Heavy battleships taking the dub here. Keith, let's talk for a moment about the Vigilant. So the Vigilant early on rushes in, starts grabbing Deacons from the Hongshan team. What is when like the Vigilant obviously one of the squishier ships on grid? Is it worth committing your Vigilant that early to those targets if you think you can get an easy kill?
You have to. I think they had to, and I think that was the right decision by Project Grey Raven to go get the Vigilant on the Deacons, because there was two different methodologies there with the two different comps. You had the Armageddon Navy issue who dealt with Logi, I believe, with like newts, and they controlled the Logi, versus Project Grey Raven's like, well, we're going to have to go out and kill the Logi. So the Vigilant was critical, and Hongshan properly identified that and said, well, we got to get the Vigilant off our Deacons if we have any hope of keeping in this. So you had to go in and commit it and hope that your Deacons, and you're running a control comp, so you're hoping you're mitigating damage with your control so your Vigilant doesn't die. Unfortunately, the other team just didn't care about the control you had, which I believe they just had a Celestis on field. So it's like they were just able to just nuke down the Deacons and then kill the Vigi on their Deacons and stayed in that match longer there.
No doubt. It was really cool there in the middle of that match too. The Punishing Grey Raven Draugr managed to, after the first Deacon went down, ran after the second one, soloed the second Deacon, and left the Hongshan team without a Deacon, without any of their Logi left. Did not end up mattering in the end. Well, it did end up mattering in the end, but it did not end up mattering for Punishing Grey Raven, who was not able to get the dub on that one. Kevin, you called this out during the match, and I agree with you. This is what I saw as well. The Lashak seemed to be at some point either swapping damage types, like swapping ammo, or swapping targets. It didn't seem like it was spooling consistently. Maybe some newt issues in there as well from those Geddons. Do you feel like that was maybe a misplay, or was it just something that the Hongshan team was doing effectively to limit that damage?
I was not watching closely enough to tell if there was like bumping going on. There wasn't any TDs on grid to force ammo swaps or force switching targets. So I think that's just a misplay. I think that it genuinely lost them the match. It was so close. If he had done 20% more damage because he had been spooling on the same target the whole time, I think he just would have killed the Armageddon 30 seconds earlier. His Deacon wouldn't have gone down because it would alleviate DPS and newt pressure on him, and then he just cleans up the rest of the match because he has all of his reps still on grid for him. I think that just won. It wins in that case.
I don't disagree. Let's go ahead and look forward to the final match of this block. We'll have a quick break after this one where we have only need one scrim. versus aggressively mid-tier. That's Rope Capel. Sorry for your ears, everybody, but also not sorry. That's the name of the team. Let's go ahead and get bans up here from Only Need One Scrim and aggressively mid-tier. Only Need One Scrim, banning out the Tholos, Deacon, Thalia, Hugin, Rapier. Aggressive mid-tier, banning out the Geddon, Nightmare, Rediva, Zarm, and Vulture. Really interesting. A bunch of Logi banned out this time. Keith, we see the Deacon, the Thalia, or the Rediva's arm. Do you suspect that we're going to see any armor on this in this match?
Maybe. I mean, when I see the Deacon Thalia ban, I think like, okay, well, you're going to bring Shield Frig Logi because they also ban the Hugin Rapier. So that would be my first inclination, but I could be wrong. We could see T2 Armor Logi and they're going to go with the heavier points in the Logi, Armor Logi, and go with the smaller back end, which would indicate maybe a gun spam coming from Only Need One Scrim and aggressively mid-tier banning out some of the stronger stuff with his arm and the Nightmare and Armageddon being banned there. So
yep.
We'll see if we see armor.
Let's talk quickly, Kevin, about I want to ask you about this Vulture pick. I don't know if I've ever seen a Vulture ban. Certainly, at least not in the last couple weekends that I've been watching. The Vulture feels like it would fit in pretty well with a lot of gun spam comps, but it's not an armor ship, so it doesn't really fit that traditional gun spam archetype where you have things like the Exec Navy, you have things like the Harbinger, you have things like obviously the Absolution, the Astarte. Why would you ban the Vulture in this situation?
I think if you're afraid of a shield gun spam, then you ban the Vulture. Vulture is like the key element of a shield gun spam because it gets the good boost, you get the good guns, and it's very tanky. All things that you like to have.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I think a lot of people will ask why we don't see more shield gun spam comps, and the answer is there just really aren't enough that many shield gun ships. Obviously, the Vulture is one of them. You have things like the Sleipnir, obviously the Hurricane and the Hurricane Fleet. But outside that, there's a lot more missile variety on the shield side of the ball field. It is, you know, a lot of those traditionally strong armor or traditionally strong mid-sized gunships are all armored tank ships. So that is why. An interesting ban, certainly, no doubt. But we're going to go ahead and send it now over to the arena. We have this last match. We're going to take a break after that, or after we come back from the arena. We'll talk over a little bit, and then we'll take a quick break. But we have this match between Only Need One Scrim and aggressively mid-tier, a bunch of fathers, by the way. Don't forget that one, with Mystical Might and Corvus. Take it away, boys.
Welcome back to the arena, ladies and gentlemen, for this matchup between Only Need One Scrim and aggressively mid-tier. Only Need One Scrim bring in a Hyperion Oneros Zealot, Augur Navy, Sentinel Draugr, and Nurgle Mystic. Tell me what aggressively mid-tier have bought.
Well, it looks like we have a Machariel on the grid, which is always an interesting one. I am expecting it to be rushed, considering we see a Raptor here alongside the Scythe Fleet issue. For anyone watching who hasn't seen a rush Scythe Fleet issue in action, it is basically an interceptor in terms of speed. It will hit 5k a second if it overheats and decides to burn in to try and tackle something down, and it does a decent chunk of damage as well.
Looking at the war pins here, only Need One Scrim has brought in an Augur Navy pretty close and quite a lot closer than the rest of their comp here. I'm guessing because the Augur Navy is a very tanky cruiser here and is able to take a lot of hits. So I'm maybe trying to take some of the DPS pressure off of some of the backline here. We have the Captain Demesius Kadesh in a Hyperion at the back as well for some blaster and drone support, and the Zealot joining him there as well.
Yeah, the Augur Navy issue is a tanky boy. We often say so. But one thing to note, especially for those of you who haven't actually seen this ship much on TQ in the Twitch chat, is that it gets an armor hit points bonus, 10% per level. It does not get any special resistances, and I believe the resists are still that of a Tech 1 cruiser. So sure, you can use more of those low slots to buff up your resistances, but then you're not making full use of those armor hit point bonuses. So if it does get shot, I expect it will eat shit.
And it will do so in style, I think. The aggressively mid-tier comp, at 0, we have the Signable, Sleipnir, Fleet Issue, and Freebrand in the Raptor here, with a Macarial hanging a little bit back, and behind him, the Osprey of Rima.
It's interesting to see the match beginning and the Raptor burning off to the side, not actually burning through the cruisers that could potentially screen it. We do see that the Hyperion here is trying to burn towards where the Raptor would be going, and I was looking at a side fleet issue, and they have MJD'd, which has changed my camera angle a little bit.
Yep, they've MJD'd behind the only need one scrim line here. So only one scrim were burning away from them. Now they're burning towards them, and this could be a game change here as that side fleet issue of Akbad burns in to get initial tackle here.
See, I told you they distract you with the Raptor, the one that's actually an interceptor, and then suddenly there's a second interceptor out of nowhere hitting the Aneros. The Aneros is tackled down. The rest of the road team getting on top of it and dealing that damage. The Macarial, once it actually slows down, will be able to hit the Aneros properly with its large autocannons.
It's an absolutely Giga Chad move here from the only need one scrim. They've got everything on this Aneros now. They've got the Macarial. They've got all of their higher tier DPS on top of it as well. So I don't think this Aneros is going to last very long, no matter how many rep drones are circling it right now.
Yep, but Damascus Kadesh has burned into the brawl. A Hyperion is very tanky in its own right. It does seem like they are going for that Scythe fleet issue at the moment. But one thing to note is that Osprey has basically just been left alone. So it has burned in. There's nothing pressuring it at the moment. It's just able to sit in its optimal range and get those reps off on its teammates. I would have liked to see the Draugr actually burn towards that Osprey and try and force it off, or the Nurgle. But I believe they are playing... Oh, hell, the Sentinel. The Sentinel's not really doing too much at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like the Nurgle of Martin Conrad is now making his way towards the Osprey here of Rima, and he is joined by the Orc Navy here.
Yeah, it makes sense to try and go for that Osprey now that they've lost their own Logi, and now that they're going to have to basically play the DPS race game with fewer DPS ships, or at least not high DPS ships like these Sleipnir and Macarial here. Actually, they're burning through the Cinderwall pretty quickly. It is also not known for being a tanky boat, but it is a speedy boy.
Yep, that's correct. It looks like the Macarial is primary on this Zealot right now as well. The Macarial obviously using auto cannons, which can change the damage type, so they can output quite a lot of thermal damage, which is what the Zealot is weak to.
Yeah, I was slightly worried about the progression of this match when the Sentinel was so far out of the fight, but it is AB fit, so it takes a little bit of time for it to get into a position where it can be useful with its neutralizers. Those tracking disruptors have been doing work the entire time, but in a brawl, I mean, it's not going to be making too much of an impact. So it's really the newts that we want to be seeing go to work here, and those newts are on the Sleipnir. So the Sleipnir likely not to have its own cap booster. Its hardeners will likely be offline, which means that once the extra large ASB charges are down, there's not going to be any boosting from cap, and it's going to be taking full damage from that Hyperion sitting on top of it.
Yep, and the Osprey is going down into hull. It has been caught by that Orc and the Nurgle here, and the Osprey goes down very quickly.
Sentinel did go down at the same time as that Osprey. Perhaps the Sleipnir and the Macarial deciding that they didn't want to sit there with no cap and no hardeners on. But the Hyperion, I believe... correct me if I'm wrong, the Hyperion can have a newt, right? It does have a utility eye?
It does, yes.
I do not see a newt. And I do not see any smart bombs running either.
It depends on how you want to do it. So you can put, instead you have those utility mids, you can put newts, you can put nosses on there. On drone boats as well, you can also put a drone link as well, which will increase your drone control range. I'm not sure how many people would adopt that one, seeing as it's not as useful as something like a newt or nos.
Yeah, in a tournament setting, especially when you want to be swinging your sword from as close to the enemy as you can get, I don't think that drone link augmenter will be too helpful, but it may be something that they decided to opt for when we consider their rep bots. Being able to put your rep bots on your own Aneros from across the arena is still a significant buff, which may explain why we haven't been seeing any smart bomb or newt effects coming out. The Sleipnir does go down, and now it is essentially a 2v1. And I will put my money on the Hyperion for this. Although the Macarial is burning away.
I will stay. Yeah, kind of on the side of aggressive mid-tier. The Machariel is autocannon. It is faster than the Hyperion here. If it manages to kill the Orc Navy, I think it does stand a chance, as its ACs do primarily do good damage out into its fall-off range.
Yeah, the important thing for the only need one scrim side to do is to have the Hyperion play bouncer for that Orc Navy, right? Have the Hyperion sit in between the Machariel and the Orc Navy, force the Machariel to try and get a little bit closer, but not too quickly by making it burn around the Hyperion. It doesn't look like the Augur is doing that, though. And I'm going to check the speeds. No, it still has a prop mod, so it hasn't burned it out. It's just taking its sweet time. And yeah, they're all moving into position, grappling now on the Machariel.
Yeah, looking at this now, I don't think this Machariel will win a one-on-one brawl with the Hyperion, despite the points difference here. The Augur doing the right thing here is burning away from the Machariel and basically trying to bait the Machariel into trying to get closer here. Kibbit is burning quite hard around the Hyperion. Maybe he's going to try and circle around and try and get on top of this Orc Navy here.
Yeah, it's really their only play. In about a minute, we're going to go into reverse tie-dye. The teams are exactly matched on points, so as long as nothing changes, yeah, we're going to get reverse tie-dye. If this Augur Navy dies, I believe the match will end. If this Outrider dies, we will still be going to overtime. So it's looking like we're going to be getting some fun either way, as long as this Augur Navy plays his cards right. The Hyperion is being outpaced by the Machariel at the moment. The Augur Navy needs to start burning in the other direction to try and put that Hyperion back in between. Some good piloting coming out from Kitbit right now.
Yes, the Outrider is most probably providing some skirmish links, but it is dying quite slowly. It is into armor. It is getting drone pressure and also blaster pressure from the Hyperion.
Please, Augur Navy, live for like 20 seconds.
I don't know. That Machariel is making a turn now.
No,
he's gunning for that.
It's too late. It's too late. It's reverse tie-dye time, baby. Overtime begins. All right,
and
so
here we go.
What's going to happen is everything is going to get faster. Reverse tie-dye is kicking in, so I believe it starts at 150%, then 200, and then 300 or something like that.
That Org is dipping into hull. That Org is dipping into hull, man. It's going to be a 1v1 Hyperion versus Machariel. I think if the Machariel is able to keep its range here, it may be able to kill this Hyperion here, but that all depends on the pilot of the Kibit. It's very well piloted so far.
Those Republic Fleet Berserkers coming out now onto the Machariel. The Hyperion is a very deceptive ship. We can see the Machariel burning away here, very fast pace, running at 2 times normal speed at this moment in time, so the pilots will need to pay attention to where they are in the arena compared to the arena center. They do not want to boundary, but there isn't too much pressure on either of them to start burning towards the edge, as there's only the 1v1 going on, right? You only need to stay so far away from one person.
It is also good to remember as well. These are battleships. They are not cruisers. So even if they do have a high speed, turning is an issue. So you could potentially find yourself burning out to the boundary, figure out you're at the boundary, and then unable to stop or turn away. It does take a little bit of time, especially in this reverse tie-dye situation.
Yeah, it's really interesting at the moment. We're at 2.5 times speed, which is why we're seeing the armor bouncing up and down so quickly. The manual piloting that we're seeing at the moment is actually fairly interesting too. The Hyperion staying below the Machariel and spiraling upwards slowly to try and force the Machariel continuously upwards towards the edge of the arena. It doesn't seem to be working all that well, as the Machariel has spiraled down towards the middle of the arena right now, nowhere near the boundary, in fact.
No, they're pretty central within the arena here. The Hyperion is now trying to pull some range here, but I'm not sure if that's going to work. The Machariel is working to keep that Hyperion in its optimal range to apply the maximum amount of damage here. And I'm not sure here what we're going to see here. The Hyperion is just bouncing up and down through armor. It's a bit like the Unstoppable Force versus the Immovable Object here.
It's really funny to see the Machariel basically turn and start burning within the space of about half a second, and then the Hyperion try and follow suit. So they're just breaking each other's ankles at this moment in time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long that Hyperion can last though, because it does have a limit to its tank, and the Machariel I think the Machariel does have the does have the advantage here, as it can't be touched, relatively speaking, by the main DPS blaster boats. And we're entering our last 10 seconds here of this matchup.
Yep, so this does look like it is going to be a win for the aggressively mid-tier side, based on the points and the fact that they are 145 to 138. So very close match, very interesting little piloting decisions. Hopefully you guys in the chat enjoyed, and we're going to throw it back to the arena for a little debrief.
Thanks, Misty. Welcome back to the desk. It's me, CCB Oten, again with Kevin and Keith for one more match here today. Wrapping this one up, an exciting match. We had Hyperion versus Macarial 1v1 at the very end in 300% reverse tie-dye. A thrilling end to that one with just 7 points separating the two teams, and the Macarial team, that being Ro Capel, a team full of men who have had children. At the end there, taking the dub. Keith, let's talk very, very quickly about this one. I want to go over two things that I think were really, really interesting. The first was early on, Ro Capel trades a Raptor to kill the only need one scrim Oneros. That ends up being a pretty big deal at the very end. Do you feel like if they had the Oneros a little bit longer in this match, it would have made the difference for this team?
Yeah, 100%. Ro Capel had to pull off a pretty spectacular MJD play as well to get back there to get on the Oneros. And you saw the Raptor, and it was an interesting decision to see it kind of burn around and go back there by itself. And then all of a sudden, surprise, MJD, all of our damage is on the Oneros. So Ro Capel doing a good job to recognize the difference, the linchpin in that comp, taking out the Oneros, steering with the Logi early, and realize at that point they could kind of like kite it out and burn down the rest of the team.
Kevin, very fast too. I wanted to shout out, obviously, the excellent Macarial piloting of Kibit Kalinikov from Ro Capel, who legitimately may have just saved his team's winner's bracket run with that match. It was so close at the end. They lose the Outrider. It's just them by himself, and still able to pull out a dub. With some expert piloting, being able to navigate around the Hyperion, get out of deep, make sure to avoid deep grapple range, and then kill the Og Navy at the same time. Did anything specifically stand out to you about that performance?
I think that he did everything that he needed to do. Anybody who's flown any kind of flown a Garmer before, flown anything kitey knows the dance that you do around a brawler that just wants to kill you. They want to get in close, they want to put a scram on you, and they want to make you very dead. And you just don't let them for minutes on end. Now, this is with a Macarial, but running at triple speed, it's basically a frigate. And I want to draw some attention to the excellent piloting of the Osprey as well. So early on in the match, zooming around the arena, making it so he's not a valuable target to go after, extending the life long enough to break the Oneros, to break the Zealot, and to give that positioning required to the Macarial so that it can get into that kite battle.
Yep. Really impressive work by Ro Capel, who goes on to the third round of the winner's bracket. They will see Yabby's Baddies as their next opponent, who took the dub in their last match over on the other channel versus Meta Reloaded. Now into the third round of the winner's bracket, we have We Form Volta, 2/16, Rage Quit Cancel Scrims, No Numbers, Spooky Action at a Distance, Hongshan Academy of Science, Yabby's Baddies, and Aggressively Mid-Tier. I've been CCB Yoten. This has been Keith and Kevin. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have your host, Mystical Might, and my beloved Nova Terra Ren, who hopefully is normal. God, save me. Please help. Somebody. This is a cry for help. I'm asking for help. Take a quick break. Go stretch the legs, get something to drink. We'll be back here in a few minutes for the last half of today's matches for the Anger Games 7 Day 4.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Wingnut. Welcome back to the desk. Anger Games 7, Day 4. We are now into the losers bracket. Any team that loses from this point onwards will be sent home with just the skins that they have won and the clothes on their back. I'm joined by Nova Terran and Corvus Onzo. Nova, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. I've been doing some camera work today, getting some very exciting explosion shots. So, yeah, it's been a real fun time.
And Corvus, I mean, we've done a little commentating together. How are you feeling now that you're on the desk?
Feeling a little better actually. Casting can be a bit rushed because you're trying to keep track of what's going on across different parts of the arena, and so it's quite nice to just be here and chill and talk about some bands and talk about some ship comps.
This is the leisurely place to be, right? This is like the leisure chair. You just get to sit down, relax, kick your feet up. You get to chat shit about some random stuff every now and then as well. But we like to take it easy here. It's been a chill kind of day, especially for those of you that have been watching this stream earlier. You may have noticed that after the technical break, it has basically just been a bean stream from then on. But, you know, now that we're into the losers bracket, we'll be able to call out every has-been as well who gets knocked out, which is going to be a great time. Now, I don't know if we have the bands available. I'm just going to check with Wingnut. Ooh, we do have the bands. Okay. Well, Nova, tell me, highly regarded team, how are the bands looking?
Lots of recons. Curse, Hugin, Rapier there, saying I guess they don't want to see Kite or a lot of tracking disruption from a Curse. Nighthawk ban, no Ham Rush. They do not want Ham Rush, apparently.
And Corvus, how are the other teams' bands looking? How's From Spark to Flame?
Spark to Flame looking to get rid of any tracking disruption whatsoever. Sentinel, Pilgrim, Crucifier. Most used, I believe, tracking disrupting ships in this tournament right now. No Curse as yet. And Loki and Zarmazad. So potentially still got the Curse available if they have the points available to them. The Zarm, of course, those long range reps are gone, and the long range webs of the Loki as well.
Now let me just take a little look see, because the sheet that I'm looking at does look a little different from the bans that we're seeing on the screen. There should be a Sentinel ban in there from Spark to Flame at the very least, which we haven't seen.
Interesting.
And the Curse is indeed banned.
Interesting.
What is the Curse ban? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
But, okay. You know
it looks
what?
like the spreadsheet might be a bit different from the spreadsheet, but I'll go off the list. We'll do it on air. We'll do it live. It's fine.
It's fine. Basically, we're seeing a lot of E-War removed. What did these bans tell you guys? Nova, what do you think we're going to be seeing from the highly regarded team? They did bring that Armor Barghest and Loki combo before. Do you think we'll be seeing that again?
My guess is battleship-sized guns of some variety. We've seen a lot of Napocs. I think that might be a good shout. Yeah, otherwise, not really sure. I could imagine an arbitrator coming through because I'm pretty sure that one is unbanned regardless of what's on screen. So, yeah, who knows?
Okay, and Corvus, what do you think we're going to see from Spark to Flame?
I think we're going to see Gun Rush. There's a lot of TDs that have been banned by them. They don't want highly regarded to have the ability to shorten that range down for their gun spam. And I think that is quite prudent, those bans, if that's what they're going for.
Okay, reasonable guesses. We are about to start the match, so we're going to throw it over to the arena with your commentators, CCP Jotun and Dorks to Teal.
Welcome to the arena, folks. It's me, CCP Jotun, with my friend here, Dorks Titello, for this match between highly regarded and our friends from Spark to Flame. From Spark to Flame, bringing Lashak Vindy versus an armor control comp from highly regarded. Highly regarded brought an armor control comp earlier. Dirk, what do you think? How do you feel about this one, this variant of it? Dirk is muted, and I'm actually not even sure that he's here because he is doing some stuff in the background. So you're just going to hear from me. Straight off the rip here, we've got highly regarded burning in with both those battleships. The Vindy and the Leshak going in on after the Leshak. They need to grab the Leshak of the Basilisk. That is the primary of their damage. But they're going to have both the Blackbirds of Yantai and Sidario causing a bunch of trouble for them. The Basilisk taking a bunch of damage up front. Again, this comp relies on all the E-War coming in from the highly regarded team. They need that stuff to stay up. They need those Blackbirds to be doing their job, and they need those Blackbirds to stay uncaught. The Blackbirds right now, you can see kind of kiting around the outside of the arena. And you can tell quickly here, a lot of damage going in on the Megas, trying to just scope those links out really, really fast, as quickly as they can. The Basilisk tanking fairly easily, even with two battleships, the Vindicator and the Leshak, both sitting right on top of him, still tanking comfortably. Now, the Guardian of Costas we saw during the last highly regarded match, this is a goated Guardian pilot. Costas is an absolute Chad Logi pilot. Now, the Leshak, though, still now taking some damage. Again, this all relies on getting off good jams from the Blackbirds. The Blackbirds have to be doing their work here. The Leshak of the Basilisk spooling on the Vindicator, trying to push the Vindy down. You can see already a jam goes off on Tian Zaren. Tian. You understand how words work. That jam goes off, breaks the spool. The Basilisk gets a little bit of pressure put off him. Serpent Power in the Vindy is not going to trade comfortably with the Basilisk. The Basilisk is spooling, getting that big laser onto the Vindicator. This is not a trade the Vindy will win. And you can see the Tian now just starts spooling again. It's a little bit too late, unfortunately, for the Vindy, his Vindy friend, Serpent Power, who is going to go down here. They have not been able to get rid of the Magus yet. I'm sure the Draugr has been trying. I need to pull back a little bit. Yes, the Draugr is trying to do its work there to try and pull the Magus off. The Basilisk in half armor, being held up through a combination of his own reps. I'm sure if he has a local rep plus Costas, the Vindy drops. The Vindy absolutely gets smoked. Now it's Leshak versus Leshak, and Baza has the entire rest of an armor control comp behind him. The Augurer of Death Almirando. Death Almirando, by the way, another legend, a true champion. We saw him perform some heroics in their match yesterday, yesterday, I believe. But in a tight situation here now, the Tian Zaren, I mean, this is every time that one of these Blackbirds gets a jam off on the Logi, that leaves Tian vulnerable. But Death is doing a ton of work right now to try and keep so many different things up. There's so much split damage. The Vigil, the Purifier, the Hound, and the Magus as well. The next time the Magus gets shot, it's going into Hull. Guaranteed. The Leshak of the Basilisk. Now, getting chunked, though, I say this, getting chunked, Costas needs to get down here and put some, I say he needs to get down here. Costas is sitting comfortably right on top of the Basilisk. There's just so much damage coming in at this point from Tian, and they need to get a jam off. If they can't get a jam off, Baz is dropping into Hull. If they lose the Basilisk, that's their entire damage. All they have left is the Draugr and the Ishkur, maybe. That's a huge, huge loss for this team from highly regarded, who looked so strong after the Vindy kill, but now are just going to have this Leshak running rampant through their lines. I mean, they still have a ton of E-War. They can still mitigate a lot of damage, but they just don't have, DPS anywhere except for some of this drone damage. And drone damage is not quite going to do it, especially since I think so the Leshak now is going to be going after the Blackbird. The Ishkur has Tian and the Leshak webbed down. These Blackbirds need to keep their distance. They need to stay alive. They need to stay away from everything else. They're just relying on drone damage right now. They've got drones on the Hound of Miss Starup. I'm going to try and kill the Hound. That's a big chunk of DPS that goes down just like that. What's going to be next? Damien, Odan, and the Vigil Fleet Issue also being chunked down by drones. They've got drones on, or rather the from Spark the Flame team has Warriors sitting on top of the Blackbird of Yantai, trying to get rid of one of those Blackbirds. Blackbirds are armor tanked, but they're squishy Blackbirds. Armor Blackbirds are not strong. Costas is going to have to do a lot of work here to keep his team in the fight. Now, they are up on points miraculously because they were able to get the Vindy kill earlier. They do still have a lot of stuff on here, and the Guardian is worth a lot of points itself. The Guardian needs to keep Sidario up, but Sidario is very far away from the Guardian. Costas is burning down desperately to try and keep his Blackbird friend up. Not going to be enough, I think. Just too much damage going in here on the Blackbird. Sidario, you need to move, friend. You need to be going somewhere. I don't know if his prop is burned out. He's moving very slowly right now. It's getting tracked by Tian. Damien Udon and the Vigil Fetish is going to go next. does drop right there. The Blackbird of Sidario, again, now tackled by the Magus. It must have burnt a prop or something. Unfortunate situation for that Blackbird. They still have another of Yantai, but now they're down on points to the from Spark the Flame team. They need to get a couple more dubs here. They need to kill the Purifier. They need to kill the Magus. I don't think they're going to kill the Leshak in time. Certainly not going to kill the Leshak in time. The Purifier does go down. That puts them closer. They're still down 5 points. They've got about a minute and a half left to go in this match. And they can't lose anything else. They desperately need to not lose anything else. Costas and the Guardian doing his absolute damnedest here to try and keep everything up. But I think he may be the Augurer he's tackled by the Magus. The Magus of Neota may have just won the game for his team if he can stay up. Now, Death Almirado going over to try and keep the Magus up because the Magus is swarmed with drones right now. And as you can see here, the Draugr coming in from behind to try and support his team. The Tian Zarin is also burning down here. I have to assume is burning down here somewhere. I don't know where he's at on the in the arena. He's sort of lost here in the mix of all these areas. Tackled by the Ishkur. That's what it is. So the blue team currently still up on points. That's from Spark to Flame. They still have an advantage right now. Death Almirando trying to stay up. All they have going against them right now is drone damage. They have only drone damage. So he should be able to tank that fairly comfortably. But, I say that drone damage and the Draugr. And that ain't nothing. Draugr damage gets pretty decent after a while. So, my goodness, what a fight this is going to have to. 10 seconds remaining. There are only 5 points left between them. If the Augurer stays up, this is going to be even if the Augurer stays up, we're going into reverse tie-dye. I can guarantee it. You can see the spool now of the Leshak onto the Guardian. Costas doing his best to try and mitigate some of his damage, but he's held down so tight now by the Magus. Has him in a warm embrace. That's not where you want to be. You don't want a warm embrace. And he does. Oh, the Augurer drops. The Augurer drops instead. Insane. Death Almirando goes down. That puts highly regarded back up on top. Now, some combination of Neota Isiaki and Tian Zarin needs to kill something. They need to kill the Guardian. They need to start. But they still got so much. They have the Blackbird left. The Blackbird's going to cause them a ton of trouble. Tian is basically he's basically useless currently. He's held down by this Ishkur. The Ishkur, and he's about to lose his Magus as well. They have just at the very end of this thing not able to close the book on highly regarded even after losing the entirety of their attack bar. Look how little their attack bar is now. It's so demure, it's so petite, it's so little. And even with that little bit of damage, they were still able to pull out a dub against a team that had the bulk of its damage left over still. The Leshak, even losing the Vindy, the Leshak is still a ton of damage, and the back half of the team. Armor control just so strong, especially when it's flown well. And my God, Costas. I will glaze this fellow. What a play by this Guardian pilot to not only keep his team alive, but also mitigate so much of the incoming damage against himself. Was primaried at one point, was getting shot down by Tian Zarin in the Leshak. All he had to do was give his team time to chunk down the Augurer between the Draugr and all their drone damage. Insane. Master Fu in chat says that the size of the attack bar does not matter. It's how you use it. And my God, that is absolutely right. The attack bar did not matter in this case. Highly regarded, taking a dub with effectively no damage for the back half of the match. Insane work. Now, the match isn't over, obviously, but it might as well be over. All that's left now are Berserkers from Tian trying to chase down the Guardian, and a single set of Leshak Berserkers I don't think is going to be enough to knock down a T2 Logi ship. A shout out as well, by the way, to Paolo Patel in the Ishkur, who has been valiantly holding tackle on Tian this entire time, orbiting at 500 while getting smart bombed by the Leshak. Costas, of course, holding him up like a true friend. But Paulo making sure that Tian played no part in the back half of this match. 5 seconds remaining. That will be the ball game. Highly regarded takes an unusual dub here in this match from Spark to Flame. They will advance through the losers bracket. We'll send it back up to Misty and Nova and Corvus to have some more discussion about this one. An exciting match. We'll hear more from them here in just a few seconds.
Welcome back to the desk. That was a very exciting and, as CTP Jotun said, unusual match. Not typically the result we expect when the single battleship on your team goes down and you have no obvious DPS left. I will shout out the Basilisk, or should I say the Burnalisk, managing to turn an armor rep and 3 hardeners into charcoal on that Leshak and leaving his team in the lurch for Costis to put him on their back and carry with that Guardian play. There's a few things that I want to kind of discuss with you guys. Nova, I'm going to start with you. Double battleship and a double bomber team. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of battleship-sized weaponry, but they seemed unable to kill Baz's Leshak until Bazza did the job himself. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that you get when you have the additional points to spend is more and better E-War in a lot of cases. And I think that, I guess, the way that match started definitely showed off what the advantage of that was. Their single battleship was going to survive a lot longer than any individual battleship from the side of from Spark to Flame. That being largely because Leshaks fare really poorly into things when they're jammed, and having multiple Blackbirds, I think it was actually only one jam that landed at a really critical moment, and that gave the Basilisk a lot of time in their own Leshak to just chew through the other Leshak, or the other battleship from Spark to Flame. That definitely gave them a solid shot of it. Of course, yeah, the heat incident that you were mentioning, but those electronic warfare ships continue to be super useful throughout the rest of the match there. There were critical jams at multiple points onto various different ships, preventing a little bit of Logi from landing here and there. Otherwise, they did a really good job of staying out of range when they suddenly realized they were going to get into the scenario in the late game where they didn't have much damage. They could at least prevent a lot of incoming damage because they had at least one Blackbird still alive at that point. And they also get good tackle. That little assault frigate there was super critical to that.
While I would love to talk more about that match, because it ran so long, I do believe that we should actually start looking at the bans for the next match. Again, we are still on that tight turnaround schedule. There are a lot more matches to come. Again, these are all losers bracket matches, so from Spark to Flame has been sent home. Someone sound the cannon. A couple big booms for them. Let's take a little look at the bans. Corvus, could you talk me through any interesting bans you see from either team here?
Sure, if the spreadsheet is correct. We have Clown College banning the Sleipnir, Morlus, Keres, Thoros, and Orthrus. So Gunrush possibly trying to get rid of some of that tackle and a bit of damps there. So it should be interesting to see what they bring to the field.
Okay, and how many words is this? 2. Okay, 2 words maximum from both of you. Nova, who wins?
Ooh, Clown College.
Corvus.
Voidlings.
Perfect. I'm going to stay neutral so I can win either way. I am going to throw it to the arena with your commentators. Dork Satil, if he's available, and CCP Jotun. If Dork is not there, I will jump in.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the arena. It's me, CCP Jotun. Dirk Satel still muted. No, he's not. He's not muted. Just kidding. He's still here. Yes, we have Voidlings versus Clown College. Voidlings bringing a rapid, heavy missile comp with 2 battleships, Bargus and Fleet Typhoon. And Dirk, if you're here, what do we have from our friends in Clown College?
I am here. We have a Clown College, but not quite a Clown Car, with these ships coming in from Clown College. We've got the Astarte, followed by a Prophecy Navy issue, a Harbinger Navy issue, a Zealot, an Omen Navy issue, and then a pair of Inquisitors.
Yeah,
Interesting to see. Interesting to see a Zealot in a medium gun spam. That's very definitely a point scenario replacement rather than anything else.
Yeah, not terrible. I mean, there are obviously worse options, and the Zealot, of course, does get the goated ADC, which is very strong. We can see already the Clown College team burning back towards the jump beacon. Might try and make a play there. They have they do not have the range control over the team from Voidlings. Voidlings has a lot of range from the Bargus and the Fleet Typhoon, certainly, and a lot of application already damage going in on the Nomen. Not a lot, just a little bit here, just a little tickle, just some fun stuff. But they're going to group up here at the top of the arena around this jump beacon. Maybe try and make a play to get in on top of the other team as the Voidlings team kind of kites around the bottom of the arena here.
Trying to play for a micro jump drive movement when the other team is burning for you, that doesn't tend to work quite so well. The opposition team generally is not where you left them.
Yeah, they certainly are not. But that being said, if they make the play right now, the Celestis of Noah Cardula from Voidlings is there in the back of the mob, and sure enough, he's going to be exposed back there. Immediately, Noah trying to put damps on the Prophecy Navy, needs to put some stuff on to save himself. He's a fleshy target. The Celestis is not exactly tanky, but the Nomen immediately gets scoped down by those rapid heavies, and that's the first drop. The Nomen you mentioned a second ago, an odd choice. Well, it wasn't on the field for very long.
Trading a Nomen for half of a Celestis. Not the best deal that you could ever get from.
No, certainly not. And they're still going. They're going hard on the Celestis, so you can see they're all just a control right-click approach on the Celestis, trying to burn the Celestis down, but not being able to kill a Celestis with their gun spam comp. Now, they may just be, there's no damage coming in here yet from the Voidlings team. They may be trying to reload their guns and trying to look for another clip. The Harb Navy, I think, yes, there we go. Okay, so they're going to go for the Harb Navy next. That's a good target call. I like this target call a lot. The Harb Navy is not the strongest tanked ship on the grid for them. That would probably be the Prophecy Navy or the Astarte, but still does quite a bit of damage. The Bargus and the Fleet Typhoon, a lot of damage and a lot of application from those rapid heavies, and they are going to chunk the Harb Navy of Switch 4.
One of those interesting things the things that I'm seeing as I'm looking a little bit more at the fancy UI version of the stream overlay is that actually we're not seeing any other methods of tackle or control. Like, we're seeing target painters, and that's
certainly.
It.
No webs.
Where's your web? Where's your scram? Why are you just letting everybody wander around you?
Here's what's so fascinating, and I'm sure that Misty and the lads are going to talk about this a little bit more during the aftermath of this. But they really had kind of an ideal scenario here. You jump your entire team behind the Voidlings team. You have a Celestis dead to rights, a Celestis dead to rights, a T1 cruiser, and you can't kill a T1 cruiser with gun spam. It's such a critical loss here. And now they're having to. I mean, you can see more power is out in the open, just trying to run down something, but all they have to do is wait until the missiles reload, and they'll pick another target, they'll chunk another target, and that'll be it. They have so much, they have the entire rest of their team up, they still have their Logi, undisturbed. It's
Prophecy as that particular target, not... That's a decision. It's possibly... I mean, even compared to the Astarte, that Navy Prophecy is probably the tankiest ship left on their grid.
Yeah. I think it maybe was just drone damage. They're going on more power in the Astarte, which is maybe the right call. More power is the most dangerous ship left on this grid for Clown College. The one most likely to be able to scope something like the Stork, like the Celestis, but they just don't have especially with T1 Logi frigates, not enough Logi to mitigate the damage from the Bargus and the Typhoon fleet. You can see more power burning away, desperately trying to get maybe to the jump beacon. but is going to get scoped, especially if they can't get the jump off here in the next couple of seconds. It's not going to be good for them, and they're going to bloom their sig by touching this thing.
That is exactly what I was just about to say. You know, these micro jump beacons, everybody like uses them as a get out of jail card, but they do bloom your sig, and you are going to take more damage while you try and run away. It's a question of, can you run away before the damage catches up to you?
Now, credit where credit's due. Credit where credit's due.
It looks like they did manage, but
yeah. I mean, a small army of repair drones around more power right now. Weslia and Rosalio doing the God's work right now to try and keep the Astartes up, and does manage to pull back its entire armor buffer, which is important. But again, you know, it's you got lucky with that one. You were able to pull some range, maybe able to avoid some of the clipping, but you're down a lot of DPS here. You only got 3 DPS ships left on this grid, and you're still just waiting for the next volley. And that next volley is coming, and it is coming in on the Prophecy Navy of Knight Malarant. Now, I don't know if I like the Prophecy Navy pick again. I think the Zealots would have been a better option here, even with the ADC. The Prophecy Navy is just so tanky, and I don't know if you're going to be able to clip it. At the same time, you have to be careful. Bungo Brown in the Sentinel, you can't lose these easy kills to gun spam. This is the kind of target that a gun spam comp wants to be able to shoot. Angus, Sinulf, and Liam pulls. Oh,
sort of catching, yeah.
Yeah, sort of catching for sure. And he's just burning away, just trying to get out of range, trying to keep his transversal up, doing a good job there, and which is good because he's very far away from his Logi frigate friends right now.
And this does also come into that, like you say, Logi frigate friends. These ships are obviously full of reps. They're packed full of reps, but they are split across 2 ships, and those 2 ships have much shorter ranges.
Yeah.
So
only 10 seconds
if you're
left.
out of position, if you have to rely on your Logi frigate friend, and you're not in the right place for them to come and rep you, you might end up dying just for a want of a mistake.
Tough spot. That is the end of the match. The team from Voidlings will take this one. Incredible work. Tough to not be able to kill the Celestis early. I'm sure Misty and them will have a lot to say about this, so we'll throw it back to the desk for more on this match from Voidlings and Clown College.
Welcome back to the desk. I am your host, Mystical Might, with Nova Terroren and Corvus Onzo, and we actually have nothing to discuss in that previous match, so we're just going to wait here for a little bit. Okay. Jokes aside. There was a lot to talk about. One of the things that I noticed right off the bat at the very beginning, Clown College pulling away to that beacon, lots of rep drones out, keeping that Navy Omen alive. Nova, what did Clown College do just before they jumped?
Actually, that's a really good question, and very difficult for me to answer because I'm zooming around trying to see if something explodes, and all I know is nothing exploded before the jump.
Okay, I'm going to whisper into your ear. I'm going to say, okay, they pulled their rep bots before they jumped, so they didn't have to travel 100 kilometers. Okay.
That is smart.
Nova, what did they do just before they jumped?
They pulled their rep bots so that they would have them after jumping.
And how can this really change the tide of the game?
It could help a lot because instead of having to wait a long time for any of these Logi bots to slowly fly back to you all the way across the arena, you can at least start doing that a little bit sooner.
Perfect. And Corvus, we've seen Clown College run Cinco Daddy a lot. Naturally, that is the name we have collectively coined and agreed on. Do some teams run the risk of becoming too predictable if they keep running the same comps?
I think with the Cinco Daddy, a lot of teams, not just Clown College, have run them quite frequently in the tournament. We are starting to see teams adapt by bringing more control ships and bigger DPS ships. Now, the problem with that is your bigger DPS ships may not be able to apply to the smaller end of your opposing team, which is, I think, something we saw with the Celestis there. The Celestis was able to escape there because the Sleipnir and the Gunrush comps that had jumped behind the team there were not able to engage the Celestis effectively, and that's how that Celestis lived. What I will say as well is a bit of an issue, a bit of a funny idea with the target calling there, calling the Prophecy Navy issue as primary instead of the Astarte. Particularly with those rapid heavy battleships, you have all the options available to switch your damage type and hit into those resistance holes on those ships. But it seems like they decided to go for the tankiest ship on grid, which I think might have slowed them down and cost them a possible kill on that Astarte there.
Well, we are in the losers bracket, so the points don't matter as much, which is something to keep in mind for the viewers. The past few days we have been very points focused with the whole seeding and the way that the groups worked, but now it is a simple you lose, you're out. So Clown College will be going home, but they will be taking some skins with them, and I think they've done very well to make it this far. Congratulations to them, and congratulations to Voidlings as well for squeaking out a nice little win with an effective use of E-War. And talking about effective use of E-War, we've got about 30 seconds before we go to the bans for the next match. Corvus said that the Celestis didn't die to the gun spam, which, you know, my lying eyes also agree. Can you tell me why they were unable to kill that Celestis?
I think there were two reasons there, at least. One, oftentimes when teams are trying to group up for one of these micro jump plays, they're really trying to land on top of something so that they'll have that quick tackle and a very quick kill resultingly. They did a really good job, Voidlings at least, positioning their ships so that when that micro jump happened, they saw it, they saw the enemy team group up on the micro jump unit, and they said, okay, we're going to burn slightly in so they can't actually land completely on our back line. And so not only were they not actually caught that Celestis was 30, 40 kilometers already and burning very far away very quickly, but they also had E-War effects that were helping keep it alive. So the further that Celestis would burn, it was more and more often, I think it was thanks to a Sentinel there that was tracking disrupting, that was really making it very difficult for those guns to apply.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for the breakdown of that match. Now we have another, hopefully banger match to look forward to. Nova, you just finished talking, so I'm going to make you talk again. Could you tell me a bit about the Punishing Grey Ravens, man, please?
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Let me pull those up here. Punishing Grey Ravens. Okay, I'm seeing on the spreadsheet here, Armageddon Navy, Barghest, Guardian, Balgorn, Carries. That's pretty interesting. I think actually 3 very heavy battleship bans. Really interesting to see. I guess they do not want to see bonus newts in certain cases. And then as well as, I guess they don't want to see that exact comp that we just saw, anything with a Barghest, Rapid Heavy Kite, even if, armor or shield version. Yeah, pretty interesting.
And Corvus, with the Hajadin Freedom Fighters bans, I'm seeing a Lashak in here. What's that about?
So it seems like the Freedom Fighters don't want a gun spam comp, but they're also acknowledging the fact that we're seeing a lot more battleships on grid with those more controller-centric comps. The Absolution, the Astarte, very good gun spam ships at that battlecruiser DPS. The Armageddon does good DPS with rapid heavies and has that neuting power. Lashak, again, big heavy battleship, lots of DPS once it spools up, and the Sleipnir is part of that gun rush there, which is a bit random, but it is such a well-used ship this tournament. I think that is possibly a no-brainer there when it comes to the Astarte and the Sleipnir. They're 2 of the main ships used for gun spam or gun rush.
Okay, and in 3 words or less, who should Twitch chat put their points on Nova?
That's going to be BFFs. I may have taken a sneak peek of what they're fielding.
No leaks, no leaks.
I'm not leaking. No, they're cool.
Yeah, 3 words, but Corvus, go.
Punishing Grey Ravens is my 3 words, but I am going to be honest, Corvus, and I'm not going to look at the grid, and I'm going the opposite direction to Nova here.
Okay.
So
I
we'll
mean,
see
I
what
looked at the
happens.
grid and I'm looking forward to this match. We are going to throw it to the arena with, I believe, Dirkster Teal and CCP Jotun as your casters.
Yes, welcome back to the arena. We have Punishing Grey Raven versus the Blahajideen Freedom Fighters. Even with those battleship bans, we are seeing a Vindicator on grid. Our streamer in the back, Wingnut Cross, getting very excited for this one against a Nightmare, interestingly enough. What else have we got on the grid here?
Yeah, it's really interesting. That's an Armor Nightmare, by the way, which is unhinged work. The Armor Nightmare is a dark sorcery. If we're being honest, Armor Nightmare plus Zarm. I mean, I guess if you're going to bring a less tanky armor ship in your battleship armor doctrine slot, having the best single damage or single target Logi ship on the grid with it is probably a good move. Punching Grey Raven with, again, armor control with the Vindicator, Falcon, Arazu. We've seen a lot very similar like this before, this is a strong comp. It has been strong for a long time. Harkens back to like the B Award days, where you'd have that sort of single point of focus. A little bit obviously different in this case because of the Vindicator as opposed to like a Widow or something. But man, it is a cool comp, and I love seeing it flown well. And Punishing Grey Raven, like I said before, is one of my favorite teams in this thing, and I expect they will do exactly that. Now, a bit of jockeying here in the middle. The Nightmare of Darknetic and Mark Al-Khaluf in the Vindicator. Looks like they're coming in here for a gentle kiss. Just a little bit of a gentle kiss.
A small smooch.
Interesting. The Zarmaz of Anthony Parker has pre-spooled on the Nightmare. Must know that the Nightmare is just not going to tank against Vindy guns, and has been spooling now for like the last minute and a half of this match so far.
The Nightmare's not even. It is now being a little bit tickled now. Just a small tickling. Nightmare, as you would expect from a Nightmare with that Afterburner bonus, it is Afterburner fit. It doesn't have that huge sig radius bloom that we've seen in other ships.
Yeah,
so,
it's interesting. It's going after the Arazu.
And also,
go ahead, please.
With this arm, they can only have the single mutaplasmid rep in their high slots. They cannot have any extra reps to top anybody else off. So there's an interesting choice to spool up on this not very traditionally armor tanked ship.
I don't think it's actually a bad move though here, and I'll tell you why. It's because the rest of the Blahajideen team is nowhere near the rest of the action. They're all pulled back. They're all kind of kiting around. They don't need to be on top of them. This is kind of it's a very weird comp because it has the single battleship of an armor control comp, and I guess the Nightmare does have a lot of mids that they could be using for various control things. You can see
application modules.
Yeah, application. You can see a grapple looks like on the Arazu for sure, but like it also is just a Nightmare, and they have no other. They're missing the control part of the armor control. I guess they have a Mollis, which is great, and I'm excited for you to have the Mollis, but like it's not really like winning any awards.
Where is your Droga doing some dive-in tackle stuff? Where is your Magus doing anything other than boosting, quite frankly?
Yeah,
you've got a Nurgle that's chasing things down, but that Nurgle is probably going to die quite quickly. And meanwhile, you're trading it for possibly the Thalia, though. That Thalia, the T2 Logi frigate on the Punishing Grey Raven side, now recovering. You almost have it.
The Thalia is getting shot by the Nightmare, by the way, and I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys know. If you're watching this for the first time, you've just now started paying attention to EVE Online tournaments, trading a T1 Logi ship for your Nightmare is what we call in the business a not-so-gamer move. Now, I say that Darknetic is still tanking. Again, it does have a spooled Zarmaz sitting right on top of him. That is a lot of rep power, but Q Short and the Nurgle is gonna die as a result.
He's getting the short end of that stick. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, if they can do it, they really just need to pull any damage off of the Nightmare, go on to anything else, and shoot literally anything else. because that's gonna if they're either gonna lose the ship that gets shot because they don't want to pull the reps off the Nightmare, or and I say that the reps did get pulled off the Nightmare, so this Nightmare is just gonna die now.
They are losing the ship that got shot, and then they're losing other ships as well. We have seen the Nurgle go down. They are trading it for a Draugr, but they are going to lose their boosts in the form of that Magus. And as you say, this Nightmare, currently at about 66% structure remaining and falling, it is going to slowly get bled down and die.
Yeah, somebody in chat pointed out that it probably was the Falcon of Hazard II that broke the spool of the Zarmaz, and that's why they lose the Nightmare there. I'm telling you, this is the problem, though, with this comp specifically compared to the armor comp we saw from Highly Regarded in the last match. Highly Regarded was able to pull out a win even with just their top end Guardian, because they had so much extra. They had so much extra E-War left over. They still had a Blackbird. They had 2 Blackbirds at the start left. They don't have this. Blahajadin only has a Devoter, a Draugr, a Magus, and a Maulus. And the Maulus is not going to do the work that a Blackbird or 2 Blackbirds do. So this is tough. I mean, they still have the ability to kite around, but they don't have the option to kite around because they're down on points now by a pretty significant margin. They need to get a bunch of kills. They need to kill the Thalia, certainly, and they need to kill the Deacon immediately afterwards. They need to kill the Arazu. It's a tough spot to be in. And all they have to do is brush up against the Vindicator, and it will Shrek them.
Yeah, the problem I see is that I'll admit, I don't know what the visual effect for a jam attempt is, but we weren't seeing jam attempts going out on the Fancy UI for a few minutes there. We are now seeing them again come in on the Zarmaz, the Devoter. It is only an attempt that you see on the Fancy UI. You see a module activation. You don't necessarily see if it's successful. But there weren't really any jams going out at the time that the Zarm spool fell off.
Yeah, the Vindicator was able to get a hold of. Yeah, the Vindy just got a hold of the Devoter of Jeff Lean Mean Meme and was able to kill the Devoter. That puts them even more up on points. They're up 36 points over Blahajadin. Now, Blahajadin still has their Draugr, which can still probably solo by itself the Arazu or the Falcon. Of course, the Falcon can help his Arazu friend out, and by the same metric, the Arazu can help the Falcon out. So really, right now, they do have time. Oh, that is time. You're right. That's the end of the match. Well, with that being said, my goodness, Dirk.
That went quick.
It did go quick. There was a lot of action in that one. A good win for our friends from Punishing Gray Raven. Gets the dub over Blahajadin Freedom Fighters. We'll send it back to Misty and Nova and Corvus to tell us more about how that one went.
Welcome back to the desk. What an exciting match. I thought we were going to see a repeat of a single Draugr and some Logi managing to claw back a win. In fact, I typed as much. I said still winnable, and then immediately said never mind because I forgot that timers were a thing, and the match immediately ended. So fuck me, I guess. Nova, I'm going to come to you second. I'm going to start with Corvus. I know you've been a busy bee. Corvus, I'm a nightmare, and I can't hold all these mid slots. What should I do with them?
That's it was a bold strategy for the armor tanking nightmare. I assume in the mid slots you're going to have a load of handy dandy tracking computers to be able to either extend your range or increase the tracking of those large guns that you have. But I think AB Battleship versus Vindicator web bonus. It's not a favorable matchup, and especially out of tank as well. It's a bold strategy, but it didn't work out this time.
I mean, considering that there was a Zarm backing up the Nightmare, it's not necessarily always a terrible choice. It is a little bit out of the box, and sadly it didn't work for BFFs this time. They will be going home. Do you think that their banning could have been any better, Corvus, to enable this Armor Nightmare setup?
I think the Vindicator would have been a decent ban. We have seen the Vindicator a good few times, and it is very capable of putting a load of DPS out, and it does almost help itself with that web bonus, as I mentioned before. As long as you get something small with the initial tackle to hold something down, as soon as that Vindicator gets within that web range, that thing is not moving, and it's able to spit out a shed load of DPS onto whatever it webs.
All right, and having mentioned the Zarm myself, it is a very strong boat when you're focused on repping a single target. As Dirk said, it can only fit a single remote repair, that multi-tidal Triglavian one. It can't fit any medium or small ones in its high slots. Tell me how that can really be a weakness for some of these setups that we see it fielded with.
Well, of course, yeah, it looks really. Sorry, I was jumping in there.
Go.
Yeah, it feels really good when there's exactly one thing being shot at, because hey, you've been spooling. Like, I think they were even spooling those reps long before DPS started going into that Nightmare. So it looks really chunky. You take a big chunk of armor hit points, and then it just goes right back up. That's really cool. But I think we saw a point in there where suddenly the Nurgle had just been pressured down a little bit by a Draugr, mostly even drones. And suddenly the Zarmaz not only had to contend with all of these electronic warfare effects that were trying to make it difficult for the Zarm to land reps on the Nightmare, but also then it had to make critical decisions, like, do I just abandon the rest of my team to die? And exactly what you were mentioning, it can only fit that one rep, at least in the Anger Games format. We've seen other tournaments where they will be able to get a couple small reps in there as well, but ships will have to burn like all the way back over to their Zarmaz to soak up those little bits of HP that they can get transferred over. But no, in this case, no, it was one or the other. Pick a Nightmare or a Nurgle.
All right. So, another match. Always another match. I'm going to throw it to Corvus on this one. Corvus, I want you to walk me through any interesting bans you see on the only need one scrim side.
Only need one scrim. No webs allowed, apparently. Do not want those webs. Hyena, Hugin, Rapier webs, get them out. And we also see the Loki also being banned, another potential web boat as well. The Loki, of course, a Tech 3 cruiser. If you fit the right subsystems into it, it does get a significant boost to its web range. And then a Tholos, interesting enough. I personally am not a big believer in the Tholos. I know that you can put the dots on ships, particularly bigger ships. It is quite effective, but I don't think it's very effective as what it would be employed in this format, which is a tackle ship. It does get a good benefit of not being affected by webs, though, so it can escape, which is nice. But escape isn't the only name of the game here. It needs to be able to hold stuff down.
Yeah, they are trying to win, so running away constantly and that being your main perk is not necessarily always going to be a benefit. But Nova, looking at the bump it away bans, there's a really interesting one at the end.
Yeah,
that, you might want to talk about.
No, definitely. I mean, well, first it was funny to see them actually sort of helping a little bit with those web plus other bonuses ships there with banning the Ishimu. But then at the very end there, I see Gila. That one's really interesting. I think it's actually one of the ships that's performing the worst, at least as of the data from as of yesterday, end of yesterday. Maybe that's changed by now. But yeah, Gila, I guess, yeah, Florida man comps, they just haven't been performing super well. So yeah, interesting to see that they're worried about that one specifically.
Would you like to know how well the Gila has been performing?
I would love to.
It has been fielded 9 times. Would anyone like to take a stab at how many matches it has won? Okay, we've got 0 from Nova. 2 from Corvus? Okay. 0% win rate. 0% win rate. It has been atrocious.
Not droning hard enough, man.
These might be slightly old stats. It may not have been updated for some of the matches yesterday, or
No, I'm
for any of the
pretty sure I'm
matches
wrong.
earlier today.
Pretty sure I'm wrong.
But it's
I'll put money
it's
in
pretty
on it.
rough. It's pretty rough. So surprising to see it banned out here. 4 words or less or more, I guess, because sometimes you guys yap, which is absolutely fine. That's what we don't pay you for. Who's going to win this one? Nova.
That's going to be Damascus Kadesh. Only need 1 scrim. I think they got this one.
Corvus?
Made it really awkward for me because I like Dematius, so I've met him several times. But
Then you
I'm
can
gonna
bet
have
on
to
it.
yeah, okay, we'll go for only need 1 scrim then. I have to stick with my boy. I have to.
All right. Well, it seems like oh boy, what is that? Okay, we've got something.
You see.
We're gonna throw it to the arena with your commentators, Dirk and CCP Jotun.
Well, Missy, here's what that is. What you're seeing is Kingslayer, or at least as much as you can get a Kingslayer comp out of a 7-man format, with Typhoon, Fleet Issue, Typhoon, and Praxis from Bump It Away. Dirk only Satel, or Dirk Satel, only Satel. Dirk only need 1 scrim with an interesting setup and a lot of shield gunboats. What are you seeing over there, my friend?
Yeah, Damascus Kadesh and his team coming out with the secret fabled Maelstrom tech here. We have a Maelstrom alongside a Vulture, a Scimitar, a Phantasm, a Scythe Fleet, and 2 Harpies. Now, I do believe that this Maelstrom is probably going to be, yes, it is in fact auto-cannon fit. So this is an auto-cannon shield Maelstrom charging in. I say charging in, it's kind of charging at an angle. But yeah, the fabled Maelstrom tech from the Damascus Kadesh side of the arena here.
It's so funny. It's so funny to me. These are 2 shield battleships and a Praxis. All of these are armor tanked. This is a not control comp. It's a application comp. These all are rapid heavy battleships. They have a lot of clip ability. You have we've talked so much in the past.
Firing on anything yet. They are waiting for the opportunity to hit what they want.
Yeah,
it looks like the Typhoon and the Typhoon fleet are diving for that Scimitar. And
that's not being. You go ahead.
Not being screened either.
No, just kind of
there
chilling.
is no tackle on these. They're just being allowed to move through the Damascus only need 1 scrim comp.
Now, the casual viewer may look back in the back and see the Praxis lagging behind the Typhoon fleet, and might think, "Oh, the Praxis is tackled." No, friends, the Praxis is just really fucking
it's just slow.
It's just spectacularly slow. They do get the Scythe fleet though tackled down of Duve. Duve getting so much damage, and you can just see that the health bar getting evaporated as 3 different battleships worth of rapid heavy missiles just gets pounded into him. Of course, they do trade a Navitas as a constellation prize for that. Not really the end of the world. I mean, it's just T1 Logi, and they do have 3 battleships.
They're about to lose the Inquisitor as well, and the Malediction probably not far behind either. But
yeah, the Malediction
you've still got this top end of, well, a Praxis, which is kind of okay at everything, but not really good at any one thing, and then the double Typhoons.
Yeah, the Praxis is slow, and the Praxis is none of these things are particularly well tanked in armor. Better than some, certainly. I mean, it could be worse. It could be like an Armor Raven. That'd be pretty bad. But the losing the Malediction is actually kind of a problem because now they have no tackle. They have the Pontifex, but they need to keep the Pontifex alive because they need the links. And the Pontifex is currently being abused right now.
Damage on the Scimitar now.
Yeah, that's interesting. God, the Scimitar.
They finally decided to go in on the King in their Kingslayer.
Yeah, the Scimitar is just chugging through its Ansel charges right now, trying to get out of range of the Rapid Heavies. The Rapid Heavies have a lot of range, and as we say that, they do feed the Pontifex. So that's just the 3 battleships from Bump It Away, which is cool. Love that they have those 3 battleships, but they have no tackle, they have no links, and this other team can basically just kite around them as much as they want to. Lord Jackson in the Maelstrom is really the only one kind of up in the mix, and the Harpy of Laudius, who is holding down the Praxis. Latigus, I don't know how to tell you this, my friend. You don't need to do that. It is the slowest fucking ship in the game. You don't have to tackle it. You just leave. It will not follow you. I can guarantee it.
Just run away from the Praxis, and it cannot keep up.
Yeah, it's really, really funny. I mean, the Praxis, of course, of Liddell Theravada rather, is going to go down. The Maelstrom is strong. I mean, those autocannons do not mess around. It's got newts on the Praxis as well. The Praxis has no logic support. It has rep drones on it, but like, I mean, it's just rep drones. Like, it ain't gonna do it. And it's armor tank. So they might get another. Yep, they killed the Harpy, but Harpy is not going to do it. They need to kill the Scimitar, honestly. And they if they had got if they had the
pushing
opportunity
this into the corner that they need
Yeah.
to. They really just. It's unfortunate because that Scimitar, I think, was slightly over-repping with those XLASB charges, but it has had long enough now that it would have been able to get a reload off, and you start from zero again in the damage profile.
Immediately, Schlack and the Typhoon is going to be the next target for the Maelstrom. The Maelstrom is like the Shield Hyperion. Effectively, has the same rep bonus. It has the same sort of damage up close ability that the Hyperion does, only trading autocannons for blasters. And yeah, Schlack is going to try and tank a little bit using those heavy armor maintenance bots, but again, it's 1v1ing an AC Typhoon or an AC Maelstrom with a bunch of friends
Vulture, and a Phantasm, and a Harpy.
Yeah. Not great. Not great for.
Yeah, you're just going to get pounded on by the Maelstrom and his buddies.
This is tough. I'll be real with you, and no discredit to Bump It Away. Obviously, I don't like this comp. I feel like you can get away with 3 triple battleship comps in the Alliance tournament, which is of course a much larger tournament than this very dainty, small, demure tournament that we're doing right now. The Alliance tournament, of course, has 10 ships on a team instead of 7, and so you have a bunch of extra slots in there that you can use for other support ships, and so that's where you can get away with the Kingslayer running triple battleship
application.
Yeah, tackle anything really. Running 3 battleships in a comp with only 7 slots means that you are restricted to the worst logi in the game, and you're restricted to very weak tackle, very weak support. Like, you just don't have any of the other back end stuff that you need to keep this comp alive, and it suffers as a result. I don't.
Yeah. I've got to say, looking at that triple rapid heavy battleship setup, I was wondering where its Hyena was.
Yeah.
Like, where's the webs? Where's the paints? It's got the Pontifex that's got that malediction. They can have a couple of tackle. The malediction is built for tackle, and the Pontifex can get away with the target painter in its mid slots, but it's not good for it, right? Like, these aren't. You're kind of shoehorning in that application that you need compared to that Hyena that you get for free almost in the Alliance tournament.
You're absolutely right. And, again, like a Bellicose would have been great here as well. Bellicose with extra damage from missiles and drones, obviously, and the bonus paints. All of those would be great. I think we're going to see Trony go down maybe right at the wire. Sure enough, with 3 seconds remaining in the match.
There we go.
That is it. That will be it for me today. Dirk, I think you were still casting the rest of these matches. A convincing dub from our friends from Only Need One Scrim. Bump It Away, knocked out of this bracket, but a good win for the fellows from Only Need One Scrim. Played it convincingly. The Maelstrom tech is very cool. We'll hear more about this one from Misty, Corvus, and Nova, and I'll see you guys next week.
All right, welcome back to the desk. Another exciting match. We saw a Praxis, which I personally haven't seen much, but may have been on other streams just when I was not looking. Nova. I'm going to come to you first this time. I know you've been on the camera, but you did say you believe you've seen this Only Need One Scrim comp before. Tell me a bit about it.
Believe it or not, I know they've fielded it at least twice before. Maelstrom plus Vulture there and Logi. I think they were in Group F back in the original bracket of the tournament. Fielded it multiple times there. And the other thing that's sort of hilarious about that, to me at least, is that this isn't the first time it actually ran up against an Armor Praxis. The team I was on fielded it against them, an Armor Praxis rather, in that group, where they promptly demolished us. And I think one of the things that this comp really leverages that maybe is a little bit deceptive when you're looking at something like a Maelstrom, this ship goes fast. Like the thing motoring around on grid, at least compared to these armor battleships, is just astronomical. If you are, trying to apply rapid heavies, that thing will suddenly notice, oh, cool, all the rapid heavies are going after me, and it will just zoop directly out of range of them, and you've just wasted all your clip. And then it will come right back in and start applying DPS again. They leverage that to really great effect. It's a super sweet comp, really creative, and they're fielding it a lot.
Nice. And you mentioned, using that clip of rapid heavy missile launchers and being able to waste those missiles. But we also saw the team with the rapid heavy missile launchers bump it away, I believe, holding on to their ammo at the very start of the match, not dumping it straight away. Corvus, I know you just took a little sip of water. I'm going to need you to swallow that, buddy, because it's your turn to yap. Tell me about holding damage and biding your time when you have very long reloads.
Keeping the ME team guessing on what you're going to engage first. As we saw in the previous game, the Nightmare team with the Zarm recognized immediately that Nightmare was going to need Logi, and they were already repping it beforehand. So if you hold off, take a breath, see what is being repped by the in-game effects. You can sort of decide and calculate where you want to put your DPS, or it might be just the FC calculating, all right, we're going to hit this target first, hit it for 2 cycles, then move on to this thing in order to try and confuse the Logi. What I was really excited about is I saw the Maelstrom on grid, and I thought Damascus was about to bring out the secret black magic tech of the Scimitar, which is not really many people utilize it, but the Scimitar does actually get a mobile remote tracking bonus so it can project a tracking bonus onto gunships, as can the Oneros as well. So I was kind of interested to see if they were going to utilize that or not. It didn't look like they did, but it would have been interesting to see a Maelstrom be able to project its autocannons out to a ridiculous amount of kilometers and start shredding people from range. But it didn't happen. But I hold in hope to see if we'll see it at some point.
I do believe that is tech commonly used by gate campers, but not often used on Tranquility all that much. We should really make an effort to bring it back, because it has been pretty cool in the past. We have a couple minutes before the next match, so I'm going to move us on to the bands, since they are landing on grid, but we do have a couple minutes, so they can wait. They can chill, I think.
So there is a comp.
Okay.
Go ahead with the bands.
Nova. Any interesting bans from Rage Quit Cancel Scrim?
I mean, honestly, no. It's just they've removed as much tracking disruption as they possibly can. Of course, yeah, I mean, that could be missile guidance disruption as well, one or the other. But typically, these ships that are banned are, they're really good against gun comps. And then, of course, taking out Sleipnir, saying no autocannon rush and no making our guns bad.
And Corvus, we saw No Numbers, I believe, bring that Domi Navy a Baton comp before, and they've removed some of the kiting comps that we've seen, the Barghest, the Scimitar. Any thoughts on that? Are we likely to see another heavy armor comp from No Numbers?
I think we'll most probably see more of a rush comp, depending if they want to counter these tracking disrupting bans from Rage Quit. No Numbers have banned the Barghest, the Armageddon, and the APOC Navy issue. So a lot of damage projection. So I think they want to try and eliminate that damage projection, enable them to rush into 0 and apply a lot of DPS very quickly. They've banned the Scimitar and the Tholos as well. Again, I don't have a lot of confidence in the Thernos, so I don't understand why we'd ban it, but well, it's fine. Scimitar, obviously for reasons. T2, Logi Cruiser, fast as hell, and also with a sig radius reduction as well, which makes it very difficult to hit.
Well, if they were bringing their armor set up again, it would make sense to maybe remove the Thriller, since the tick damage does go through resistances. It just hits hard, especially if you have a lot of buffer. But we're going to throw it to the arena and actually check out what these teams have brought. Corvus, you got to get your running shoes on, buddy, or it's your turn to cast in the arena, along with Dirkster Teal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the arena here for the matchup between Rage Quit, Cancel Scrims, and No Numbers. And we have Rage Quit bringing an Absolution, Prophecy Navy, Brutix Navy, Rodiva, Mauler, Omen, and Vigil. Dirk, what are No Numbers bringing today?
No Numbers have decided to break out the good old battleship format for Raiffeisen with a Navy Armageddon, a Fleet Typhoon, an Augurer, a Celestis, a Pontifex, and double Torpedo Purifier. I am just going to take a quick look at this Navy Armageddon, and yep, the Navy Armageddon is in fact Rapid Heavies, and so is the Fleet Typhoon, so they are going to be diving in kind of Kingslayer-esque.
Yes, while... it looks like Rage Quit are gun spam here. The Brutish Navy issue is railgun, so they're burning away at the moment, trying to keep that range up and just plink at No Numbers here at range, trying to avoid as much of that DPS as possible from those battleships.
Yeah, stealth bombers also in this format, not the tankiest ships. I am surprised to not be seeing some initial kind of attempts, at least, to take one off the board early on. They are just quite happy to sit there and let those torpedoes chill.
I am seeing a lack of application modules as well in the per half of No Numbers, no paints, no bonus paints even. Actually, no, I say that. I eat my own words. The Rodiva eating shit at the moment. It is painted. It is getting a boatload of Rapid Heavies heading into it as we speak.
Yep, and the Celestis spreading out those damps to try and bring down those lock ranges on the Navy Prophecy, the Navy Brutix, the Vigil as well. That it's an interesting choice to E-War a Vigil down, but it's a really good one in terms of trying to keep the opposing team's application away from you. You really want to pull that Vigil in and make it a much easier target for the rest of your squad, even if it's just their drones.
The Rodiva of Nitor is down. He was being painted, unbonus paint from one of the purifiers here, as it just takes a low damage. I think the majority of the damage here is going to be the Rapid Heavies. Torps won't really apply to Rodiva as it's moving just with an unbonus paint, or at least they will struggle to. But every little helps, right?
Yeah, every little helps. But meanwhile, we are seeing an attempt at a Logi trade. Young Renegade now hovering around the 40% armor mark. He will have some sort of local rep, probably an ancillary local rep. So he's going to be burning through that nanite paste and really just living to win here, as we also see the Omen go down on the Rage Quit Cancel Scrims team.
Now, it looks like the British Navy issue is now also under duress here. It's being hit quite badly, but it looks like they've now switched to the Prof Navy issue. Which is an interesting switch because the Prof Navy issue is probably one of the more tankier battle cruisers in the comp here. Not nearly as maneuverable as the Brutix. Maybe the Brutix has pulled range here, but it looks like the Mauler now of Hunter got a drive-by scram on him as the Rage Quit Cancel Scrims go after the Pontifex here, and also killing one of the Purifiers.
You know, taking off some of that DPS from the board in the form of the Purifiers, very solid decision. Like I said earlier, I was surprised it wasn't happening at the start of the match, just to try and get a quick snap kill off. But yeah, going in on that Prophecy Navy, which is probably the brickiest ship in the Rage Quit Cancel Scrims lineup, but they're chunking through it pretty efficiently without that Rodiva to keep it up with reps.
What's interesting here is the Purifiers are going down. The Purifiers are the main target painting boat on the No Numbers team. So once that Purifier goes down, I think we're going to see target painter drop here. And there it goes. It drops as the Purifier drops, which means that the Vigil is going to be very difficult to apply to with these Battleship DPS. The Celestis is doing
And
its
the
damn
Augur it
finest.
goes as well.
Logi as well.
That,
No
that
Numbers.
Augur
Augur
finally down, yeah. So
Swapped
this
it
is a
for
race to
Prophecy
the
Navy.
bottom now.
It looks like I'm not sure if Rage Quit Cancel Scrims is going to be able to do it here. They are going to have to chunk through 2 Navy battleships here. I would assume they're going to go for the Celestis and the Pontifex here just to try and get a few points back here at least.
Yeah, that Ponty is slowly bleeding armor. Slowly. I think that's drone damage primarily, as it goes from 65 to 63 to 51. It's getting there. The Celestis is just being left free to run around, while the Navy Armageddon, the only thing that is tackled with a single stasis Weberfire currently.
Yeah, it looks like
It's a lot of EHP to grind through, though, with a Brutix Navy and an Absolution.
I think Debug in the Absolution is in trouble here. He is grappled by the Typhoon Navy here and is not moving very fast at all. He's trying to pull some range here, just slowly, but that Typhoon has got no tackle effects on it at all. It's just catching him and just absolutely just burning down towards him. So I think the Absolution might be going down next after this Pontifex. In fact, maybe even before the Pontifex here. It is going down at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah, that Pontifex hovering in kind of high structure. The Celestis taking a little bit of damage again. And this Absolution, same damage on the Brutix as well. This is a lot of split damage, a lot of kind of reaching out and touching what you can reach more than anything else. It's not as if there's a coordinated target structure, it seems, at the moment.
Well, the Brutix here is trying to assist the Absolution here, but he's being prevented from doing that by the Pontifex here of Midnight, attempting to get tackle and hold this Brutix down. Brutix does need to get a bit closer to apply some actual DPS damage to here. He actually just shoots the Pontifex out of the sky there. So he managed to get transversal and just blew the Pontifex out of the sky here.
Yeah, and as we reach 30 seconds left, that Pontifex kill is not enough to put them within the points threshold for an overtime play at the moment. This is going to be a clean and clear win from No Numbers. Actually, I say this, and this Celestis
might be tight here. It might be tight with the Celestis.
The Absolution goes.
Absolution goes. It's just all the Brutix. I don't think the Brutix is close enough to actually apply any DPS here. And that is
a 95 point gap. That is definitely not enough anymore.
Yeah, good win for No Numbers.
It was unlucky.
And really good fight from Rage Crit Cancel Scrims. And I believe we're going to send it back to the studio now.
Yeah, well.
Well, we see. Pretty sure No Numbers won that one, right, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting some positive feedback, some nods, which is great. I did have it in my head, and then I immediately blanked when we came back to the stream. Perfect. No Numbers taking the win. Rage Quit Cancel Sub, I believe. Rage Quit Cancel Scrim.
It was close. It's only about 90 points difference. It's fine.
Well, I don't. The last 30 seconds of a match doesn't count, as everyone knows. So the Absolution dying is whatever. There are some interesting things to mention. I'm going to start with you, Nova. Both of you, I believe, were busy during that match. But I'm going to pick on you, Mr. Cameraman. The Purifiers of Zafin and Beddeballs on the No Numbers side, I believe, didn't seem to be doing too much. There didn't seem to be a lot of damage coming out from those two ships into some of those battle cruisers. And I was wondering if you could kind of theorize why.
Okay, so you might be referring to something specific, which I might not have caught, but at least towards the beginning, I think there was a point at least where they were actually grouped up on a micro jump unit, as in our red team there, as in not the team with the purifiers. Purifiers trying to apply into them. The rapid heavy ships on the top end, they started going after the Rediva, at which point the Rediva started burning very quickly upward. They didn't want to bloom their own SIG and just die to the rapid heavy clip if they did so. But the other ships, meanwhile, that might have been getting pressured a little bit by those purifiers, they just micro jumped. And those torpedoes are never going to land from those stealth bombers at that point, at which point the stealth bombers have to, go chase after them 100 kilometers in the other direction, by which point they're likely already dead. So I think that's my best analysis there.
That was not a gotcha question. It was a genuine what the hell were they doing? And I think that was a great explanation for perhaps why we didn't see so much of their impact at the very beginning and why they had to put themselves in that vulnerable position midway through the match. Corvus. Midnight in the Pontifex had a little slip and burned back towards a Brutix Navy issue while being shot. And eventually we did see the Pontifex die in the middle of the arena, despite the Brutix Navy issue and Absolution not really being that close. Now, I wanted to ask you, how long do links last? If you have a mind link, we're going to assume a mind link in this situation. And how can command destroyers position themselves to make sure that they are giving the best that they can?
So the base duration for a command burst is 60 seconds. That can be increased with the mind link and depending on what ship you're flying as well. Some of the command ships give better bonuses. Obviously, command decies are the sort of entry level of that, but you can also fit command burst to battlecruiser sized ships as well. There are rigs in game that will allow you to fit more than one command burst. A lot of my fellow low seckers and nano guys tend to fly Navy battlecruisers with a command processor in there, giving them the extra links for being speedy boys. What was interesting is that Pontifex, I did see the logic of him burning back to the Brutix. The Brutix was a railgun fit, so it doesn't track very well at very close ranges, which is probably what the logic there was, rather than burning away and effectively burning yourself into the optimal range of the Brutix, where it's going to apply even more damage. But yeah, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there. If the Brutix has any kind of web or scram on it, you're not going to be winning that fight at the Pontifex, unfortunately.
I have been informed that there are, in fact, rules for this tournament, and one of them is that the mind link isn't allowed. So let's assume that there is no mind link and that people are following the rules, which I have definitely memorized. Okay, we have another match coming up. Let's take a little look at the bans for the match between Yabby's Baddies and Aggressively Mid-Tier. Nova, walk me through Aggressively Mid-Tier bans. Any interesting ones that stand out to you here? That there is one that you should be familiar with, because I believe your team fielded this.
Yeah, I think that the two most interesting ones to me there are Nightmare. We have been seeing a lot more of it today. I've heard actually on both streams there've been a reasonable number of Nightmares. Yeah, I think that ship can be really good. I don't know what specifically that suggests that they're very afraid of with it. But I think really interesting is Augurer ban, the Tech 1 Logi there. I think we've mostly seen it fielded in gun spams. So yeah, interesting that they're taking that one out.
And Corvus, I mean, it seems like every single time I ask you to take a look at the bands and tell me about them, they're just the same thing every single time. What are these bands telling you here? What are we seeing?
So, Yabby's Baddies are trying to take it back to the old school here. Not a single piece of E-War allowed, please. So we have the Arbitrator, the Crucifier, the Curse, and the Sentinel. So no TDs whatsoever, and the Celestis no damps. So where we've seen in this tournament, people are starting to go towards high DPS ships and more control ships. Yabbies don't want anything to do with that. They want the good old rush, gun spam, just go out and punch somebody in the face kind of doctrines here.
The Pilgrim is still open. We haven't, I think, seen too many pilgrims fielded. We have seen a couple at least. But the teams have landed on the grid, and there is a interesting ship that I don't know if it's been fielded yet. So I'm going to let the commentators talk about this, and that will be Dirk and Corvus Onzo. Get back in there, buddy.
Hello, welcome back to the arena with myself and Corvus here. Obviously, we saw the Augurer being banned, and yet we are seeing a gun spam comp here from the Roke Capel team, the Astarte Absolution, Phobos Devota, Thalia Deacon, and Bellicose. What are we seeing from Yabby's baddies, Corvus?
Yabby's baddies definitely going along with what we mentioned in the bans on the desk earlier on. No control, please. We want gun rush. So 2 Sleipnirs, Basilisk, Broadsword, Mamba, and 2 Manticores. So a little bit of extra DPS because I think they were expecting battleships, but there are no battleships to shoot. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we are just waiting on the countdown from the referees. That will be a 30-second run to the start of the match. What do we think about these war pins? We've got obviously the gun spam team coming in at 30 and 50 versus the Sleipnirs and Broadsword coming in at 10. Why do war pin ranges matter quite so much, Corvus?
So your warping range is obviously dependent on what comp you're going to bring. Being a rush comp, if you're brawler, you want to be as close to the center as possible, and hope that the enemy team also warp in as close to the center as possible. With your more gun spam, you want to be as far away from the enemy team as you possibly can. And you can also stage your warp-ins as well. It's not just a fleet warp. You can stage your ships at different ranges, making sure your lodges at the back, etc., etc. As we start off this match with the Astarte of Kippet taking severe damage at the moment.
Yeah, that Astarte coming in, seeing some damage. The Thalia also of Curtis Beridan being really pushed by this rush comp. Meanwhile, the Manticore of Emperor Azazel is bouncing up and down in shield. It does look like he's been caught by the Basilisk. But then there's the switch to Kropotkin. They are really trying to get these torpedo bombers off the grid as fast as possible right now. And as I say that, the Manticore of Kropotkin goes down.
That's correct. And the Basilisk has been hick tackled here. Aggressive mid-tier, interesting enough, have brought this comp before with the Phobos and Devota. And now basically swapping between main tackle on both of those ships. So heavy interdictor cruisers can't be remotely repped while they have that tackle module active. So what they'll do is they'll alternate between the two. While one is tackling an enemy ship, they will rep the other one, and vice versa.
Yep, worth noting that we are seeing that from the medium gun spam side, but we are also seeing a broadsword. The Astarte just gets deleted.
Yeah, Astarte is.
Where did that go?
It was. Well, power of ACs and 2 Sleipnirs at 0, my friend. The changing of like ammo types and stuff like that is one of the biggest benefits for ACs as well. The Astarte, of course, being weaker in certain respects to certain damage types, and it's just a case of switching that over and hitting them as hard as they can. They're now probably going to switch to Fusion to unleash some thermal damage on this Absolution here, and we'll see how long it lasts. It is under reps from the one Deacon that is available from aggressively mid-tier, but that Deacon is not looking so healthy right now, and it is getting focused on by the smaller ships in Yabby's Baddie, as the Mumbo's there at the moment, harassing that Deacon with all its drones and its rocket launchers here.
Yeah, so we see the second Manticore go down. We've had kind of half a Logi trade in that the Basilisk went down in favor of the Thalia, but as you say, that Deacon's still being harassed by this Mamba for now. The Absolution not taking as much damage as you might have expected 30 seconds ago. Meanwhile, the Mamba gets removed, and the Deacon's still kind of getting pushed through. It's at about 20% armor remaining at the minute. It will be interesting to see if that now starts to recover with the removal of the Mamba or not.
I think that Deacon can sigh an almighty, have an almighty sigh of relief here. It is surrounded by enemy drones, but it is also got rep bots on it, and it possibly has some local reppers on it as well. But it isn't increasing here. The drones are about to finish it off. I think Deacon is done, but it is being held up right now for as long as it is by repair drones at the moment. As we see Tom in the Sleipnir getting heavy hick tackled and starting to take some DPS here with his local rep running.
Meanwhile, Rotan in the Absolution goes down just about the same moment as that Deacon. This one's been a lot of back and forth. We still have a Phobos, a Devoter, and a Bellicose up against this double Sleipnir broadsword. It's probably too much damage for the aggressively mid-tier team to overcome, but it's still like a lot of EHP to chew through for Yabi's baddies.
I don't know about that. The Akbad and Iskland are working very well together up until the Phobos gets tackled here by the broadsword. They were splitting their hick points between the two Sleipnirs, so the Sleipnirs were not able to actually close the range there. They didn't have any Michael Warp Drives, but now we look at this now. Michael is free of the Phobos tackle and is burning, making good pace towards the Devoter here. It looks like it's going to be a win for Yabi's baddies here.
Yeah, following the death of that Phobos, the Devoter is the only thing that's really any sort of threat anymore, and that is being chunked through quite efficiently by Michael and Tom in the Sleipnirs. We are just witnessing a cleanup at this point, but this was very, very close. A number of points across the 5 minutes of this match so far.
Oh yeah, and pretty shocking loss for aggressively mid-tier as well. One of the stronger teams in their group, I believe, which was Group B. So yeah, they are going to be out of the tournament, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, with this loss to Yabi's baddies.
I would have to double check the schedule once again to say whether or not they are in fact out of the tournament or simply down into the lower bracket. Here. I'm honestly just not sure right now. But we are witnessing the slow demise of Latara in the Bellicose. That is going to be it from us here in the arena for this match between aggressively mid-tier and Yabi's baddies. We will throw this either to an ad break or just straight back to the desk. I'm not sure. Wingnut Cross, our wonderful producer, will make that decision. And we will see you again for the next match later on today.
Welcome back to the desk. I am Mystical Mike, joined by Nova and Corvus. What a match. I tabbed out when the Mumbo died, and I tabbed back in, and aggressively mid-tier had lost their entire team. What happened, Nova?
Yeah, I mean, interesting one there. I think at first it seemed as though there might have been some split damage when the match was getting underway, at least. I don't think the Sleipnirs and Broadsword were at the same page right away. That might have been a case of, that extended range scram from one of these hicks from the opposing team had caught them a little bit too far away from their intended target, so they had to take a bit of time and reevaluate. I didn't see exactly, but I know there was a specific point when you were a little bit surprised that the Absolution was healthy, and then you walked away and came back, and then suddenly the team with the Absolution was losing and the Abso was just gone. And what I think happened there was, I'm pretty sure Damage was not going very quickly for a moment there for the Sleipnirs and Broadsword. I think what happened is they all actually reloaded to a damage type for their weapons that they had a much better time into the Absolution with, and from there they were able to chew through it super quickly. That Absolution, went from very healthy to very dead very quickly at the point when they were, all applying all together.
Yeah, and I mean, silver lining is that aggressively mid-tier were in the upper bracket of the primary bracket. Don't think too much on it, Twitch chat. So there's a schedule somewhere. You can look it up later. So they are dropping down into the losers bracket for that bracket. So they still have a chance to continue playing on. They'll be going up against the winners of Voidlings and Deteriorated whenever that match comes around. Corvus, we saw 2 Deacons, I believe, or was it Deacon Thalia? 2 Deacons, I'm pretty sure, and a Basilisk. Now, is one outright better than the other? Is it just outright better to bring a Logi Cruiser over Logi Frigates? And how do teams make that determination?
So the difference between having obviously the T2 Logi Frigates versus the Logi Cruiser doesn't have to be T1 or T2. It is still the same sort of gamble. Is you run the risk of having, if you have a single Logi Cruiser, it is comparatively quite easy to outflank and get around on top of that ship. It doesn't have any friends unless you have armor maintenance bots or shield maintenance bots on top of it, and it has a really good local tank. With the Logi Frigates, they are understandably very, very fast and can be quite difficult to catch depending on how they fit, of course. And you also have obviously a Logi Buddy that can also apply its reps to you as well and keep you alive a bit longer. There is an issue with Logi drones though, when they do not have. There is a issue with the speed of Logi drones, particularly when it concerns to frigates. They do tend to kind of lose interest because they're a little bit slower than the frigates. So you end up having to constantly press F to get those Logi drones back onto those frigates. And same with anything that's fast, really, interceptors and stuff like that. So that is your gamble. The differences between Cruiser Logi, obviously you have a lot longer range to rep people. The T2 Logi frigates, a lot shorter. But one could argue that stuff like SIG tanking and stuff like that could come into effect to mitigate a lot of incoming damage.
Nice. I think that was a really good explanation. Hopefully, Twitch chat, you've been writing that down. Make sure you got your little notepads and pens ready. All right. It is on the test. Our producer in my ears just said it's on the test, so you guys better make notes. All right, we've got, I believe, 2 more matches for the day, and then we are all gonna take breaks and crash, probably into bed. But we'll see how things go. Let's take a look at the bans for Voidlings versus Deteriorated, who are apparently playing right now. I should just look at the sheet. I mentioned them literally 2 minutes ago. Nova. Any interesting bans on the Voidling side?
I think Lachesis is pretty interesting. I mean, we've seen actually Arazu's earlier today, and that one's still then open, so I think that's pretty interesting. Blackbird, I think that is a very strong ban. We've seen it fielded multiple times to great success by some really excellent teams, even in pairs quite often. So I like that, removing some good E-War options. And then Vigil, I think that ban is super sweet to see. It's just a target painting frigate, essentially. Maybe they really don't want something crazy like cruises to apply. Yeah, I don't know. Really interesting.
Okay, I have a question, but I'm going to go to Corvus first. Corvus, Deteriorated bans. Again, I'm just throwing you the same shit again and again. Anything that we should bother talking about here? It's the same stuff.
I mean, what is interesting is they elected to focus in on those very long-range webs, the Hugin and the Rapier. Now, the Rapier is worth less points than the Hugin, but they do the same amount of web range here. The Barghest and Celestis, Barghest long-range, rapid heavy missiles, a lot of DPS that can be applied if you can target paint an item. Celestis, we've seen many times already, dampening out, reducing that targeting range, reducing that scan resolution. And interesting enough, Sleipnir, which is what both teams have also banned as well. So both teams kind of Spider-Man pointing at each other sort of meme and going, you're not gonna gun rush us. So it should be interesting to see what they bring to the field.
Okay. My quick question was, Nova, how do you pronounce the not Arazu?
Say Lachesis.
Corvus, how do you pronounce it?
Lachesis.
All right, Twitch chat. I want you to vote. How do you pronounce the Lachesis? Now there is a correct answer
latch,
and
right?
a Nova
latch.
answer. Yeah. I mean, we'll let Twitch chat decide.
If you're shortening it, it is a latch. I agree with that part.
Okay. Okay.
There's
Twitch
two
chat.
names for you then.
Twitch chat will be the deciding vote. It's fine. I believe the teams have landed on grid. Let me just make sure that everybody is here. There are. Perfect. All right. So we are going to throw it to the arena with your commentators who have just disappeared on my screen. Dirk and Corvus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again in the arena for this matchup between Voidlings and Deteriorated. I am joined by Dirk, and Voidlings bringing a Nighthawk, Kisriel, double signable Scythe Fleet Issue, and Tholos. And Dirk, Deteriorated, tell me about what they've brought.
Yeah, Voidling's going for that rush comp against the Paladin, Apocalypse, Augur, Drogo, Pontifex, Kitsune, Heretic. This is more than likely a pulse setup with the way they've warped in. They are going to just reach out and touch. And as I say this, the match starts, and the Apocalypse and the Paladin do in fact start reaching out and touching that scythe. It is almost at half shield already.
Those pulse weapons, even though they are battleship weapons, they are one of the best tracking weapon systems out of the four races here. Kind of a black magic item, I think, in particularly when I've seen them in Lowsec as well, at a smaller scale. They seem to be able to output a big amount of damage with also being able to track very small stuff. As we look and see the Draugr disappear from Deteriorated side here.
Yeah, the Kitsune not too far behind it either, I don't think. I say that, Caster's Curse, it has just now ripped all the way back through its armor. Meanwhile, we're seeing a little bit of an attempt at the Cinnaball of Goleman, a little bit of an attempt at the Tholos of Bungo. Bungo trying to get into the center of this deteriorated team, trying to get those dots off on whatever he can, and it looks like he might be coming up into range here.
Yeah.
Once those dots come off, it's going to be very difficult for Deteriorated to pull this back.
And that Kitsune goes down here. He was being chased by a load of light drones, and now that ECM coverage on Deteriorated has disappeared, which means the Nighthawk and the signable of Guliman can now start putting some DPS down. No risk of ECM here, as the Pontifex also evaporates on grid. I don't know. It seems like the Paladin and Apocalypse, as I said, they do track quite well for what they are, but I don't think they're going to be able to track anything on this grid here, especially if it's close range.
They've really struggled with their application overall. They got that scythe down eventually. It took them quite a while. And we are seeing what looks to be dots go out on the Apocalypse for sure, and then this Paladin also chunking pretty consistently now. I think this is possibly going to be a little bit too little, too late, but we do see Noah in the Cinnaball go down as well, so they are still going to go down swinging.
Yeah, they've got to make up some range here. It looks like the Paladin and the Apocalypse have managed to position themselves in such a way that with the Kisriel and the Nighthawk concentrating on that Apocalypse, that Paladin is just able to track them here and is just peeling them off one at a time as the APOC goes down. So now this Paladin is going to be in trouble here because all of that DPS is now going to burn across the grid and start absolutely wailing on this Paladin.
Yeah, he is starting to peel the paint on the Cinnaball of Goleman again. The Tholos also taking a little bit of what looks to be drone damage. But yeah, this Paladin is just feeling the full force of a lot of gun spam ships. A lot of rush gun spam ships, I should say. And it's kind of inevitable at this point. Faffy Waffy, the Augurer from the team, going to be left to be the sole Logi watching his team get killed around him and not able to really do anything about it.
Well, I don't think he's noticed, but the Tholos of Bungo has just got Scram on him, has been burning at him for quite an amount of time here, which I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about here. The Paladin is kind of busy at the moment. Can't come to the phone right now. Please leave a message after the tone as I die crashing into Hull here.
And also, we see that dot come off on Faffy Waffy now as well. It's just a matter of time. This is this was a pretty commanding showing from the Voidlings team. They lost a couple ships along the way, but they knew what their win conditions were, and they ran to them. They played to them, and they did it very effectively.
Yeah, definitely. I think they expected the signables and the Scythe to drop here, but that was all in a good cause if they were able to get their Nighthawk and Kizril on and kill off the Kitsune. I think they knew they had it in hand there.
Yep, very definitely. There's Toulouse, and we're just waiting for the cleanup zone to be cleared up.
Okay, Voidling's trash compactors currently working on the Augurer now. So he's going to die, but he's the last one on grid out of his team. It's good play from Deteria. It's good attempt. I think the Kitsune, it's a bit of a risk. A lot of they do really good. They do have really good ECM bonuses to them, but they are kind of squishy, especially when it comes to maybe some of these rush comps are not that fast to be able to outrun some of this stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've probably got maybe 30 seconds left, so I am going to throw you the age-old caster's question as we're waiting for things to die. Is there anything that Deteriorated could have done differently to change the path of this match with what they were up against?
I think the Paladin was a bit of an interesting choice. I will say interesting choice rather than put a negative connotation on that. I don't think I would have saved those points to put it into either buffing up the ECM or the Kitsune or attempting to put another APOC on grid. But yeah, I don't think there was anything much they could do here. It's very difficult to counter the speed of the Scythe fleet issue, the signables, at getting on top of stuff. And literally all they have to do then is just sit there, wait for the Nighthawk, wait for the Kizril to turn up, and apply that huge DPS to whatever it is they want.
Yeah, well, Faffy did, in fact, make this easy for us by boundarying. He only managed to get 150 kilometers away from the center. So we will send this back to the desk for a little bit more analysis.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you very much, Wingnut in my ear, just screaming Australian profanity. That deteriorated rather quickly for Faffy Waffy and co. That was an original comment. Do not read the Twitch chat, especially not Master Foe's comment. I am not stealing, just appropriating. Nova, Cinnaballs. Are they Cinnaballs, or are they actually pretty good in the tournament?
I think they're pretty good. I think they're one of the more efficient ships that you can bring into a rush in terms of points to raw DPS. I think one of the issues we often see with Cinnaballs is that most teams recognize at this point that it tends to be the squishiest ship on a team like that for the amount of DPS that it does have. So they will go after it right off the bat. And so this is where I really want to shout out at least one of these two Cinnaball pilots here from the Voidlings team. I don't know which of the two it was. I'm going to watch back later so I know which one of you to look out for. But you did this really nice thing when you saw you were getting shot by a paladin, the paladin of Q Kappa, who ended up wasting about 30 seconds just trying to apply DPS across the grid to you, because you decided to burn at a perfect 90-degree angle the moment that you realized that the Paladin was going after you specifically. So they went super quickly. The Cinnaball's super fast ship, pulled up all that transversal. The Paladin continued to try to apply to you, and you simply made this beautiful wide turn so that you maintained transversal while turning, and came back so that you were still able to apply DPS to the other tackle ships on grid. It was really well flown. I was very impressed with that. Scary piloting. Nice.
All right, Twitch chat, I hope you're making a big old post-it note about what Nova just said there, because that is very important in a tournament setting, making sure that you reduce the incoming damage, stay alive as long as possible, and get that damage out. Corvus, talking about people staying alive as long as possible, not necessarily putting out damage, but putting out fires instead. Liam in that scythe, managing to stay alive for so long. Tell me how that really influenced the match.
Again, yeah, the Logi wing of any fleet, any tournament comp is very important to keeping stuff alive. The Scythe is known for its speed, but not very well known for its tank. It's not a good tanking ship. So the ability for Liam, which is to be able to mitigate as much damage as possible before dying, allowed him to stay on grid and allowed him to put some reps and save a couple of the smaller ship types in the comp there. Really well flown from that team. Again, as a whole, we saw the two signables, we saw the Scythe fleet issue burning across the grid to get tackle and stuff, waiting for those Nighthawks, waiting for the Nighthawk, waiting for the Kisriel to turn up and apply that damage there. So really well flown on there.
And talking about really good piloting, I mean, I've harped on about how to properly rush as a group in so many tournaments. At this point, I don't even know where I began talking about not getting split up when you're flying rush. One of the things I noted is that they actually did the correct thing and started killing the tackle when they started to get pinned down. So we saw the Draugr drop, then we saw them go through the Pontifex and any other tackle that was in range. Nova, why is it important that you kill the tackle and you stick together in these types of setups?
So one, there's the issue of occasional local reps, and then otherwise trying to make it so that the enemy's logi is not particularly efficient. You really need, if you're fielding a rush, to pile in all of your ships onto a target when you are actually trying to apply to a critical target. One of the ways that you just then dismantle a rush comp is simply say, okay, you're trying to pile all your damage onto one of our slower ships. We're just going to prevent 2 or 3 of your main DPS ships from actually getting over to it and being able to apply. So they did a really good job of not only killing off some of those ships that were trying to do or prevent them from doing exactly that. It would have been really tempting for them to just run across and try to just DPS down a Paladin or something. But the moment they recognized that they were coming in for tackle, they had to reevaluate and then try not to feed many ships or any ships really while doing so. That's why it was so important that those Cinnaballs were staying alive, for example.
I think, what is the old adage that slow is steady and steady is fast, or something along those lines, right? So taking it slow, executing properly. There we go. I mean, I think that is a perfect example of that in practice in the tournament setting. We have a couple minutes before the next and final match of the day. We are waving goodbye to Deteriorated, I believe, in that match. Congratulations again to Voidlings, who have gone on. So we'll see them next weekend. But only need one scrim versus Meta Reloaded, our final match of the day. You lads will have to click on the link to open up the bands for this one because they're not on the sheet. So click. Let's take a look. Corvus, red team band, which I believe is only need one scrim. Tell me about it. Oh, actually, you know what? No, Nova, you tell me about this one because I see 2 ships and I've made Corvus talk about them every single time.
Hugin, Rapier, Hyena, Loki. It's that just all of the webs being removed as quickly as possible. I think the only ship that has a web bonus that is still like fieldable there, Vigil Fleet Issue, technically has a bonus range web, right? Shimua, is in there. I guess you could field some stuff like that, but it's a lot harder to field those in comparison to these. I think these are the creme de la creme of webbing ships, so removing those is very nice.
And Corvus, some non-web-based bans for you to look at. Anything interesting you're seeing here?
Well, you say that bar one. The first ban off the bat is the Ashimu, which does get a web range bonus. You have banned disarm as well, so no long range reps, please. Thank you. We also see the Scimitar, Sentinel, and the Sleipnir. So it looks like, for me, I would say they don't really want a rush comp. Like the Ashimu could be used for rush, I guess. It's not the first thing you would go for because it can be quite slow. But it does have that web range to slow targets down that are relatively close to you, and can provide some Newton NOS support. The Sleipnir, of course, is the be-all and end-all of Rush.
Yeah, sorry to rush you, but the teams are on grid and the countdown is about to start, so I am going to throw it over for the final match of the day with Dirk Satil and Corvus Onza.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game of this tournament scene on this arena. Only need one scrim versus Meta Reloaded. Only need one scrim. My boy Damasius Kadesh bringing Hyperion again. Aneris double Orgren Navy, Vedmak, Draugr, and Nurgle. Dirk, Meta Reloaded, what are they bringing for this matchup today?
Meta Reloaded have decided to go in on the Armageddon, Guardian, Dracovac, Arbitrator, Morlus, and double Nurgle. We are seeing a gunless Geddon, so this is a full control Geddon by the looks. That means that there's going to be a lot of neutralizers, a lot of drones, and it's going to be supported by that Dracovac double Nurgle spooly goodness.
Yep, we're seeing TDs going on to the Orgre navies.
Yeah, they are diving in against each other.
And the Vedmak as well. That's going to be that TD is going to be quite crushing for that Vedmak. It is a relatively not so tanky ship here, but it does need that range to be able to put damage on stuff here. As we look at the Armageddon and Chadwick, just absolutely neutralizing the shit out of that Orgre of Dog Lazy here.
Yep, that makes a huge amount of sense. You want to make sure that the these are Navy Augurs, which means they are gunboats instead of Logi boats. You would say that's kind of obvious, but hey, it needs to be said at this point. We are seeing the Aneros just kind of being left free to run around and throw reps as it feels like. Meanwhile, a little bit of damage coming in on the armor of the Dracovac of Silo, and Dog Lazy is slowly but steadily chunking. He is being caught by the Aneros a little bit, but he's still going down.
We have the Guardian of Alexander here. He is being chased around by the Vedmak and the Nurgle here. He hasn't been caught yet. There's some really, really good screening there from the Nurgle of Meta Reloaded here.
There is a stasis web on Alexander at this point, and he has now been scrammed as well. It looks like the Draugr has caught up with him. Whether or not he can be screened off again by the Nurgle of Isak remains to be seen, but quite frankly, the Meta Reloaded team better hope that they can free that Guardian.
Yeah, the Nurgle of Sirifor is was caught out there. Did catch the Nurgle pilot of Martin here. Martin did actually do really well to try and burn around for that Guardian, but got caught out by CO4, who was screening for that Orgre there. But so really good piloting from the Meta Reloaded team here, but it's not going to be enough here. I think that Vedmak is just going to ramp on that Aneros, and I think that Vedmak is just going to ramp on that Guardian there, and I think the Guardian is probably not going to survive.
Yep, that Guardian is slowly but steadily bleeding structure as he tries to rep through it. We are seeing some medium armor maintenance bots there, but we've also seen a cloud of other damage drones that are coming from the Only Need One Scrim team. Meanwhile, this Augur Navy of Dog Lazy still hovering in that low armor threshold, and Nora in the Draugr taking a little bit of damage too. Nobody seems to be able to quite get over the hump and kill anything just yet, and we are halfway through the match, more than halfway through the match at this point.
Yeah, it looks like the Only Need One Scrim team has basically committed to killing this Guardian here. They got the initial tackle with those Nurgles, as I said earlier, and they are basically just trying to apply as much DPS onto this Guardian as possible. In the meantime, they have their own Neros pretty close by to provide some logic support as well. As you watch the Guardian of Alexander drop into hull, and he is about to go down here.
Yep, they have traded that Guardian for the Draugr of Nora, so they have at least managed to knock some of the boosts out. In fact, the only boosts for the Only Need One Scrim team that will start playing an impact in about 40 seconds-ish once those boosts drop off from the other ships in the comp. But this Augur Navy issue of Dog Lazy still hovering in that low armor point. Martin in the Nurgle taking some damage, and CeeLo in the Dracovac, yeah, finally
in a lot of trouble
really
here.
Feeling it. 10%, 8%.
He may have bumped into the Hyperion here of Damasius, and Damasius is more than happy to oblige here with a scram and a web, and is just absolutely taking apart this Dracovac with blasters and drones.
Yeah, unfortunately, if there is a ship that you don't want to meet at close range in an arena, it's probably a Vindicator. If there's a second ship that you don't want to meet at close range in an arena, it's that Hyperion. Those blasters, the local reps, it's surprisingly nimble as well. It's faster than you think it is.
Oh, definitely. And the Vedmak here, interesting enough, has caught the arbitrator of working class man, and he is not going to last very long either. I do like this Only Need One Scrim team here, using the Vedmak, the Draugr, and the Nurgle as their sort of fast tackle to burn around and get behind and get on top of that Guardian in the first instance. And then now they are just absolutely chasing and terrorizing this Meta Reloaded team. And the thing is, with the disintegrators as well, they do have a good amount of DPS on the grid as well to be able to actually kill the things they catch, which is really nice. It looks like, though, the Vedmak is struggling.
It's worth noting real quick, we have had a couple of boundaries in this match. First up was Svein Blot, who was flying the Maulus for Meta Reloaded. He looks like he just ran out of the arena because he only managed 128 kilometers away from the center of the beacon. For those who don't know, the boundary of the arenas in these tournaments is 125 kilometers from the center. So he just ran out of the boundary. But we also then have the Nurgle of Cheerfor Aderon, who really went for a micro jump attempt and got 205 kilometers away from the center of the arena, which is a really respectable boundary. So two different extremes of the boundary scenario for Meta Reloaded, as we do see Chadwick in this Armageddon slowly getting chunked down. It's going to take a minute, but this match is at pretty much all said and done.
Yeah, Chadwick just waiting for the inevitable here. He's on zero with the Hyperion. He's got both the Vedmak and the Draugr, Vedmak and the Nurgle now spawning up on him, and now the Augurs are also joining in on the fun as well. He is,
and we have gone to time.
We are at time, yes. So good win for Only Need One Scrim. Meta Reloaded, good effort, fantastic flying from both teams, and we will head back to the studio.
I assume we're live now. All right. I heard indistinct Australian noises in my ear, and I couldn't tell if that was throwing straight to studio or studio viewer. But it could be swearing. It could be swearing. Okay. Welcome back. That was the final match of this weekend. We do have more matches next weekend. Before we end, I do have a couple questions to ask my wonderful analysts. Nova. I'm joking. That is fine. Corvus. Oneros versus Guardian. Why would a team pick one over the other? And especially when ECM is open.
So the main differences between the Guardian and the Oneros is the faster, less logi-capable ship. So teams tend to go for the Zekra, the Oneros for more speedy reps, the ability to buzz around the grid. It also gets a plate mass penalty bonus as well, which makes it very hard to hit, especially with larger plates on there. Of course, that plate also does not affect the speed as well. So it is a very speedy boy. It is actually impressive how fast a cruiser of that sort of variety can go if you have fitted it correctly. The Guardian, on the other hand, a bit more tank, a bit more logi power behind it. But it depends on the position, of course. And if you're tackled, you're kind of going to rely on your maintenance drones from your buddies and also your local repper as well.
And Nova, I gave you some private tutoring on this particular topic. If you want to add any points.
No, I think I'm good. The one thing I would like to bring up from that match that I thought was pretty cool though was the Vedmak specifically. I think that's a ship that, I mean, very popular for nano ganging, right? And unfortunately, in most tournament formats, you don't really get to nano gang out with your ships. However, this Vedmak of Lassie did sort of get to do just that. They were just flying around the arena and spooling up on virtually whatever target they wanted to, and that gave them such a massive advantage because while their Hyperion was dealing with all the really big stuff, that Vedmak just got to go around soloing whatever it wanted, removing a bunch of little critical pieces from the low end. At first, it didn't matter too much, but as things continued, as one piece from the puzzle is missing, everything starts to break apart bit by bit. So that was really cool for them.
All right, so ending notes for you guys. For the Twitch chat, there are 2 streams. There have been for the past 2 weekends. This is stream 2. There is the first stream under the CCP channel, which will be covering all of the matches under Arena 1. For you two, before we end, any standout matches from today that if people haven't been watching all day, they should go back and watch? And Nova, we'll start with you.
Man, one that going back to watch. Now, please give me 15 seconds on there. I'm racking my mind here.
That's absolutely fine. Corvus, any thoughts?
I'm going to say highly regarded versus Spark to Flame just after the break on this segment of the stream. Really good matchup, really good skill shown by the pilots as well, flying around the arena. So just a good old time. Pour yourself a beer, watch a match. It's got to be that match, and I think that's my choice.
Okay.
That's true. That was a really excellent match. I think that one's extra fun here from the commentary desk because we've had people from both of these teams also joining these various casts of ours, either on this stream or on the main arena over the course of the last few days. So seeing who comes out victorious there, that was a cool one, I think.
All right, and I'm going to throw in an addition from the Twitch chat. Verge says Scrim versus AMT, which would be aggressively mid-tier. Apparently also a good match that people should go back and watch. All right, that'll be it for us. We are all going to go get food and sleep. But you guys can tune in next weekend for the final weekend of the AG7. Thank you very much for all teams who have participated and have since departed. Congratulations to all teams still in, and look forward to seeing you guys flying on grid then. See ya.